morning, good morning. You're all very welcome here. Delighted to have so many people here this morning. Delighted to have so many people tuning in on our live stream on collisionconf.com also. I won't say that I can see some of you had fun last night, but great to have you along here as well. So there'll be no let up in the quality here on center stage today. We're going to have the co-founders of arguably the two hottest startups of the moment, WeWork and Slack. We'll have one of the greatest players ever in NFL history, Brett Favre, and we'll be crowning the Collision Pitch winner right here on center stage. So much to look forward to, including our next speaker. So 2016 is the year of virtual reality. Our next guest is at the cutting edge of software that can replicate hand movements incredibly accurately. He'll tell us now why this is such a significant development for VR. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Robert Scoble of Upload VR, the co-founder and CEO of Leap Motion, Michael Buchwald.
Good morning. I just was playing backstage with this, and this is absolutely mind-blowing. I'm Robert Scoble, and I just joined Upload VR to cover this new space, virtual reality. And glad to see so many people made it this morning after being out on the town in New Orleans.
Yes.
So, first of all, how many people here have even had a 15-minute demo in one of the high-end headsets, just to give me a sense, like HTC Vive, Oculus Rift, or Sony PlayStation VR? So this is a very astute audience, which is great.
Yeah.
Then we can get really nerdy pretty quickly. We don't have to explain what VR is in a lot of depth. Why do we need a sensor like this? Why is HTC's controllers or the Oculus Rift's controllers not enough? Why do we need a new optical sensor like this?
Well, I think what people want when they put on a big, opaque headset is to feel totally transported to a different world. And I think anything that's unnatural, whether it's a controller or anything that isn't your own body and hands, massively gets in the way of that. So there's still a place sometimes for tools, but they're in the context of your hands and how you would use them. But I think that the moment you see your hands moving exactly as they do, it creates something that isn't a passive 3D experience, like watching a 3D movie. It suddenly becomes it makes you feel like you're being teleported to a different world. And I think that's the VR that everyone deserves.
Yeah. Today, if you want to do this, you have to have an Oculus Rift or even a Gear VR or something. And then you have to buy a $79 developer kit and strap that on the front of this, right? Yeah. When are we going to get it built into the headset where we get these optical sensors that look at our hands built in and we don't have to worry about strapping it on and aligning it properly and stuff like that?
Yeah, so one of the things that's really cool about our approach is we use really inexpensive off-the-shelf hardware that costs just a few dollars and are just regular cameras. So they can be embedded in any device, even if VR headsets or AR headsets get thin at some point. Right now, obviously, size isn't a major constraint. They're pretty big, but we're working with many of the biggest OEMs right now to embed this. And I think for the first generation devices like Oculus and Sony, you'll see this in the second generation products probably. Yeah. But for the many OEMs that are targeting all-in-one or mobile VR, which many are targeting for launch at the end of this year, you'll probably see at least 2 or 3 of those devices. Because once you start talking about mobility and portability, we think hands are really the only input that is always with someone, but also that approaches the level of immersion that people expect from VR.
Yeah. If we jump 5 years into the future, I have a feeling we're going to be wearing a piece of glass, whether it's from Magic Leap or Meta or Oculus or Facebook or Apple or Microsoft's HoloLens, version 3. And those things I expect are going to have sensors like this built in. There's competitive approaches to Leap Motion, right? How do you see the market shaking out in terms of hand-based sensors like this? Because there's going to be a variety of sensors on these glasses, right?
Yeah, I will say I'm incredibly excited about AR. I think that in some ways, I think VR should focus on immersion, and that's one of the reasons why I believe so strongly in the power of hands in that context, because I don't think an opaque headset should try to be like a workplace tool if that's what it's not going to be best at. But on the other hand, I think that AR has the potential to disrupt everything and be massively disruptive both to consumer experiences but also to the workplace, because once you can project something over the environment that is physically indistinguishable, that sort of is the end almost of all consumer electronics that we know, and in some ways it's also the end of time and space. Like my children can grow up with a child projected in their room who lives in Iraq or something, so it has these massive implications, but you absolutely need your hands for those things too, but just in a different way. So right now, we think that in terms of the actual tracking of the hands and fingers, for VR and AR, you have to track them incredibly fast, and you have to be able to see all the fingers, and you have to be able to do things like grab an object and move it. And right now, we're really the that has that level of speed and accuracy. But on the other hand, because we focus so much on tracking hands and fingers, we don't try to track the room or objects, and that's where other technology is better. So there are lots of interesting work being done in tracking rooms and objects and 3D scanning things, and the best thing is a combination of those where someone else provides voice recognition for text input, someone else does object scanning to tell us that there's a table there, and then we do the hand tracking to let the person touch the thing on the table that's being projected there. So we're focusing on one very, very hard problem that's so hard that it's been unsolved for decades, really. Yeah. But other people are really important parts of the end product too.
Why can't you just use the camera that's in like the HTC Vive, because it has a little camera right in the middle? Why do I need a sensor array like the one you're building?
Yeah, and you almost can use it. So the sensors we use are actually VGA, so very, very low resolution. But we really believe that it should work in total darkness and also in very high light. So we like to have a few infrared LEDs, and because of that, the sensor has to be able to see infrared. So the good thing is it's extremely small, and because these sorts of things will fall in price and size and such with the price of commodity silicon, they'll just continue to get more available and more inexpensive.
Yeah, you already have a prototype of one that's going to be built into a headset that looks like a strip of chewing gum, right?
Yeah, it's incredible how small these things are, and I guess if you think about the sort of 10 megapixel plus sensors that are in phones today, those are really small. Our sensor is something that is, an order of magnitude lower resolution than that, so that gives you an idea of how tiny the devices that it's embedded in can be.
Yeah. Technically, how fast is the frame rate, and how important is that?
Yeah, we're very obsessive about frame rate because we think that, especially in VR, any latency not only destroys that sense of immersion, because the user has to think it's their own hand, and that means that you need high frame rate, in our case, at least 120 FPS. You want extremely low latency, in our case, under 5 milliseconds usually. And you have to be able to track all of the joints and fingers, and even when you can't see them. So if I'm grabbing like this, and my own human eyes can't see if I'm grabbing or releasing, we have to know that anyways, because that's how you interact with the world, and we don't want to have to tell people, here's the right way to grab things, here's the wrong way to grab things, because that destroys the magic of a physical experience. The magic of a physical experience is that every single person can grab in their own subtly different way, and it just works. So we've spent a lot of time, and even for very simple things to us as humans, like grabbing, we've had to train them with 70,000 plus permutations of how people grab, just to get that action really tight. So we're being very, very thoughtful about all of the little tiny things that go into people forgetting that that is their digital hand and saying, wow, that's not my digital hand, that's my physical hand. And that's what we want. We want people to forget when they put on the headset that they're not in their bedroom or their living room, that they're being teleported to a different place.
Yeah. Backstage, when I turned my hand over, I got a menu off of my fingers. Are you building a software kit that helps developers build that kind of UI into their apps?
Yeah, we're approaching that in kind of two ways. One is by exercising a level of thought leadership in terms of thinking through what are some problems with VR right now that can be solved by the introduction of hands. And I think menus are one, because you don't have a file bar or anything in VR anymore, and you wouldn't want one.
Yeah.
But something universal, like I turn my hand this way, and then a menu pops out around here, and then potentially it could display certain high-level information like email alerts, and I could decide based on that if it's important enough to leave the immersive environment or not. And then if I want to, I could just push a button there. But also, that can become the universal way of accessing the control panel in a given application. So in that video with the blocks application, when someone turns their hand this way, there's a bar where they can select different shapes. So we think that in VR, it's really important that there are certain universal things. For most things, we can get away with picking things that are direct physical metaphors, and that way you don't have to have a tutorial, you don't have to teach people sign language.
Yeah.
But for some things, you have to have certain gestures, and for those gestures, we want it to be as obvious as possible.
Yeah. You know, looking at I had a demo of the Meta augmented reality glass, and Magic Leap is similar. They're going to have eye sensors and a visual way of putting this stuff on the real world. And then they have a whole bunch of sensor arrays to map out the world, like you said. Some are based on like the Google Tango technology. In fact, Meta hired two of the guys who built Google's Tango technology, which most of us don't even have yet on a phone.
Yeah.
Right? That's coming next month at Google I/O. Where do you see this? What should developers pay attention to in this world that's coming? Because right now we're in such early days in terms of building a user interface for this new virtual world, and soon this augmented reality world where we have to put things on top of the real world and make it human, right?
Yeah, and we're in a fortunate position because we talk to so many different OEMs, and one thing that I think we have a unique insight into is that the sort of VR companies that most people think of, like Sony and Oculus and Valve, those are really just sort of the very, very tip of the iceberg. And really almost every major technology company in the world, whether it's like large Chinese companies like Tencent or Alibaba, or traditional hardware companies in like South Korea or Taiwan or in the US, anyone that you could name off the top of your head has some VR program. And many of them are going to fail, of course, but I've been impressed with how quickly they've all sort of synchronized around a middle ground, which is not slot-in mobile, which I think is a sort of relatively weak experience, because you don't want to, if you loan your VR headset to someone, you don't want to have to give them your phone, you don't want to like get a text message and be pulled out of the environment. But on the other hand, you shouldn't have to have like a $3,000 gaming computer and sensors all over your room. So I think a lot of the biggest companies that don't want to miss out on the next platform are thinking about a sort of all-in-one headset that has its own mobile processor, doesn't need to be connected to a $3,000 gaming computer, but is still an independent device that they can sell to people and control the experience. And we're going to see a lot of those coming out towards the middle and end of this year. And I think that will be probably the biggest part of the market pretty quickly. And that's also a big focus for us in terms of hands because, again, there's just a practical question around once I have any sort of mobility, what is a powerful 3D input device that I always have with me? And usually people have their hands with them when they go outside.
Yeah. When do you think the consumer is going to get a headset with your style of hand control? In other words, touchless control. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think that people will see VR headsets with hand control in them around the end of this year probably, and several. And then we are working with companies that, some companies are going to be aggressive and release towards the end of this year, others may take a few more years. But I think everyone agrees that seeing your hands is sort of the ultimate state of immersion in VR. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there is no other place for other types of input devices. If you have the luxury and you're in a stationary position, there are times when it might be better to use a tool plus a hand. But hands are the sort of base de facto primary interaction. And then I'm really excited about Air as well. I think Air is an entirely different sort of inflection point. And I think that requires hands not only because you're portable, but also because just a core part of the experience is being able to touch the things you see around you. And it would be such a shame if we had technology that could make us see anything exactly like real life, but we couldn't touch it. We had to touch the side of our head to interact with it. That would be a big, big shame.
Yeah. I could talk to you for hours. Unfortunately, we have 20 minutes on stage. Thank you so much, and thanks for getting up early this morning
Thanks for
to hear us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, guys. From the beginning, man has always asked, who am I? Our next guest will tell us how technology is helping us answer that fundamental ancient question. Please welcome, here to talk to journalist Jonathan Grimm, from Ancestry.com, Tim Sullivan and Ken Shaheen.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. It's early. I know people were out late, but stay for this. It's going to be interesting. So you all probably know Ancestry, and they've been around for almost 20 years. We're going to do something a little different at the end of this. I agreed to be a guinea pig for my bodily fluids and family history. But first, I've got some questions for you guys. One of the most interesting things about this DNA initiative that you've launched in the last few years is that it really represented a considerable shift inside the company, and almost you've described it as a startup within a technology company. And I think a lot of companies face this where they have to pivot or push into a new area, and that has tremendous sort of cultural impact inside the company. You know, the employees are suddenly questioning whether they're with the hot thing and do they have the skills and so on. So how did you manage that? And I should say, Tim is the CEO and Ken runs the DNA project. So what were sort of the biggest challenges and how did you face those in that scenario?
Yeah, so look, Ancestry's been around a long time, 20 years. And about 5 years ago, we entered the DNA business, or identified that it was a huge opportunity for us. And you're quite right. I mean, we had a couple different dynamics that Ken can speak about. One certainly was a hot, new venture inside a company that had been doing really one thing for many, many years. And there was also, look, there's tremendous passion inside our company for our core business. So there were also from some parts of the company, some skepticism. So we definitely structured it as a little bit of a rebel pirate ship off to the side, and tried to build it, the DNA team, its own culture and way of operating. Maybe talk about how you organize.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. I think what we ended up having to do is sort of, get a real unique team that was interested in DNA, and we kept to ourselves and did things, really in a very quick way, and try to not distract the rest of the company from what we were doing. And
but did that mean, sorry to interrupt you, but did that mean that everyone else felt like, oh, there's this black box thing over here and I'm not a part of it, and how come they're the cool kids?
Well, here's what's funny, right? It wasn't that way, right? It was sort of, I don't want to be part of that, right? At this
Really?
point, right? That may fail, and I don't want to be, part of the collateral damage if it does. And so what we've seen is a transition from we don't want to be part of it to, hey, this thing might actually work, to this is really great, to now being a significant part of the business. So we've seen, that's what you see. I think if you're successful, you start seeing a transition in the way people think about that new venture within the company.
And so as it's evolved now, do people who don't work in the DNA area interact a lot with the people who do?
Today, it's, I would say, very seamlessly
It's all
work together.
absolutely,
Absolutely,
right.
yeah.
And so, and
Absolutely.
access to data is shared and all of that.
Yeah, look, it was particularly challenging because while it was a startup and very different than the core business, one of the things that makes the value prop so wonderful is the fact that the data that people can access through the DNA experience, we've integrated, right, billions of names from our tree database, and that's an integral part of the experience. We triangulate from people that have similar DNA signals and sometimes introduce people to new ancestors. So we've had to bring these businesses tightly together, and Ken is tightly integrated now with the core business.
And I think that's an important point is that for now at least, right, you're only using DNA in the further service of identity and family tree research, and you're not using it for any medical purposes, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
We certainly believe that health insights could be part of our identity value proposition, but frankly, the appetite and interest in the structure today has been so phenomenal that we're chasing. We're really just working very hard to, frankly, keep up with the demand and the opportunity for product innovation.
I would imagine that the addition of the DNA specialists and the scientists and so on added tremendous cost structure to your company, at least in the early days, right? How did you manage that through special financing, or what did you do?
No, look, I mean, Ancestry generates a lot of cash flow, very profitable. We started the business when we were still public, and we just told the street we're gonna spend about $10 million. We're gonna invest about $10 million a year for a couple of years, and we think this is a big opportunity. We actually turned profitable on that business quicker than we anticipated, but it was self-funded. Very conscious decision to lean in and not apologize for the investment we wanted to make, even though it was hitting our earnings. But generally, the street was pretty supportive of the idea of us extending into the space.
I want to talk a little bit about the health side, and I know you're not there yet, but you alluded to this. There's two ways you could go, right? You could talk about health markers for the individual, and then there seems to me there's sort of a public health opportunity here. You've amassed how many samples now? Of 2 million or so?
Approaching 2 million.
Coming up on 2 million.
Approaching 2 million, and your competitor is 23andMe is a little bit behind that. So there's huge now database of saliva samples with DNA markers that could, I would imagine, have tremendous value, right, in identifying disease trends and other things. Talk about that a little bit.
Ken, you want to speak to her?
Yeah, look, I think health certainly is one of the things that we could use that big database for. But if you take a step back, I mean, the reality is we've never amassed this much genetic information in one database, right? So we have 70 million family trees that people have put on the site. Now we're approaching 2 million genetic samples. We're going to be starting to get other information from consumers, and I think it's this opportunity for big data, not just in self-identity, but ultimately in health as well, is going to be huge because we've never had that opportunity to analyze and mine that much data.
I think there's some people who it creeps them out a little bit, right? What cybersecurity and the protection of this data? How much do you have to invest in that on an ongoing basis in order to?
Yeah, look, so we've dealt with personal information forever, so I think we've been pretty attentive to, we have been very attentive to our users' privacy and privacy concerns. Certainly the DNA data is also very sensitive information, so we have really invested significantly in ensuring that we can maintain the trust of our users, because so much of our brand equity is built on customer trust.
And today, what is the prime, if I send my saliva sample in, give people a sense of what the result they will get back looks
Sure.
like?
Yeah, so what we do is you give us a saliva sample. There are some cheek cells in there. We extract the DNA. And then we test your sample for 700,000 plus genetic markers that make up your genetic code. And that gives us a unique genetic signature that only you have. We then do two things. We compare that genetic signature to populations from all over the world, and that's how we're able to tell you what we call genetic ethnicity, which will say we think you're between 15 and 20% Irish, between 20 and 25% Eastern European, etc. The second thing we do is we compare your DNA sample to every other person in the database. Computationally very challenging, but very, very valuable data. So we'll be able to identify second, third, fourth cousins that now you can anonymously communicate with to identify how you're related, what was the common ancestor maybe 100 years ago. And I think the other thing I would say is, going back to this big data point, is with 2 million samples, we're going to have about 8 billion connections. We are way more related than we thought. Even we as scientists thought when we first started
Is
this.
it actually 6 degrees of separation, or is it more?
It's funny you say 6 degrees. I actually have a slide that says genetically we're about 2 degrees of separation,
Yeah.
right? And that's because obviously the genetics allows you to go with high accuracy up to a third or fourth cousin, which you may have shared an ancestor back in the late 1700s. So anyway, that is really the beginning of a network, a graph, right, that we're going to continue to mine for identity and then ultimately help.
And just so we're clear on the privacy side, right? So you could say to me, you have these 10 third cousins, but they're just numbers or alphanumerics. I can contact them blind, and then we can decide mutually to reveal ourselves.
That's exactly right.
That's right. I mean, look, most people don't choose to be anonymous because most people are very actively looking to connect with other people in this relatedness graph.
Yeah.
But you can stay anonymous. You can, disconnect your tree and hide it, and you don't have to engage in some of the communications that happens between the distant cousins that we connect through the service.
And it goes without saying that this will only work if the distant cousin has also submitted samples.
Absolutely,
That's
yeah,
right.
absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. All right, so I think this is a good time. We're going to put up a slide if our producers would. So I should say, unfortunately, there was not enough time to get the DNA results back for a presentation here, but the family history research was all done with the limited information that I was able to provide. My grandparents emigrated to this country through Ellis Island in New York City. I know some of the history. Their family was in what is now the Ukraine. It was Russia at the time. And this slide, do one of you want to speak to this? Or
Yeah, look, this is a really good example of some of the things you can find on Ancestry. One of the things I will note is in reviewing this information, I realized 5 minutes ago that the ship your grandfather came over on in 1911, I think, was the same ship that my great-great-grandfather emigrated to Ellis Island from the same port of Hamburg about 20 years earlier. So, look, this is the thing that has really powered our core business, the ability to make discoveries about where we come from, and either confirm or in some places, and sometimes overturn assumptions we have about who we are and where we've come from. So if you imagine, overlaying this experience with a picture of how you fit into a relatedness graph of all the people that have been descendants of this person or ancestors and siblings, it's a very powerful experience.
What was interesting for me here, I knew most of this, and I should say, if you were really industrious, this is research that you can do yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
So these three names that are listed in sort of the middle are in order my grandfather's children. Sylvia was my aunt. She was the oldest. The middle name, which none of us have been able to quite make out, but which got changed to Moses from my father. He's the middle child. And then David was his younger brother, my uncle. But the birth date from my father is not the birth date that he ever said was his birthday and that we've ever celebrated.
Yeah.
And it's off by about 6 months. Now, was this data that he would have provided to the authorities? Or his father would have provided to the authorities?
So one of the things that, truthfully, one of the wonderful things about Ancestry as a business model is it's really a never-ending journey to try to find the real truth in these historical documents. So think about it. Your grandfather had to remember the right date. He had to communicate that to somebody. That person had to write it down. And then we had to take a picture of it, and sometimes it's illegible. So it's not always a straight line from A to Z. Fortunately, people are never done with this stuff, and so we just keep trying to add content, new experiences and new discoveries powered from this DNA graph to keep people engaged and constantly helping them make discoveries about their ancestry.
So here's a good example, talking about the matching with cousins. We will now create, over time, a network of individuals that are related to you who may have found pictures, other documents that help you clarify. So I think another big part of this is the social experience that we haven't yet fully fleshed out. That's going to be a combination of both the current experience and DNA to allow you to continue to expand on that.
Now, if I were if I had gone to you guys to provide me with this information, and I had these questions, do I have an opportunity to go back to you and say, can you do more research for me here?
Well, we're not in the business of doing research. We are providing content, and we spent hundreds of millions of dollars digitizing these historical records from governments and archives all over the world. So one thing you can do is connect with people, distant cousins, some of whom may be phenomenal genealogists, and you can make real discoveries from, by talking to and communicating with other people in this relatedness graph.
You have a commercial running in which somebody says, I think I have this right, I thought we were Scottish, and it turns out we were German or something like that. How does that happen? How can somebody and families get that so wrong?
Well, first of all, I can tell you that very few people here have a Cherokee ancestor, although probably half the room may believe so. So we all live with these family myths and legends. My name is Timothy Patrick Sullivan, but really I'm only a third Irish. And I always knew that, my mom's family came from Germany and Eastern Europe, but somehow my own identity, until I really began to parse it and understand it, my own self-identity was very Irish. So it's not uncommon for families to get things wrong, or for individuals not to really think through, sort of the genetic makeup of the many people that have contributed to.
And so had the DNA sample from me been ready, what you would have provided me with was sort of like a pie chart of my various ethnic mix, or what would that have looked like?
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think one of the things that people think about is that it's only geography, and it really isn't, right? It's a genetic ethnicity. It's those individuals that your ancestors were part of. So it could be geography, it could be religion, it could be language, and so for you, for example, it could have been if there was part Jewish or a geography, and so we actually try to give you a mix, and we really let the data sort of tell us what these regions should be, and that's what we provide the consumer. And I think in the future, coming out later this year, and certainly into 2017, amazing new products that are coming out that are giving us greater and greater resolution for consumers to understand where their ancestors came from.
And so I would have gotten that pie chart, but then you would have also provided me, or you will provide me with
a list of everyone,
a list of names.
Absolutely.
Of people who or not names, identifying people, right, that I can contact.
A very, second, third, fourth cousins, etc. Yes.
What keeps you guys up at night? Obviously, the business is doing well, but I'm really curious about what good executives are always worried in the back of their minds, right?
Yeah. So, look, I mean, I think our biggest risks and the things we're focused on constantly are just executional. We're not, the core business does not have a super robust competitive set. We really are, sort of the center of gravity of the space. We clearly have a competitor in 23andMe, but we're really focused on identity as our value prop, so it's not a direct competitor. So, we have a vision for where we want to take the business, and we're operating now at a much larger scale than we were, 3-4 years ago. So we're trying to transform the company. We just took a major investment from Silver Lake, and they're bringing, tremendous value as a new partner to help a company scale and build the technology infrastructure. That's really the stuff I think I don't want to say worried about, but determined to get right to maintain our growth and position the company for, sort of faster and faster innovation going forward.
Well, we have to stop there. Thank you guys very much. Please thank these guys. And thanks for your attention.
Thanks very much, guys. So he's a pioneering early tech entrepreneur and board member of XPRIZE and Singularity University. Here to explain why he's still interested in the stars, in the company of Jemima Kiss of The Guardian, please welcome Naveen Jain.
Good morning, and thank you for coming. Naveen, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Jemima.
So, you've done a lot of things, you've had a lot of businesses, a lot of companies. Why did you start doing the moon?
Well, I think the moon to me is really symbolic of what we as entrepreneurs and humans are capable of doing. Because, moon has always been thought of something that only the superpowers could go and do. What if you can show people that a small group of committed people can go and land on the moon and become the fourth superpower? That has never been done before. And once you can show people what is possible, they will go out and maybe land on the Mars. Maybe they'll go land on the Venus, and maybe we'll conquer the galaxy. Who knows what we will do?
Space is often a really deeply personal mission that has driven the entrepreneurs that work in that space since they were children. Is that true of you?
Well, to me, it wasn't about really growing up wanting to be a space cadet. To me, when you start a company and the first thing you go out and assemble your team and what you say, we are going to go to the moon, we are going to go to the moon. So one day I say, you know what, let's just go to the moon and done with it, right? And then we'll start the next company.
Okay, so why you then? Why are you the best person to sort this mission to the stars?
Because I think I am the most dangerous person that space exploration has ever seen, because I know nothing about space. And most incremental solution comes from the people who are experts in the field. So experts are very good at doing something that's 10% better or 15% better. But you need complete non-expert who doesn't know what to say, not to do, is what you get 10x and 15x improvement. And that's why you see Elon Musk and you see Jeff Bezos and you see Richard Branson and you see Naveen Jain doing these things, because we are absolute non-experts.
So you're a moonshot in yourself, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying is I think moonshot. I am not a moonshot.
Okay, and if that wasn't ambitious enough, you've now got a new project called Blue Dot.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, so the Blue Dot is actually my way of looking at the things. What are the biggest problems facing humanity? Whether it is healthcare, whether it is water scarcity, whether it is food. And we look at the stuff and saying we are living in a decade of the most innovative decade in the human history. In the next 10 years, we'll fundamentally change the way and the trajectory of how humanity lives. We'll be able to reprogram our own human body. So imagine our software of our body has not been upgraded for millions of years. And we can't live without an upgrade on our cell phone for more than a year. So think about that. What if we are able to reprogram our body not to store fat? Because that's just a bug in our software that was designed originally when we used to eat every 3-4 days. Now we eat 3 or 4 times a day. What's the reason for us to be storing the food? Just because I had a big lunch doesn't mean I'm not going to have a big dinner or even a bigger dessert after that. So point is, you can fundamentally change the way we live. And we have to change the mindset. Our mindset has actually become that of scarcity rather than the mindset of abundance. In fact, in many of the developed countries, when we talk about sustainability, it has become a synonym for conservation. That means use less of what we have. And I tell people, you can never ever grow by saving, you grow by making more. So if you want to create abundance, create more of what we need. More land. If you're fighting over land, let's go figure out how to live on the moon, how to live on the Mars. If you're fighting over water, let's create abundance of fresh water. And we can, we can create abundance of energy, because we're living on a planet that's bathed in solar energy 10,000 times more than we use. And people say, but it is not efficient. We can't do it. It costs too much. It is the same argument that people made, hundreds of years ago. Do you know what the most precious metal was? It wasn't the platinum. It wasn't gold. It was aluminum. In fact, the top of the Washington Monument is the aluminum, because it was the most precious metal. In fact, Napoleon, when he hosted a dinner for King of Siam, he wanted to impress him. You know what he did? He fed all his executives in a gold platter, his troops in a silver platter, but the King of Siam was served in an aluminum platter. That was his way of saying, I respect you. You know why it was rare? There is a tremendous amount of aluminum on planet Earth, but it's not in a pure quantity. It's always mixed with, it's called bauxite, until we developed the technology called electrolyte, and suddenly it became abundant. So same thing when you talk about going to the moon is impossible, it's too hard. What if it changed? What if we can have, as you are starting to see, the reusable rockets, solid state rockets, and you're able to go there on a weekend? And what if the honeymoon really becomes taking your honey to the moon? And actually, really, seriously, it's not called honey Hawaii, it's called honeymoon, right? What if you...
Let's go back a step or two to how Blue Dot will work as a company.
So Blue Dot actually has a very interesting business model. What I realize is that every single year in the developed countries, we're spending 500 billion, that's with a B, every single year. And there are millions of scientists who are working at the national labs, at NASA and universities for 10, 20 years building this research. And I started to look at these research and I say, oh my God, what if this research can be applied for changing, for the benefit of humanity? So imagine I saw a spray that you can spray on a Kleenex, and as you sneeze, it can tell you whether you have a flu or a common cold, whether you have a bacterial infection or a viral infection. Imagine if we can reduce the use of antibiotics, knowing that you have a bacterial infection or you have a viral infection. What if you're able to diagnose all the common diseases better than a doctor? What if you are able to change what you actually do based on what you eat? Because the microbiome itself, your gut bacteria, is what controls whether you are going to have Alzheimer's, whether you have depression, anxiety. And a lot of the things in your body is actually controlled by microbiome, your bacteria in your gut. So when we are so proud of ourselves, we don't realize we are simply a host for parasites. 90% of our cells in our body are nothing but bacterial cells. So don't be so proud, you're simply a host for parasites.
So of all these disparate research projects, how does Blue Dot start working with those people? Do you buy the IP? Do you buy the patents?
It's very interesting, and I think all of you should do that. This is a totally wonderful business model. It is a taxpayer money that's being used for the research. You can go to any of the national labs or NASA, and you have a right to be able to see what they're doing, and right to be able to get an exclusive license for that technology that you can build a company around. So imagine they have spent $10 billion building a portable X-ray machine, and now you can go out and build a business out of it, and it's yours to have, and you pay them a very small royalty. So think about, you can go out and find these amazing research where they've spent $10 billion already building the product, and you go build the company. Not only you help billions of people around the world that's doing good, and you create a $10 billion company in the process that's doing well.
Presumably it takes quite a lot of money to bring that product to market, or to put more time and energy and resource into developing that project further. So how many projects do you have ongoing, and how much money do you put into those?
It's very interesting that actually it does not require a lot, because what happens is these people are continuing to work on it, and it takes to productize something may cost you anywhere between a couple of $100,000 to maybe a couple of $1 million. So it's really not a lot of investment. And what I do specifically is I work with them to create the prototype, and I pay them to say, show me that you can actually use the Hubble telescope UV sensor to detect cancer or to detect a bacterial infection. And if you can do that, I will license it. And it may cost you a couple of $100,000 for them, have them build a prototype that you specifically want them to do. And then you license the IP, and then you essentially hire a team to go out and pursue the market. But at that point, you know the product is ready. Because once the product is ready, you don't need an entrepreneur. You need a great managers. And you can hire a bunch of great managers from a mid-level managers from a bunch of large companies and have them build a company.
So how many projects do you have ongoing?
So we currently have 5 different projects that we're working on. Most of them are actually in the wireless transfer of energy. Some very, very clever way of you can transfer the energy so you can have your pacemaker, your cell phone, your wristwatch, or any of the embeddable devices that are going to be inside your body. So imagine the nanobots. You know, we talk about changing the way we live. What if you can create the nanobots which are like your blood cells, and they're constantly roving in your body, removing all the cancer cells, removing all the diseases, at the same time also supplying you with the oxygen. So when your heart stops working, you don't go out and die. You simply take a nice shower, you go call your doctor and say, hey doc, my heart stopped working. Would you mind printing me a new heart? I'll be there in 30 minutes, right? And now you can actually go out and build, 3D print your own organs. You can print your own liver. So don't worry about drinking tonight. Drink as much as you want. You always have a new liver waiting for you.
I think that was last night, but never mind. Of all these projects, it seems like it's hard to work out whether you find an interesting technology and then you see what problem you can solve with that, or whether you have a kind of a list of the world's biggest problems and then you try and find a technology that can solve that.
It is always the second thing. What you do is you look at it and think, what are the biggest problems facing humanity?
Okay, so what are the biggest problems?
I will come back to it in a second. But it is the reason you do that is not because you are simply a philanthropist. Because the biggest problems are the biggest opportunity for an entrepreneur. If you can help 1 billion people, you can create a $10 billion company. There is no two ways about it. So what are the biggest problems? So if you think about lack of fresh water, and you say, why do we have a lack of fresh water when we're living on a planet that's 70% water? But you say, but it's all salty water. But imagine where the fresh water goes. Fresh water is used for agriculture. What if we can change agriculture to be aeroponic or hydroponic, or change the seeds to use lightly salted water? We can have abundance of water. But you take a step further, and you're saying majority of the agriculture is used to feed the cattle. And what if we are able to create the beef without ever having to raise the cattle, simply taking a stem cell from a cow and create a muscle tissue? Then you can now have biofactories of beef without ever having to have a cattle. So imagine suddenly a fresh water problem becomes a synthetic biology problem. And if you solve that, imagine what's happening. You're also helping the environment, because the biggest damage to the environment is being caused by the cattle with the methane, which causes the depletion of the ozone layer and the carbon dioxide. So what if you solve that? So if you really care about the environment, don't drive Tesla, just don't eat meat once a week. And that will do more for the environment than you will ever do driving Tesla. So don't feel good about driving Tesla. I drive Ferrari, but you know what? I'm a vegetarian. So I feel damn good.
I'm also 40 years vegetarian. So, yeah, sorry, New Orleans. That didn't really work out. But
continuing the thing, so lack of fresh water, lack of health care. I mean, imagine that we have these doctors that go to college for 6-7 years and they do the internship. And by the time they come out of the internship, they're already obsolete. Because the technology is moving so fast, the doctor has no idea what is going on. In fact, there is more research being done every single day than a human being can read in 24 hours. So in fact, the sensors are becoming so powerful and they're becoming so cheap. Today, you can have a cell phone that can diagnose the common diseases. It can diagnose the heart diseases. It can diagnose most things. In fact, it can diagnose the cancer with a better AI, better than any radiologist ever. In fact, we have proven time and time again, humans make more mistakes than computers will do if you give them the right set of sensors and right AI. So healthcare is absolutely ripe for disruption. So healthcare diagnostic will completely get disrupted in next 5 to 10 years. Genetics will completely disrupt the way we live, and it's going to change everything, because you'll be able to change not only how our human body performs, but someday we might be able to in fact do the head transplant. So imagine this already being done. where people are able to take one head and put them in another body. So let someone else do a better workout, and you can always have a great body later, right? You don't even have to work out someday.
You're clearly very ambitious and have interests in a huge number of areas. How do you make sure that you stay focused?
So
if you try to do too many things in too many areas, it's not going to work.
So the way you stay, as an entrepreneur, I'm a big believer that most entrepreneurs and most companies die out of indigestion rather than starvation. Trying to do so many things together at the same time is what kills company. So I don't do so many things. What I do is I start one project, I nurture it. When it's ready, I hire the whole team. So for example, at Moon Express, I worked for the 3-4 years. Now I have a CEO and a whole team that's running it. And I move on to the executive chairman, where my job is to simply provide advice. And then I move on to the next project. And the next project, I'm focused on that. As soon as that's ready, I hire a whole team and let it go. And then I build the next. But while I'm doing it, these projects are actually laddered. So some things are going to be ready in 1 year, some are going to be ready in 2 years, some are going to be ready in 3 years, and some are 5 or 10 years project. And by laddering them, I'm able to essentially focus on each project when they are ready, and essentially able to give it to someone who can go out and continue to build them. And to me, the best leverage I have is to be able to see what needs to be done, create an amazing team, and give them the resources they need to be able to do their job.
With that in mind, what are you most proud of?
I'm most proud of being an entrepreneur. To me, there is no better way of giving back to the society than being an entrepreneur. Everyone else can whine and give you the problems, or people can come up with, I have an idea, but the only one who goes out and solves a problem is an entrepreneur. So if you ask me what I'm most proud of, every entrepreneur I meet, my hats off to them. I love them, and I'll do anything for them because they are the one who are changing the society. Anyone who comes and says, this is a crazy idea, to me, that's the guy who's going to change the world. Because if you're not thinking so big that people think you're crazy, either your idea is too small or you just happen to be crazy. In that case, all bets are off.
And the flip side to that question is, what are you least proud of?
What I'm least proud of is actually not being an entrepreneur when I was young. I started my entrepreneurial journey when I was in my 30s rather than my 20s. So I am just so proud of my kids who started their entrepreneurial journey. And by the time when I even knew what I was doing, my oldest not only started the company, he sold the company already. So I'm thinking, what was I doing when I was 20 years old?
And looking ahead, and I know you have many pots on the boil, but looking ahead, which technology or trend or company, apart from your own, excites you the most?
So I really think if you look at the things, I focus more on what are the biggest changes that you're going to see. So I see the artificial intelligence will fundamentally change a lot of different things. And the problem with the artificial intelligence is the day it starts working, people start to take it for granted. Oh, it's no longer in artificial intelligence. For example, when we fly a plane, pilots don't fly the plane. It's the artificial intelligence that actually flies the plane. And people are today so scared of autonomous cars. It is going to happen just like we fly the AI flies the plane. We'll be flying the car. We essentially will be driving the car. You look at your dishwasher. Dishwasher is an AI. It's a robotic AI. But now we take it for granted. The same things will start to happen. So I really think the artificial intelligence companies like Vicarious, and there are several other great companies who are really doing some amazing stuff in AI that I think will be very, very exciting. I think the AR, the augmented reality, is going to be another big change in terms of how we perceive reality. Because our brain is never designed to have things that are created that don't exist in the physical world. And only reason I know this bottle of water exists is because somehow this bottle of water is sending the photons to my retina, and it goes to my visual cortex, and it goes through V1, V2, V3, V4, and we realize that thing is a bottle of water. What if I was wearing the glasses, and the glasses itself intercepted the light and created the water bottle? My brain doesn't know the water bottle exists, or I created it artificially. So imagine that what would you do? Suddenly, when we are talking about a project, you and I could be looking at something that doesn't exist here. We can be able to explain it. We are able to walk down on a Chinatown and see every sign being in English rather than being in Chinese. Suddenly, we are able to, in fact, mix the reality between physical and virtual, and everything changes. So what's real and what's not real, the whole idea of having the screen goes away. Why would you need to have a cell phone or iPad or a TV when you can create it when you need it? So if I need a text message, my screen pops up in front of me. I need a bigger screen TV, it pops up in front of me. So suddenly all the things that we are used to changes because we are able to mix the reality between artificial and reality. So I think the healthcare diagnostic will completely get disrupted. Genetics will completely disrupt everything. 3D printing and robotics will completely disrupt the supply chain. It will disrupt the way we do things. That means we can go to space and build things in space rather than carrying every part from here. A space station doesn't need to take all the spare parts because we can print the parts that we need right in space itself. We can print the whole humanity and DNA of humanity. We can teleport ourselves doing the DNA synthesis. We can in fact transfer our mind, our body into a different location, and suddenly we can be teleported. So beam me up, Scotty.
Naveen promised me before this session started that there wouldn't be a moment of silence, and I think he has fulfilled his brief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jemima, and thank you very much.
Thanks so much. That was great, wasn't it? Okay, so lots still to come here on center stage. Hope you're enjoying things this morning. So we will have the co-founders of WeWork, the co-founders of Slack. We will have Brett Favre, one of the greatest ever NFL players. We will be crowning the winner of the collision pitch competition. So please do stay with us. We also will be dealing with the major issues of the day in tech, including the next topic, which will be all about the on-demand economy and new regulations and how they coexist. So to consider this, please welcome in the company of Christina Bonington of Refinery 29, Oisin Hanrahan, founder and CEO of Handy, and Brian O'Malley, partner at Excel.
Hey. Thanks, everyone. We're here today talking about regulating the on-demand economy, and here with me is Brian O'Malley from Excel, and you specialize in investing in the on-demand marketplaces, right?
Yeah, all sorts of marketplaces.
Awesome. And Oisin, you are the CEO and co-founder of Handy, correct?
Right.
And Handy's a marketplace for ordering on-demand handymen and cleaners. So I guess first off, the on-demand economy is going by a bunch of different names, but basically there's 26 million people in the US that are working part-time as part of this economy, whether you're calling it the gig economy, the flexible economy, on demand. What do you call it, and why is that name significant?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I don't know if I have a great name. I think on-demand is the wrong name, though, because at the end of the day, trying to fulfill services on demand is almost the hardest part of this economy. It means you have to build up a ton of supply ready to go at any minute. And the real interesting thing is you now have a ton of different types of workers, whether they're cleaning houses, whether they're delivering food, or we're starting to see much more intellectual tasks that go further down the spectrum, are smartphone enabled, ready to go, and the ability to show up, earn either full-time living or earn supplemental income in a way that's never been possible before. And so we really look at it from the worker out, whereas I think a lot of people who are more consumers of this economy think about it from the standpoint of pushing a button, getting something done.
Right.
Yeah, I think we're really missing a trick here. I think we name things from our own perspective. So exactly what you're talking about it, we talk about it from the point of view of a consumer. And that makes sense because everybody thinks from their own point of view, they understand things from their own vantage point. But if you really understand what's going on, you really dig in, what's happening on the supply side is probably even more interesting than what's happening on the demand side. So you've got people working on Uber, on Lyft, on Handy, on Instacart, and they're delivering services in an amazingly flexible way. They're dipping into this part of the economy. They're never giving Handy hours or schedules or calendars. They're simply saying, hey, I want to work at a particular time, and there's work there. And if we were naming it entirely from their point of view, from the point of view of people working in these platforms, we'd call it the flexible economy. We really recognize that people are choosing to work in this sector because it gives them flexibility. This idea of a 40-hour work week where you have your shifts dictated by somebody else, it's really an old concept, and we're missing so much by calling this the on-demand economy.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's really interesting is that you have these populations, right? So you have a lot of people graduating college where there's not a whole lot of jobs available to those folks. You've got people coming back from the military who are now looking for additional work. You have people who retired who still want to be doing something and don't just want to play golf all day. And so from a worker standpoint, the whole idea of it used to be you would go, you would interview with someone, you would largely have a complicated interview process. Now you show up, you work, and the quality of your work really dictates, in some cases, how much you get paid, but in a lot of cases, how much work finds its way to you in the future. And so getting rid of that process and enabling people to show up, work a job, see if they like it, and if they like it, continue to do it based on the quality of their work. It's a very different hiring process, and with these populations trying to find a livable wage and trying to find a good income, it adds a lot of opportunity to people that otherwise might have gotten lost in the shuffle.
Gotcha. And is this workforce something that's been around for a really long time, or is it really just starting to blossom now with on-demand apps and things? I mean, as far as being an employee goes, right now, still you're either 1099 or W-2. You're freelance or you're employed.
So the laws does anyone know what the FLSA is? FLSA? No hands. So the FLSA is a piece of legislation that was created in 1938 that largely informs this classification of work, that links employment to benefits, that links all these things together. And obviously we've had iPhones for probably 8 or 9 years now. We've had the App Store. We've had Uber for 6 years. And so much has changed since that legislation came about that it really doesn't match what's happening today. You've got about 700,000 people working across Uber, Lyft, Handy, and Instacart. And they're choosing to work in this part of the economy because it's flexible. They're choosing to work here because they don't want to give someone availability in hours. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't have access to benefits, access to education, access to training. But there's this false choice that the law has created right now between those things. And I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. You mentioned in the beginning that you've got 26 million Americans working part-time. Most of those folks are actually W-2. So these are folks who are not clipping the 30-hour work week to have access to benefits, and yet it's this false choice that's being created right now by legislation that we've really got to figure out how to improve.
Yeah, and it's something that it's not really just about the startup companies either. If you look with Obamacare and how that's impacted employers, you have a lot of large-scale employers that have actually shifted more people to part-time than full-time from a cost perspective. And so this is something that I think impacts workers more broadly than those that are just participating in this part of the economy.
And what's happening regarding this in Washington right now?
So I think that part of the problem is we framed it the wrong way. So we framed it as the on-demand economy. And I think as leaders of these platforms who have so many people working on them, so I mentioned the over 700,000 people working across those top 4, you've got tens of millions of consumers using these platforms. We have a role to educate folks in Washington to really go down and explain this is why people are choosing to use these platforms, to really emphasize that this is incremental or supplemental income, exactly as Brian has said. 80% of the people on Handy work 20 hours a week or less. 50% work 10 hours a week or less. These are folks who are dipping into the platforms, but there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to say, okay, just because you're only working that number of hours a week, you can't have benefits. That doesn't make sense. We've got to figure out a portable benefits program so that people can say, okay, I only want to work that number of hours, but I can still have access to benefits, education, and training.
Yeah, I think a lot of the conversation in Washington is almost that startups are taking advantage of people. At the end of the day, people are voluntarily showing up because of the flexibility it offers. And when we were looking hard at the whole food delivery space, I went and drove for a bunch of platforms that kind of figured you can't invest if you don't.
Did you get a good rating?
I don't know. I didn't do it long enough to know, but probably
That's
not.
a no.
Yeah, probably
That's
not.
A no.
But anyways, you talk to the different drivers who are doing it, and a lot of it comes back to just this opportunity where there's no other way to voluntarily work a couple hours and get paid for it. And so when people think about an extra $100 a week, an extra $200 a week, and how that can impact themselves personally or impact their family, that opportunity is really impressive and is really interesting. But I think the view in Washington doesn't really come from the worker perspective. It looks at some of these companies and the market cap that they've created, and there's a feeling that people are getting taken advantage of, as opposed to the platforms are trying to work within the regulations that are there. And so going back to benefits, going back to training, these are things that are helpful to workers. And I think we should look at it from the perspective of workers out and what's helpful to the workers, and how do we, either as an industry or from a regulation perspective, help figure that out.
Now, in terms of, you said you tried out a bunch of different car companies, and so there's a lot happening in what we've been calling the on-demand space. And a lot of these companies have been kind of going under. They've been cutting back on their workforce, changing their policies. Brian, you mentioned that we're in a bit of an on-demand apocalypse. Would you mind talking about that?
That's not my quote. But,
what's actually happening here?
No, look, I think a lot of times there's this pendulum, and it swung from maybe a year or two ago that the assumption was that every company that got started in the space made sense and was going to exist and was going to be worth billions of dollars. And the pendulum now is swung to the other side, where the assumption is that everything's going to fall apart and everything's going to be a disaster. And at the end of the day, it comes back to a couple things. One, when you're building a marketplace, what is the value prop to both sides of the supply and demand? And does that value prop hold water? And can you make a decent margin off of that? So there are some companies that have done a very good job proving that out, and there are others where it's still very much TBD. The second piece is, how well are you able to operate that business? Like, these are not software companies like WhatsApp, where you can have 20 people in a room and service tens of millions of people. These are operationally very complicated businesses, and so you need really talented operators who are able to cost effectively service both sides of the community. And I think a lot of companies got a free pass over the last couple of years to not really think about how to build cost-effective, scalable operations. And now that money's harder to come by, companies are having to figure that out. And the reality is that some businesses make sense, they should exist, and they're run by good teams. The ones that haven't done so well so far are the ones that the team just didn't make the right moves. Like, that particular market space wasn't fundamentally different enough compared to the incumbents that people were already using. Not everything needs to be a push-button service from your phone. So I think it's going to shake out, but again, the underlying trends around mobile adoption, the underlying trends around the changes in the workforce, and I think some of the things that are coming, Uber and Postmates now having APIs, where you almost think about that as like an AWS-like service, where other people can build companies on top of that and not necessarily have to recruit an entire workforce to get going in a particular city. So I think there's a next wave of companies that's coming out, and I'm excited specifically because a lot of people are negative on the category. And so that's when the real innovation tends to happen.
Gotcha. I'm curious, Oshin, for Handy, what do you think are some of the good moves that your company has made, and have there been any bad ones?
I think
No bad ones.
I think that whether you're in an upcycle or a down cycle or a sideways cycle, there are always great companies being built. Exactly as Brian said, these are companies that are creating real value for customers, in our case, real value for pros, and platforms that have some sort of moat or defensibility. So with Handy, one of the things we noticed early on was that density was everything. So you'd come to the platform as a customer, you did a search for a cleaner. If we had availability at a time that suited you, you made the booking. The conversion was really high. Retention was high. The same thing on the supply side. If you came, you were onboarded. We've had over 1.3 million people apply to join Handy as pros. We've activated about 50,000 of them. Those people who have work in their city at a time that they want to work at and an area they want to work, they stay on the platform. So we realized density was crucial. Customers drive bookings, bookings drive pros, pros drive availability, and that comes all the way back around and starts to spin. So we really invested very early on in making sure that as we went into cities, we only went in where we knew that we could get density. So we focused really aggressively on being deep in every city we were in, as opposed to being in hundreds and hundreds of cities before we were ready. Today we're in 28 cities, 25 in the US, 2 in Canada and London. We haven't launched a new city now in about 18 months. All of the growth we've seen has been same city growth. So we're seeing huge growth in the platform, all coming from existing cities. And I think that differentiation of, hey, let's just build a platform that's bigger because it rewards shareholders or it's, a bigger business, is different to saying, let's build a platform that's bigger because it actually builds a better experience. And I think it's important that it's better not just for consumers, but it's better for our pros as well. So I think that core idea of just going deeper and deeper into every market is at the heart of what Handy's all about.
Yeah, I look at the e-commerce wave of startups maybe 4 or 5 years ago as a really interesting proxy, where a lot of companies came out and they had some sort of scheme, some sort of subscription where it maybe didn't make sense for the product category. And at the end of the day, the companies that were successful were the ones that were able to build a brand, were amazing merchants, and understood how to turn inventory. And so even though these companies are being built online, at the end of the day, it came down to who's building a good retail operation. And I think the same thing will prove true here, where you'll see lots of schemes, you'll see people throwing, kind of good money after bad. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down who can run an amazing service operation. And that comes back to efficiency, that comes back to having the right tools, that comes back to instilling the right sort of service mentality in the workers. And so some people are going to get that right and others aren't. But it comes back to, are you running an amazing service business and the technology is helping you, but it's helping you run a great service business. It's not the end-all, be-all.
I think there's probably 3 main stakeholders in most of these platforms. You've got the customers, you've got the supply side, and you've got the team itself and investors. And there are lots of things you can do to move value from one of those parties to the other. So you can pay people less, you can charge customers more, you can decide to pass on a discount or not. Really, really focusing the team on how do we do things that create value for everybody, as opposed to just moving the value that exists around the platform across those 3 parties. And it's really easy to fall into a trap of, hey, I'm just going to move the value around, because it's value that you know is there and you can incrementally move it between parties. Whereas saying, hey, we're only going to do things, we're only going to build product features, create operational changes that actually make more value or create value for all 3 parties, I think is a really big mind shift that these platforms need to make.
Circling back to the worker side of the equation here, in terms of value, how does, with regard to our current, how we think of the on-demand economy and part-time workers, Handy, you believe in a portable benefit system, correct? Would you mind talking about that? And do you think that that's kind of a solution for these type of companies and making sure both the company and the workers are happy and delivering value?
Yeah, so I think this idea that your benefits need to be linked to your employer is just such an old idea, and it doesn't actually make sense in a world where people are dipping in and out of platforms, where they're working part-time here, part-time in another job. And it's actually not just a 1099 problem. It's not just a contractor problem. It exists in the W-2 world as well. And the idea is, what if you could take benefits and buy them on an hourly basis or buy them on a percentage of dollars earned basis, and you could buy those benefits completely agnostically of which platform you're on? And there are lots of challenges with it. So in a world where you are working one week and not working the next, the definition of what employment or unemployment looks like changes. The definition of what paid disability looks like changes. So there are really, really, really big challenges to be worked out. But we've got to get to a place where we understand how to create access to benefits, access to education, access to training for people who are choosing to work in a part-time way. The current situation where this is being litigated is not the answer. There's nobody who's, well, maybe the lawyers are doing very well out of litigation, but other than the lawyers, there's nobody who's winning in this litigation war that's happening right now. Not the platforms, not the customers, not the pros. So we've got to get past litigation and get into a world where we say, okay, let's solve this using legislation. Let's create an environment where the platforms are supportive, where people have access to benefits, have the flexibility they want, and yet the platforms still work. Because I think there's so many people's lives who are dependent on these platforms now who really want to use them to either earn money or to use them to get services. We've got to figure out the answer, and it's not litigation.
Awesome. And then, do you find it difficult to work on this when you're working on regulation that you may not actually see happening for like 5 or 10 years?
I think that if there are really big problems to be solved, and we think about Handy as this platform that's going to deliver every service to every home. So we start with cleaning. We've served well over 500,000 customers, over 2 million transactions in cleaning. And our view is that we want to build a platform that delivers every service to every home. That's a 10, 15, 20-year vision. It's okay for us to take a view that it's going to take 3, 4, 5 years to fix the regulatory problems that exist because we have such a large vision and we know it's going to take us so long to get there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think investing in the category, when this whole W-2 questions were coming up around Uber, you get a lot of questions of, does this make you just want to hit the pause button looking at it? But at the end of the day, it impacts so many people, both on the customer satisfaction side as well as on the worker side, that if you can build something that, as Oshin said, like contributes value to all parties, there's an assumption that it might take a little while to figure it out, but of all the risks that you have building a company, that one's lower on the list. And this assumption that just because something happens to Uber, that means it's going to happen to every other category of worker. Uber has a lot of other realities competing against the taxi industry versus other industries that were much more 1099 or much more flexible to begin with. So I think it's one of these things that you almost have to operate understanding that it's going to change. But if you're focused on your customers and you're focused on your workers, good things should happen.
Awesome. Well, we're out of time. Thanks so much, Brian and
Thank you.
Oshin.
Thank you.
Thanks, folks. Our next guest companies have partnered to reimagine the way stories can be told. Please welcome, in the company of Stephen Bertoni of Forbes, David Yoon and Mark Matthew of Samsung, and Jacques Met of Cirque du Soleil.
There we go. Okay. All right, good morning, everybody. We have an awesome VR panel right now with 3 of the big experts in the business. So let's open it up real quick. What is happening in virtual reality right now in storytelling that everyone should be really excited about? I'll throw that to you, Dave.
What is happening? A lot of stuff is happening. I think, I know Mark and Jacques are going to talk about storytelling done by professionals who can bring live experiences to large audiences. I've been focusing a lot on personal storytelling and how VR can enable that. So not just big production companies and studios, but individuals who can share experiences and increase their connections to other people, communications. We can get more into the details, but I think VR is more than just entertainment and gaming, which is great, but it's also about communicating and really holding on to personal life experiences and sharing it with other people.
Yeah, if I may step in, I think one interesting aspect of VR right now is that as opposed to movies and photography before, it will not start by professionals and then consumer. It'll be consumers doing things on their own while professional storytellers will also be doing things at the same time. And I think these 2 things will nourish one another. So that makes it even more exciting than just the arrival of a new technology.
Yeah, it's really to me what's exciting is the fact that it's both at the same time the invention of a new medium, but also the democratization of the way both content creation and content consumption is going to happen. So instead of it happening, being in the hands of just a few people, because a Gear VR handset costs $99, because a 360-degree camera that we're going to introduce in about a month is going to cost a few $100s. It's going to enable just about everybody in this room and beyond to be, the people who are going to shape what this medium is going to be, what this medium is going to do And that's what's exciting.
Yeah, how's that gonna work? So smartphones have turned everyone into filmmakers. They've turned everyone into photographers. It's so easy. How does three-dimensional video? How is that going to look for the consumer? Like, how does that work?
Well, I mean, the beauty of and I wish I had brought the 360 camera that we're about to launch, but it's basically an eyeball, a little bit bigger than a golf ball, with two lenses on each side. And the beauty is that you just control it from your phone. You push a button, it films without turning. It films, everything, stitches it together instantaneously, gives you the ability to both, post it on Facebook, on YouTube, or to put it on a VR platform and view it in a VR VR headset. So it's really very easy. And there are, I know, you've invested in some company that's helping create new editing tools. So there's going to be lots of, again, tools that are going to be born to not just democratize the filming, but also the editing, the posting of content, as well as probably also the rating of the content, because in the end, there's going to be both the top content that's going to be done by the Felix and Paul and Verse, Chris Milk of this world, but also more the indies and the user-generated content. So there's going to need to be some mechanism to make sure that there is quality content.
And where will this content live? I mean, is there going to be a YouTube for VR? Is it going to be Facebook with their investment in Oculus? Is it up for grabs right now? And who's going to control this platform?
I think, the answer ultimately remains to be seen, but right now what we're seeing are big companies like Facebook and YouTube declaring their intent to help become an aggregator and a distributor of content. We're in there as well. We have an app called Milk for VR, and so I think there's going to be lots of different combinations of companies offering the equivalent of apps or services and other companies providing platforms to distribute these apps and services.
Quick question for the audience. How many people here have experienced VR before? So we've got a very savvy group here. How do you think, what's going to be the experience that's going to break into the mainstream? I mean, there's been a ton of buzz on VR, but I feel like most of the world and Americans haven't experienced it. What's going to be that experience that gets, my dad to do VR?
It'll be compelling content, either user-generated, because you can expect people from regular people to do exciting things with this, and also professional doing something completely unexpected and different, because it'll be a complete different way of telling a story. I mean, we've been used for 100 years or so to have the story in front of us, told by someone in a certain order. Here, it's different. It's all around you. It cannot be anymore just one shot after the other. It has to be an experience all around you that you have to follow. So the creators of these experiences will have to think out of the old box and come up with a different way of telling the story. That's the part that we're really excited about.
The best thing I did actually with my own team, I had an offsite with 50 of my team, and I put them in groups of 6 or 7 people, and I gave them each an hour and a half and a 360 camera to go and do a story. And it was the best thing I could do to make them understand how different that medium was, because in an hour, they had to find how to make a story that's interesting, because to your point, the ones that were interesting were the ones where there was a narrative that was all around, but where you had cues to know where to look. Because if you don't give the audience, a cue on where to look, then it's boring. So you need through sound, you need through, to have some cues.
Give me an example. What were some of the good experiences that the team came
Well, there was one where basically it was a guy who lost his steam. So he kept, everywhere he was, he lost his steam. And you realize by looking that he lost his steam because he was not paying attention. He was getting drunk, therefore falling asleep. So they had created a whole story in about an hour's time where they discovered by themselves almost how storytelling in 360 needed to be done. And so to answer the question, to me, it's the more we can put both the consumption and the creation in the hands of people, the more we will help accelerate the medium. And that's where I think we need all of this community, both on the content creation and the content consumption, to experiment with that. There are lots of forms of storytelling. The medium has not been yet defined, and both from the pure entertainment side to the utility side. I know later Scott Harrison is going to talk today, and Charity Water, for instance, is one of the companies that has used VR in an amazing way to create, to create compassion.
Yeah.
And so that's what is going to democratize it, is people experimenting it.
I think to answer your question, I agree with what was said, but it wasn't one thing that made online video pop or made YouTube, right? There's going to be lots of different things that become hits, and some of the content in VR is going to be created by people with the express purpose of trying to get as large an audience as possible to create a phenomena. And a lot of it also is not going to be content created for large audiences, but it could be kind of one-to-one or one to a small group, right? And that's what, when Mark describes this camera that we're talking about, it can do live streaming, so you can literally be at a place that you're not and experience something at that same time, or you can take it later. You can consume it in a VR headset and literally look around and be there, or you could experience it in 2D, right? And so there'll be a lot more, I think, opportunities or gateways to consume the content. But I think what's going to get your dad to try it may not be that high-end video that everyone's seen, although it could be. Yeah. But my guess is that it's going to be most likely a combination of something like that, and for those of you who are parents, being able to relive your first child's first steps and literally be able to walk around your child and feel like you're almost there again, or relive certain things in your past life that were documented, big events. And when people see that, they'll understand, oh my goodness, this is more real and more immersive in some ways than actual reality. And that's why I think people are going to really get into it.
That's an interesting point, because we will be able also to enhance reality. That's the other layer that this technology allows. You can tell a story by filming, excuse me for the 20th century word, the reality, and then you can superimpose all sorts of other things coming from other images or CG or stuff like that. So that makes it even more exciting. I think that what will make it work is that you will have a much better experience than what was available before, and then storytellers, small or big, coming from the crowds or coming from Hollywood, will also take this and make it even better in terms of a way of telling a story.
I'm going to put you on the spot, because you're with Cirque du Soleil, which is just the masters of live entertainment, every sense, sight, sound, everything. Could you give me an example of your dream vision of Cirque in VR? What would be that new storytelling?
You can get a taste of this if you watch Curios, the thing we did with Samsung. The first thing we did, the first decision we made was not to put the device in front of the show, but inside the show. So if you put that helmet, you're on stage, you're one of the characters on the stage, and you're playing with the other people. They come and they greet you and they show you things, and it's all around you. That's the very, very beginning. That's the first step. I think that going further, we can start creating material only for this purpose, as opposed to adapting existing material. And then we can add other elements like the CG elements and cutting and taking you from one place to the other, which is something you cannot do when you watch a show. We can give you the option to watch the show from within in different places.
So it'd be a mix of I'm in the audience and under my seat I put on a VR for part of it, or I'm on my couch at home watching or experiencing the show.
My answer to your question was about the VR guy wanting to create something for the VR. I have colleagues in the organization who are also looking at doing things like this. How can we bring a VR layer to an actual live show? That's something we're also pursuing.
Another example, a couple of things we've done, which I find quite compelling, is when you actually use VR to enhance an experience. So we've done a couple of things with Six Flags. First, we did 4D chairs. So imagine chairs like this that are actually moving as you have your VR headset. And for those of you, we have them in our 837 concept space in New York in the meatpacking district. And you really feel that you're going through a proper loop, although you're seated in a chair. But the experience is really tricking your brain completely. And the other thing we did with them, we actually they're going to have several by, I think, in the next few months rolling out. They already have it in LA, in their parks, where they have transformed some of their maybe older roller coaster by creating an experience where everybody on the roller coaster puts a Gear VR headset and goes through a complete different reality experience on the roller coaster, and you are in this fantastic world where you can shoot from your headsets, and you're in this imaginative city. And to be honest, it was not that obvious to think that a roller coaster could be reinvented. Actually a fully depreciated asset could be completely renewed with a piece of equipment and a phone that you put on your head. And now, as they build more and more content, people probably will be able to even choose their ride and decide which ride they want to go to. So it creates unlimited experience opportunities. But again, there are hundreds of opportunities like that to reinvent business models that are up for grab for entrepreneurs, developers, which is what we're looking to partner with, because at the end, the more these things will pop up, the more we will be interested as a company like Samsung is kind of like leading the way in equipping people with VR to market all those great experiences to accelerate the development of the medium.
So, obviously the implications for business, but things like travel and education, you completely redefine because it's not just repurposing, if that's the right word, what you thought was a particular experience and completely adding a different dimension to it, but you have the ability with VR to do it with a community, right? So maybe I want to see Jacques' new show, and I have friends in different parts of the world. We can all effectively in the future have a front row seat, or at better, to Jacques' point, we could actually be on stage. And what's interesting also about that is, even though it's one piece of content, because it's VR, how I consume it and where I look could be very different from the way Mark sees it. And so even though we're in the show and in Jacques' content, our experiences could be slightly different because of where we're paying attention and where we're immersing ourselves. So the possibilities are endless. And when you think about that, it's pretty mind-blowing, because the way you program it, the way you curate it, the way you approach it is so different fundamentally from any other storytelling medium.
Yeah, one of the things that David is talking about is what we call mass trigger. So the ability to have, for instance, all of you wear a Gear VR headset and simultaneously trigger the same content to start for each and every one of you, except that everyone will look in a different direction, therefore everybody will see something slightly different. So you create...
Like in real life.
Like in real life, exactly.
Right,
so
some of
to
you
me,
are
it's
looking
as
at your
close as...
watches or your phones or us or one of us on the couch, but you're all still in the same room. And that's really
I think
interesting from a
this is the most exciting aspect as far as we're concerned. It is we have to invent a new way to tell a story.
Yeah.
And that is exciting for creative minds, because you can use everything that's been thought of over the centuries, but right now you have to say, okay, I'm going to place you somewhere, and it can be plural, by the way, because you can move from time to time, but somewhere, and something's going to happen around you, and you can only look one way.
Right.
But we're staging all around and even above you. So that means you have to think of a story of once upon a time in a totally different manner, so that it's fun for people to watch, to experience, and to relive, because you've seen it one way, and then you can decide to see it again in a different way. And it's like seeing 2 films or 3 films or 5 films or 10 films with the same basic matter.
One of the things I often like to say is, when the caveman came back from a hunting experience, they painted the hunt all around the cave in 360. And then we invented the portrait, and we started to paint in a frame. And then when we did the picture in a frame. And then when we added, moving images, we did it in a frame. And it's the first time that we actually have the opportunity to go beyond the frame. And this is what's exciting, is there is a complete new canvas that is 360, which means that you can't trap the action, inside a box, inside a frame. So we just launched, for instance, Samsung together with Vice, we launched a documentary series, which we call Beyond the Frame, which is all about documenting how virtual reality is going to change creativity, compassion, communication, commerce. And again, the beauty is that nobody really knows. It's for everybody, in this room and beyond to define it.
Yeah, the empathy is very important. Like the first time I experienced, you mentioned it before with Charity Water, the first time I experienced virtual reality was with, I don't know if Scott Harrison's here. He had an incredible gala and everyone put on VR and we experienced together. Everyone went from being in Manhattan to in a well in Ethiopia, and the empathy and the feeling was there, first with me and the people in Ethiopia, but also the shared group together. That was really impactful.
Yeah.
What is this going to do for humans, community, whether it's in the same room or across the globe? And that's a huge opportunity there.
Yeah, I think one of the sort of memes that's been out there that I disagree with is this idea that virtual reality is going to be isolating and that people are going to remove themselves from the real world, when in fact I think the opposite is going to happen. And in fact, you're going to be more connected and expose yourself to different people and situations. And not to take Scott's thunder, but I was there that evening. And a lot of people really have a huge heart and have supported an organization like Charity Water, but have never actually gone to Ethiopia, have never actually seen the people that they're trying to help. And to be there, like viscerally, you feel like you're there and you get to meet these people. It was a remarkable experience. And this is still very early, right? I mean, the technology is, we have to do our part and make sure that the hardware gets better, the software gets better, that you can capture the content and edit it. But we need the creativity of entrepreneurs and storytellers to go out there and make the content and the services.
As of now,
and that's what's exciting, right?
Yeah. As of now, VR is probably as close as it gets to teletransportation. I mean, you can instantaneously transport yourself into a place, like this well in Africa, and you really have a feeling of being there because it captures 100% of your attention wherever you look. So it's not like looking at it on a screen on a computer where it's not real because, you have other things to distract you. It captures 100% of your attention for as long as you have the headset on.
So whenever there's a new medium, the advertisers follow. What is the ad side thinking with VR right now? Are they working with Samsung or have any creative ideas to kind of, if you have total focus, you want to get in there, right?
Well, what I can tell you is that, I mean, anecdotally, the interactions I've had with people in companies that would advertise or people who help facilitate that business is that people are very, very interested. And, Mark mentioned that we came out with the first consumer VR headset back in November, which is still pretty recent. It's $99. We're bundling it with our flagship smartphones, and we have over 1 million devices out there. So on one hand, it's a lot, but on the other hand, it's really a drop in the bucket. It's just getting started. But I would say the advertisers are seeing that the engagement and the recall of people when they have this experience is extremely high. So the interest is really high, and we'll see how it develops. But I think people are willing to really explore in a much more aggressive and organic way than I would say even for online video back in the day.
Cool. All right, we have about 1.5 minutes left, and I want to jump to the future real quick. So 3 years from now, if the four of us are having this conversation about VR storytelling, what are we talking about 3 years down the line?
Well, I think our friends will have done a fabulous job in the technology for sure. So the screens will be fabulous. You won't see pixels anymore. The speed of processing will be very high, so we'll be able to do a lot of things in live action. And there won't be as many technical difficulties to overcome in order to create fabulous content as we are faced with now, but overcoming.
To me, if you go back and you make a association to what this medium is with the invention of cinema, and the Lumiere brother, the train going into the train station, black and white, no sound, and you look at how fast progress is going, we will probably be in 3 to 5 years' time where we are today with cinema. We will have gone like almost 100 years of progress. So nobody knows. If somebody had told you, when you had this first black and white, soundless experience of the Lumiere brother, that one day you would have it in your pocket and you would be able to, scroll through a quantity of films in color and potentially put it on your face and see it in 3D, people would have said, "You crazy." So I think this is how fast this is going to... Now, having said that, this is why we need people to jump in, because right now we're just in between the hype curve and the adoption of innovation curve. So, it could still be, a lot of people say, is it going to be a hype? We certainly don't believe it will, but again, it going into real mass adoption comes from us doing our job to scaling the hardware, scaling the marketing of the content creation of consumption, but we can only market what exists, and we can't create it all. That's not how we see our job. We want to facilitate it, but the quantity of content creation that's going to come and storytelling is what's going to make the medium.
David, quick prediction?
I think in the same way that people are increasingly documenting their lives through photos and social media, and to some extent video today, I think a lot of people will be doing that with VR, and they'll be able to share experiences with folks, and that will, in the same way that we didn't know the changes in smartphones would create a whole ecosystem effect on different apps and services companies. I think in 3 to 5 years' time, you're going to see businesses that hard to conceive of today, that will exist only by virtue of the fact that VR is actually here, right? So would there have been an Uber before a smartphone? I'm not sure, but there's going to be those kind of equivalents in the near future.
Amazing. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay, a lot of love for Scott Harrison there of Charity Water in our last talk. So Scott will be coming up on center stage this afternoon, as will the man with the best shirts in the business, Chris Saka. Plenty more still to come. So today, Broadband TV is the 3rd largest video property in the world, behind only Google sites and Facebook in terms of unique viewership. To tell us about becoming successful in the digital age and what traditional players can learn from content leaders, please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Dominic Rush of The Guardian, the founder and CEO of Broadband TV, Shahrazad Rafati.
running through my veins, and a crash right after.
Hi, Shahrazad. Hi, everyone. So great to be here with you. It's a really exciting time for your company. I know you're an inspiration to a lot of a generation of entrepreneurs, and I'm sure people will be very interested in your journey, how you got here today, what's going on with Broadband TV and all the developments in the media market. There's so much going on. So I thought maybe we could start at the beginning, because your personal story is so inspiring and fascinating. And you moved here when you were 17. You were born in a revolutionary era, and it's like, decided to make that move. So maybe you could tell us about why you decided to come to North America, to Canada.
Right. First of all, it's great to be here. Great conference, and it's kind of. I started Broadband TV when I was 25, right out of school, and as a teenager, I moved to Vancouver, Canada, because I always wanted to study computer science, and my goal was to either move to the U.S. or Canada. And I think while I was at school, we kind of saw this massive shift of voice over IP, and I thought the next big thing is going to be video and video over IP. So I started the last year of school building the business model for Broadband TV in terms of how we can actually be a player as it relates to this massive shift of kind of entertainment moving to obviously online at that point in time. And we kind of first started by launching our services, like we were the first set-top box provider in Canada.
You're being a little modest here, aren't you? Because you did move over here on your own, completely on your own, and you didn't speak much English, I don't believe, to start off with. And so it was. It must have been. What was that like to start off with? How did you? Were you an entrepreneur from the word go? Were you just kind of born entrepreneurial, and you were just prepared to take these kind of risks?
I'm not sure if I was born, as an entrepreneur, but I did grow up in a family of entrepreneurs, and I always wanted to do something interesting in terms of solving a new problem. And kind of when I was in school, obviously my major was computer science, so I always wanted to kind of leverage technology to solve a problem, obviously that we were facing. And given the fact that my background, I'm Persian, I come from Iran, where at that point in time when I was born, content was extremely rationed. We had access to a limited number of channels, and it was interesting when I moved to Canada to see how many channels of content was available through just cable and broadcast. And then once this shift happened from obviously traditional to digital platforms, where again content got democratized, I felt that I wanted to be part of that, to be able to empower this new generation of content creators to tell their story, to be able to kind of connect obviously all the different creators, different parts of the world, to be able to inform and educate and entertain people.
Yeah, and as we saw from the video just now, today you're the third largest provider of video and the number one networks. How have you built the company, and what's been the kind of challenges of scaling for you?
We first started, when I first started Broadband TV, there were no streaming services. So it was only all the players, there were the OTT players. So we became the first, set-top box provider in Canada, but then I realized that, one of the most beautiful things about digital is that you have a global, obviously, audience. So it's better for us to be able to kind of build software and technology and services to be able to service all the different creators at a global basis. And, it was very hard. I would say that we didn't get it right from the beginning. I think one of the key things that I've learned throughout the past 11 years has been, you need to pivot, right? We started as a set-top box provider, then we started focusing on building solutions and technologies and empowering large media organizations and sports leagues like the NBA and Sony Pictures to put them back in control of their IP, especially when, if you remember back in 2007 and 8, majority of the content that was being deployed on sites like YouTube, there were fan-uploaded copies of content. They were like the favorite NBA game or American Idol or Got Talent. So we first started building video fingerprinting and audio fingerprinting technology to put the content owners back in control of their IP. And then as content got democratized and individual content creators were able to actually then share their story, we started building a solutions suite of technologies to actually help empower and optimize their content to get them in front of the right audience. And then we realized, well, we can actually produce the content ourselves and we can distribute the content. So one of the reasons why we've been so successful has been we had a really focused strategy over the past few years. We went about launching and servicing content owners and creators in specific verticals, and we made sure that our value proposition really speaks to that specific demographic. Whereas when you're looking at Disney Maker or AT&T Fullscreen, with respect to the services that they offer, it's a lot broader, and they go after many different verticals. We focus on 5 verticals, and we wanted to be the best at the 5 verticals that we actually operate.
And how do you build those brands? Because I see you've got All-Star Hip Hop and Sonia Reid and these people. I mean, they've got great brands and certainly defined audiences and everything. There's increasingly more and more competition out there. I mean, next week we've got the upfronts in New York, and you've got Vice and Yahoo and YouTube and HBO. Like, everybody's kind of playing this video game now. How do you kind of make sure that your people are getting their brands?
Right. It's a really good question because, building brand ecosystems and content ecosystems in the digital age is equally difficult as it was, previously with respect to the traditional players. And there are different ways to do this. Obviously, you can do it organically, and we've done so with our gaming brand, TGN, and, our music brands, Opposition and Whimsic. We've done it through acquisition, with Hoopla Kids, which is a company that we acquired last year. We've done it through partnerships, which is what we did with journalism, where we partnered with Huffington Post to launch a citizen journalism network. But I think that what has made it different in this day and age, when you compare to what it was, in the kind of traditional days, you do need to leverage technology, data, and social to your advantage. It's no longer about, building just a strong own and operate and destination. You really need to kind of take advantage of these mega platforms like Facebook, Snapchat, YouTube, where they have billions of users, to be able to kind of connect with the audience on these platforms and to be able to build an authentic relationship with them. And I think that has what truly helped us in building these brand ecosystems and connecting with the audience. And I think the other part that is really important is, working with influencers. You have, a whole new generation of creators and influencers. Variety did a study last year where they looked at the top 10, celebrities, and, celebrity as we know it is redefined. 8 out of the top 10 celebrities in the world, and, based on, in the US, they are actually digital stars.
Right.
And what is interesting is that, when you're looking, again, in the same study, they looked at and they realized that the actual digital stars, they have 17 times more engagement than a traditional celebrity. So what you actually need to do is to really find the right influencers that speak to your brand, that where your message is aligned with theirs, to be able to not only, feature them in your content, but then actually use them as a distribution and promotion channel for your for building your content and ecosystem.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the most fascinating things about video, the way it's developed recently, and you see these a new generation of stars, moving from platforms like Vine and from YouTube, and then becoming kind of, multi-platform stars. It's been fascinating the way that's the kind of, for want of a better word, kind of professionalization of their content, in a way they've been enabled by people like yourself to reach a larger and larger audience. But going back to, because obviously you've pivoted a couple of times with your business models, how do you keep innovating in this space? And does it become more difficult as you become larger? I mean, you're a fair-sized company now. Is it more difficult to say, we need to move this way and not that way? Does it become harder for you?
Right. I think you're absolutely right. I think the larger the company gets, you need to make sure that you really have the right models in place. What I say is that, digital is a fast pace. It's really kind of, the space is evolving, the consumption trends change. You look at Snapchat. Snapchat gets 8 billion daily views for video, as much as, Facebook, even though they have 100 million, active users in comparison to 1.59 billion for Facebook. So I think it's really interesting. You need to listen to your customers. You need to look at these macro trends for consumption, and to be able to make sure you have actually a good understanding of this space, and you got to keep innovating. And I think a part of that is also about having really converged operating models. We really need to think horizontally. So as you actually, because again, digital is global, and when you actually operate, let's say in the US market, or let's say in Europe, you need to apply those learnings quickly from content production to distribution to marketing to promotion to monetization. innovation across the board, right? So you do need to stay nimble to be able to grow as quickly. And, we've done this at Broadband TV. If you look at it, we've been the fastest growing network since February of 2014. Today, we reach 15.2 billion monthly views across our network, and we've been actually growing faster than every year prior. So we've kind of tried to stay nimble that way.
And what kind of trends are you looking for? And where do you look out in the eco? If you're walking around here today, say, what's the kind of stuff you're looking for? What are you reading? Who do you talk to? I've heard you speak before about the importance of mentors. Mark Benioff is amazing brain, and he's one of your mentors. I mean, where do you get your how do you see which way the wind is blowing?
I think it's very important for you to really pay attention to how consumption trends change. And I tend to kind of really interact with my nephew, not nephews, actually my cousin's kids, because kids these days, they actually consume content very differently. It's also about listening to our content creators. We work with 74,000 creators around the world, and they're all very much so millennial content creators.
Right.
So you kind of listen to what they're passionate about creating, where they want their content to be consumed, how they connect with their audiences, and then our job is to really kind of, service the content creators to become more successful by building the right technology, by building the right solutions, and, coming up with services that helps them, better monetize their content. So that's kind of...
So, and that's interesting. You talked about millennials and media consumption. I mean, how are they different in your experience? How do you see them relating to your content in a different way?
Right. I think, when you're looking at 2015 was really a turning point, because it was for the first time where, at a global basis, traditional players, TV and broadcast, saw a decline in global, ad spending. And, you look at, 96% of millennials are consuming online video. And within the 18 to 34 millennial demographic, they are only spending 18% consuming traditional cable and broadcast TV. So, we see great opportunity not only, monetizing content on an advertising basis, but we see massive opportunity for subscription services. We saw many of the actual new subscription services that were launched last year and obviously still this year. I see great opportunity in terms of not just monetizing content by distributing it to different platforms, but finding other ways to monetize specifically IP within your content through e-commerce, licensing, and other forms of monetization. You look at a company like WeChat in China, they have 649 million users, and it's not just actually a messaging service, right? It's an app within an app that allows the users to consume content, play games, make transactions. WeChat on Chinese New Year had more mobile transactions than PayPal in all of 2015. So the way we're actually kind of seeing how content is being consumed, how content is being actually monetized, they have connected e-commerce with video. So as you're kind of consuming video content, you can actually purchase items inside the video. So that's really interesting. You kind of look at virtual reality and augmented reality. That's another kind of interesting trend that, everyone is talking about. And I think it's exciting because, I don't know if you saw Gartner predicted that by 2020, this is a 2025, it's an 80 billion market. And I think augmented reality is interesting because the applications are not just limited to gaming, as we see with obviously virtual reality. It's applicable to entertainment, auto, medicine, obviously design and retail. So I see great opportunity for us to be able to create experiences leveraging these new mediums, especially with, I would say, AR and VR. They have truly the potential to create that ultimate human experience.
Yeah, well, we have a quick plug, but we have a VR experiment outside where we've recreated a 6x9 solitary confinement cell, and it's really worth going to have a look at. It's really moving. It's the way you can tell a story in a different way with VR is extremely exciting, isn't it? So what's next for you? What do you? Obviously, you're really excited. It sounds like you're very excited about WeChat and messaging apps. I mean, how do you kind of spend your time? Are you looking at new platforms now? What's the kind of exciting areas you want to move into?
I think at the end of the day, for us, it's about we got to think global, social, mobile. These are the two big trends. You got to think global because you're dealing with a global audience. You got to create brands that speak to audiences, and you need to make sure that you have a proper local strategy as you expand, obviously, to new markets. Today, we are in 20 different markets around the world, and we are actually number one in each of the markets that we operate across the verticals that we own and operate, and content that we license. So I think it's really important to be able to have the proper, smart and cost-effective content model that you can actually build across, obviously, all the markets that you operate. You need to have a proper monetization engine, beyond advertising. This is something that we are focusing on in order to be able to diversify revenue streams across, subscription, e-commerce, licensing, as well as advertising and branded entertainment. It's also about, kind of leveraging new platforms like Snapchat that have created a really, truly great mobile experience for users, and to be able to, cater and program for those platforms, because, we talked about this earlier, digital is not just one single platform. You really need to kind of think about users on these platforms. At the end of the day, millennials, they want a flag to bear, they want a domain to own, and you really need to come up with a strategy that speaks to each of those platforms. So we spend a lot of time looking at these new platforms and making sure that we have a proper strategy for each single platform. And, finally, I would say that, social plays an important part, and, you really need to have a proper social strategy around all the brands and, verticals that you operate. And this ultimately is powered by technology and data. So we constantly invest in building technology to solve problems for content creators. We started with, obviously, detecting fan copies of content with content management, and then that evolved to channel management services for optimizing content and engagement around that content, then to solutions that we built to be able to better monetize that content. So we're going to keep investing in, finding ways to, solve challenges in a more scalable way.
Great. And if you were here today in an earlier stage of your career, I mean, what advice would you give people who are, looking to get into the media business now? Like, when someone's starting a new company now, what's your kind of entrepreneurial advice for?
I would say think big. Go after really large pools of opportunity, because you're limited to the space that you're going to cover. And, it takes the same amount of time and energy to do something really big as versus, going after like a small pool of opportunity. And I think the other thing is really try to nail down the value prop before you scale your business, because a lot of times we have entrepreneurs that haven't figured out, the value proposition, and they scale the business, and then that becomes harder for you to pivot. Yeah. So pivot until you get it right, and then scale the business. And I think that, just hire really smart people. At the end of the day, know your strengths, know your weaknesses, know what is it that you're looking for, hire talented people, and let them do their thing.
Great. Thank you so much. Great to meet you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Okay, so we're going to move from one tech leader coming from China, or coming from Canada, to a tech leader coming from China. OnePlus have made some daring moves to take on the giants of Apple and Samsung as a challenger phone manufacturer. By building a grassroots network and developing a truly innovative invite-only system, they've created a leading global phone brand. So what's coming next? Please welcome, in the company of Randall Lane of Forbes, the co-founder of OnePlus, Carl Pei.
Collision. All right, we got an interesting person here. Carl Pei, I got to give a quick background. At Forbes, we do the 30 under 30 list, and the thing about Carl Pei is we have, of course, the U.S. list, which we've been doing for 5 years. This year, we also launched the European list and the 30 under 30 Asia. And Carl, we were fighting. The three groups were fighting over you because Carl is you were brought up in Stockholm. You're born in China, now back in China, but educated and brought up in Stockholm. But you have a lot of action here in the U.S. So we couldn't even figure out where to put you. So this is a true global CEO. Who here? First thing, everyone here has a smartphone. Who here has a OnePlus? Who here has heard of OnePlus before today? All right, about right. Because the U.S. If you're in India or you're in Europe, or you're in China, you know OnePlus. You're just making inroads here in the States. Let's talk about OnePlus and this is a 2-3-year-old company?
2.5.
2.5 years, and you're already making big inroads in the smartphone market. So first of all, the perception is the action is software. The hardware is the commodity. Software is where you jump in big time into hardware. Why does a young guy want to start a hardware company? Where did that idea come from?
Personally, I think everything is a commodity. Before, when it was really difficult to make software, but over time, everyone learned how to make software as well. Hardware is a commodity. Sneakers are a commodity, but you still have really strong brands like Nike. I believe that the true value comes when you fuse hardware and software together. As your hardware scales, your software will become more and more valuable as well.
Yep. But the idea of you're going up against Apple, Samsung, HTC. So where'd that idea come from? That hey, let's go into one of the most competitive with some of the strongest companies in the world. I mean, you're talking about 3 of the most quote unquote innovative companies in the world. I mean, Apple probably being considered the most innovative company in the world, and Samsung right there as well.
I think it's 2 things. One is the product itself. So we started this company in late 2013, and the funny story is a lot of our founding members, we sat around a table and we were all using iPhones. We started asking each other, hey, why is no one using an Android smartphone? Android has more users than iPhone. And we figured that within the Android manufacturers back then, no one made a product as good as the iPhone. So we said, hey, if we make an Android phone that's as good as the iPhone, maybe that's a good opportunity. So number 1, product. Number 2, business model. We see that in large parts of Asia, like in India or in China, more and more people are buying smartphones via the internet. So in India, 35% of people are today buying smartphones online. In China, the figure is 25%. But in the rest of the world, it's still lagging behind. I think in the States, it's like 1 or 2%. So it's a huge opportunity to go direct to consumer globally in the States as well, and Europe as well.
Yep. We were talking backstage, and you were talking about how your perception is that U.S. carriers rip off U.S. consumers in terms of, I was surprised to hear that. I'm sure a lot of people, because most of us get our phones for free or for very little. So how am I getting ripped off when basically Verizon's giving me a free phone or a very cheap phone?
So there's this data that 64% of consumers in the States who are on a carrier contract do not know that they're still paying for their phone in addition to their phone bill. When the majority of people don't know what they're actually paying for, I think that constitutes as being ripped off.
So you're talking about transparency.
Right. So carriers give you a very low starting price, but they make you pay for your phone every month. And I think that's the model that we're trying to change.
Well, they make you pay for it whether you know it or not. They're just factoring it in.
And that's the problem.
So what you're saying is you buy direct, then you can kind of shop around just for a pure plan versus be tethered based on
right.
the phone.
You pay up front, you own the phone, you can do whatever you want with it. You can insert 2 SIM cards. You can use one for data, one for voice, or one when you're traveling.
Yep. You guys have, again, grown so fast, so quickly. It's good news and bad news, right? I mean, the good part is there's lots of demand. Anybody starting, we have a ton of tech entrepreneurs out here. Anybody would love, that's a great problem to have. We have too much demand. The bad part is, you guys screwed up delivery twice, your first 2, and you've admitted to this. So what were the lessons you took out of that, and how did you experience that, and what was the lesson out of that?
I think the lesson is to be upfront. So the second time was when we had this our second generation flagship, the OnePlus 2. It was really hyped up. We did the world's first virtual reality launch for it, and I think at one point we had over 5 million people in the reservation list. And then we delayed the launch by 1 month.
Right.
And I think we did a really bad thing in terms of PR. Like, our PR people were not happy about it. But basically, I went onto our forums and I wrote this long letter saying we messed up the launch. And the product got shipped a month after. And it's actually funny. So John Scully visited our office a while after that, and he said, hey, I read the thing you wrote, and I really like the way how you're transparent with your community.
Right. Right. And so what was your take on that? So your PR folks were mad. You admitted that you made a mistake. Did people mean, you guys seem to run a very open source kind of you have a very open relationship with your consumers. You know, I was reading on your blog post. I mean, you guys try a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff works. A lot of stuff doesn't. I mean, you seem to have this conversation and be very, very, very open about when you screw up. How does that affect your relationship with your customers?
From the beginning, our thought with our customers was to make them feel like they're starting this company together with us. So before we even had a product, we had an online community where we would discuss. We said, hey, we're going to make the best smartphone. How do we do it? Let's do it together. So every week we had a new topic. What is the best camera? What is the best memory? What is the best battery size? Whatever, right? And
you crowdsourced your product.
Kind of. You cannot do everything your user says. So whenever we chose
the user says, I want a free phone that's great tomorrow.
Of course.
Right?
The highest spec, the lowest price.
Correct.
You cannot do everything your user says. But every week when we finalize one of our product decisions, we would also write a very long kind of a technical explanation to why we did something we did. And we had this example from the OnePlus One where we used one of the state-of-the-art Snapdragon Qualcomm chips, but our users were really unhappy about it because they said, hey, in 2 months there's going to be this new chip called the 801. Why don't you use this instead? So we had this internal discussion, and in the end we actually switched to the 801. And it turned out to be a much better decision because this chip was much better than the 800.
How do you translate? You do have these hardcore fans, but yet, especially here in the States, you're just starting to get penetration. How do you translate kind of that hardcore fandom into a large audience, which is not quite as geeky about what's going on inside that phone?
So that's the discussion we had like a year ago. How do we go from early adopters to early majority? But over the past year, we've learned that it's too premature for us to even try that. We're probably way in the beginning of the diffusion curve. We're at innovators. So I think the best way for us when we don't have a large marketing budget is to focus on NPS and recommendation.
Yep.
Make your core users really glad that they chose you, make them really satisfied, and rely on them to kind of help you spread the word.
I think there's a good lesson for, again, we have a lot of entrepreneurs here, and there's probably a lot of lessons there. I mean, you're talking, Forbes, we did a story on you guys early, and we talked about your marketing budget. OnePlus's marketing budget, Forbes said was $300, was it?
The first year.
Yeah, the first year. So $300 marketing budget. You guys got a lot of buzz. You had that. First of all, you had an invitation model.
Right.
Kind of like, you had to be invited for the privilege of getting this phone. Tell us about the Smasher phone. Was that a success? And maybe you can tell folks what that was about and whether or not there's a lesson.
So for reference, the $300.
Yes.
We did $300 million in revenue on those $300.
That's good. That's 1 to a million ratio. I think we'll take that. Most people will take that, right?
For Smash the Pass, basically we had a dilemma. Smartphones are getting kind of boring, commoditized, and we have a new product coming out, a new brand. Why should people care about us? And with no money to spend on marketing, you have to break through. So the campaign we had was, look, we're making the best smartphone in the world, and it's half of the price of your iPhone or Samsung. But I didn't want people to choose us because of price. I wanted to show people that even if it costs the same, they will still choose us. So what we did was, we told people to smash their flagship smartphones, so the latest generation Samsung, latest Sony, latest Apple, and if they smash their smartphone and made a YouTube video on it, they could buy our phone for $1. So they would sacrifice the top of the line iPhone to get our phone. And this campaign had 140,000 people apply, and in the end we chose 100 people. So you could only get our phone after you were chosen. But
that's good. So we have 139,900 people who are not really mad at you.
But the thing is, some people didn't read the rules, so some people started smashing their phones. If you go to YouTube, you can see a lot of people smashing it.
Yeah. So, it's innovative marketing like that. You get a lot of bang for your buck. I remember reading how you, at one point, offered to intern for Samsung if they sent an intern to you. So getting kind of in people's face. You had a setback. You had that ladies first. You had
right.
Especially in the bro culture of tech, you had a setback where you encouraged women to be liked and show, and they would get preference. What did you learn from that kind of mistake?
So the starting point was a good starting point. we wanted to, because everyone wanted to buy the phone back then, and it was really hard for us to ship to everyone. And we saw a lot of interest among women, and back then there was a lot of conversation about how do you involve more women in technology. But in the end, the campaign was not well thought out. Basically, people took a selfie, and sometimes the selfies got a little bit not safe for work. So as soon as we saw this, we deleted the entire contest. It was online for 4 hours. The ramifications were huge. It's a lot of people have been talking about this ever since.
Right. So what's the lesson you take out other than you probably should have had a woman running that campaign, right?
Diversity, right? If you have a more diverse kind of a team, I think we could have avoided a lot of this.
I'm sure. All right, so let's talk about the future. The future of mobile. That you've done an amazing job getting to where you are. A lot of people here are very curious about what their phone is going to look like or how they can profit from the continuing blossoming of the mobile market. First, mobile versus laptop. How soon and how real is the idea that we are just going to we're going to throw away our laptops and produce on our phones?
I think we can see that the smartphone is becoming the dominant computing device. If you look at tablet sales, it's dropping. Laptop sales is dropping. When you find a sweet spot between a tablet and a smartphone, so normally the smartphones are now like 5.5 inches, like your iPhone 6 Plus. You no longer need a tablet. So I think it's already the dominant computing platform.
When you guys are looking ahead, are you thinking, how can we make this so basically people don't need another device? Or is it still going to be a supplement to your laptop or your desktop? How do you guys think about that?
I think for content creation, your desktop or laptop will still be the dominant kind of device. But for communications, it's the smartphone, and that's not going to change for the next 5 years.
All right, I'm gonna throw out a couple of ideas. Maybe do a rapid fire here to get an idea of what my smartphone's going to look like. Because I could say my smartphone is going to be my communications device, and of course it absolutely is. But why does my battery? When is my battery going to last? So that about 5 o'clock, I can't talk to anybody anymore, even with a Mophie. Give us a window into the future, because you live this. When are we going to have smartphones that can last without a Mophie and last an entire day or longer?
So it's actually
please.
It's actually a physical limitation. So the size of your device decides how much battery you have. So the only way of having a device that can last for a very long time is to have a very thick or heavy device.
Yes.
But I think we're seeing a new trend in the industry, and it's fast charging. So you can just plug your phone in for a couple of minutes and use it for a couple of hours. So I think over time, people are going to be less and less worried about the battery life.
It'll be like the Tesla of phones. You just you don't worry about running out of juice if you can recharge quickly. How big are screens going to get?
I think we've found a sweet spot.
What do you think that is?
For us, it's 5.5 inches. It's just big enough to use with one hand, but also has enough real estate to let you watch movies or do productivity apps.
We see a lot of VR out there, and people talking about VR. How does VR converge with your vision of the future of smartphones?
For us, we've always had a strong community, and we've always communicated transparently. For us, VR allows us to kind of extend this. So when we launched our previous flagship, the OnePlus 2, instead of having a media event where we would be on stage and talk down to the media, because we want to have our fans be on the same level as media, we didn't want our fans to be like second rate. What we did was we made the entire launch event in VR. We had this 6-camera setup in our office. We invited fans to our office. So everyone at a certain point in time put on their VR goggles, which we actually gave away for free to 30,000 of our fans. And they were taken to our office, and they could see fans and me launch the product together. So it's a very democratic kind of a thing. And I was in New York during that time for a press tour, and it was pretty funny. The day after, while I was waiting for a taxi, the guy standing next to me was like, "Hey, you're using the new OnePlus 2, and hey, I saw you yesterday in the VR experience."
That's cool. So let's make a little news. When's the OnePlus 3 coming out, Carl?
No comment. Comment. Soon.
Soon. I read weeks from now. How true is that?
So the date we've set is Q2. It's open to interpretation. We're in Q2 now.
We are in Q2 now, and it ends. What will we see with this? Whenever this comes out in Q2, what will we see in this new device that you're excited about?
So let's put it this way. We've seen what everyone else has made. Everyone else has already released their flagship smartphones for this year, except for Apple. And we're pretty confident that it's going to be one of the most competitive devices on the market.
You mentioned Apple. You had John Sculley come by the office. I mean, how much does the Steve Jobs story and Apple, is that an inspiration? Is that something you put a big target on them, or do you take inspiration from them? I mean, tell us about your kind of you personally and kind of OnePlus versus Apple.
I think there's no OnePlus versus Apple because today we're so small, and whatever we do internally will impact us much more than what like bigger guys like Apple do. But I do admire the kind of attention to detail that Apple places on their products. As entrepreneurs, I think we should learn the good things from people who are more experienced than us, but not idolize people. I do have a Steve Jobs kind of a doll on my desk though.
Okay, we're in New Orleans. Is it a voodoo doll or is it a?
It's just a mini kind of a toy.
Okay, well, we'll assume it's on the shelf and we look at. Last question. Again, you guys are an incredibly global company. How many countries are you in now?
Over 30 countries.
30 countries. I get why you manufacture in China.
Mm-hmm.
Why you didn't have to base it in China? Why was your company based in China?
Originally, we thought that China was going to be the biggest market for us, but today, more than 80% of our users are outside of China, so that's why we're based in China. But over the past few months or years, we've been scaling globally. So we have a pretty big office in India. We have one in London now, and later this year, somewhere in the States as well.
I think after a few more nights like last night, you might be based in New Orleans. So I want to thank you. Congratulations on all your success, and keep up. We look forward to seeing what happens sometime in quarter 2, weeks away. So, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, guys. So I remember when OnePlus and Carl came as an early stage startup, and we're one of the small stands out there. It's pretty incredible to see all that they've achieved in a very short space of time. So I know there's a lot of people standing at the back. If you want to continue to filter to the front, there are a few seats up the front, and they'll save you from standing. So our next guest needs no introduction. Please welcome in conversation with Matt Honan of BuzzFeed, co-founder and CTO of Slack, Kyle Henderson.
Hey, Cal.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Can I see a quick show of hands? How many people here use Slack in their workplace? Wow. That's a lot of hands. You guys seem like you came just out of nowhere. Slack is already almost a verb. Like I have people say, yeah, I slacked you this, I slacked you that. Obviously, a lot of people are using it, but it's actually got a very long history. Maybe you could start off by telling folks how you and your co-founder met.
Sure. Yeah, you actually have to go back more than a decade into kind of like my first love, which was online video games. And so my co-founder and CEO of Slack, Stuart Butterfield, he started a company in the early 2000s to make a massively multiplayer online game, web-based, called Game Never Ending, which was a pretty weird thing to do at the time. There weren't really online games at that point. This is pre-social networks. The internet was a very different place. And what he was doing was super interesting, and I wanted to get involved. But I was like a nobody working in London doing web stuff. And so obviously what I did was break into their email server and join their internal mailing lists to find out what they were doing. And then use that as leverage to convince him to hire me.
As one does, yeah.
Yeah, like the age-old story.
Right,
yeah.
right. I just hacked my way into the company. But you guys didn't end up working on Game Never Ending very long, right? What came out of that?
No, like as soon as I joined the company, we ran out of money and had to figure out something else. And where we were trying to figure out what we could do as a side business to generate some money to keep funding the game development, we built Flickr, the photo sharing website. And the intention was that it would be a quick project. We'd just work on it for a couple of months and spin something up that could fund game development. But it was just the right product at the right time, and Flickr was hugely successful, and so the company pivoted to just work on Flickr and stop building this game. And that was back in 2004.
You eventually sold Flickr to Yahoo, left Yahoo after a few years, and then you and Stuart got back together again to do what?
Basically do the same thing again. So it was Stuart, myself, and a couple of the other Flickr co-founders. We started another company to build a web-based, massively multiplayer online game. We had learnt nothing in the intervening period. And so we tried to build this game called Glitch. And we worked on it. Are there any Glitch players in the audience? Yeah, that's why it didn't work out.
Yeah, a lot of Slack hands, not many Glitch hands.
We worked on that for 4 years. We're really bad at making games, it turns out. But after 4 years, we wound the company down, and we were trying to figure out what we wanted to do next. And during that time, we had an office in San Francisco and an office in Vancouver in Canada, and we'd been using IRC to communicate. So, all of our designers and illustrators, sound design, level design, as well as our developers and our, G&A, accountants and such, we all used IRC. And over the course of 4 years building the game, we'd built all of these things on top of IRC to, first make it really easy to see all of the messages that we've sent in the past, because that's not something that's built in, and then to be able to search them, to be able to easily send them on mobile and stay in sync with what you've read. And so we built all of this kind of cruft on top of IRC over the course of those 4 years. And when we shut the game down and we were looking for what to do next, we realized that whatever it is we did, we wouldn't want to work without a system like that again. And so we thought, well, maybe other people would like a system like that. And that's how Slack was born.
And so Slack launched to the public when?
What year is it now? 2 years.
2016, yes. So
2014, yeah, 2 years ago.
And you're at tens of thousands of organizations now, is that
Tens
correct?
of thousands of companies, yeah, millions of daily active
That's
users.
really fast growth.
Yeah, for a piece of business software, it's like unprecedented growth.
How did you handle that growth? What kinds of things did you learn along the way when you're trying to scale up like that?
I think one of the most important things that we took from Flickr was that we don't come from an enterprise software background. We come from a consumer background with games and Flickr, and that the key thing to Flickr and one of the key things to Slack is that it's very customer centric. In that the most important thing is that we build a product that people love using, that actually makes their working lives simpler, more pleasant, more productive. Not that we're building it as a piece of enterprise software. So, for instance, if you're building expense reporting software, there's a chance that you'll never use the software that you're building. But in building Slack, we use Slack every day, so we really feel the pain that our customers feel and feel the joy that our customers feel when it's useful.
And now you've opened up Slack to developers in an interesting way. Well, not just now, but it's been open, but it's opened up to developers in a pretty interesting way. Can you tell us about what you're doing?
I think that's something that's really changed as Slack has grown, is that initially, we're focused on the communication portion, but the platform has really become a differentiator, that's really made Slack have the value that it has for customers. And that is, if you do any kind of business and you use computers today, you use 10, 20, 30, 40 different software products to get your job done. You're using, on the developer side, stuff like source control and continuous integration. You're doing task and project management. You're using accounting software or CRM or ERP. And every company uses a whole bunch of these different bits of software, which are all individually great at what they do. We're in such a better situation than we were 5 or 10 years ago. But none of these things work together because they're not built to work together. But communication is the one place where it really makes sense to tie all of them into one place. And Slack is a great platform for doing that. So what we found really, really powerful as Slack has grown is that whatever tools you're using to get your job done, if we can make them work a little bit better with Slack, then that's a huge win for anybody using it.
And you've got a fund now for this too, right?
Yeah, so because we want to really encourage people to build stuff on the Slack platform, because it's great for our customers and great for their customers too, we started up at the end of last year a Slack fund of $80 million to help fund companies that are trying to build bots and apps on the Slack platform.
I'm glad you talk about bots. Bots are like super hot right now. At Facebook's developer conference 2 weeks ago or so,
Yeah.
it was just bots. Are you a bots believer?
A bots believer. We'll see. I'm definitely like the skeptic in the company of bots, but there's no doubt that like this year conversational interfaces are going to be huge. And I'm definitely a skeptic when it comes to the consumer side. It's like, how much value is there in having a conversation with Pepsi, a Pepsi bot? That remains to be seen.
You don't want
but
to talk to Pepsi bot all the time?
I mean, maybe just once. Yeah. It's probably not going to be a daily occurrence, although who knows? The future could be weird. But I think the place where conversational interfaces are definitely going to be interesting is in the enterprise, in the workspace. So we have a few different bots that are gaining a lot of traction on the Slack platform right now. We have things like Howdy, which lets you set up meetings easily. Birdly, which lets you do expenses easily. And Growbot, which is an HR platform for giving feedback about your teammates. And so we're seeing some really interesting stuff in the enterprise space, and I think Slack is in a great position to be the platform on which that kind of experimentation with bots will take place as people figure out what conversational interfaces are good for. And there's also, we started up a lab in New York to start looking into some more kind of machine learning, natural language processing AI kind of bots for leveraging the huge amount of like useful information you put into your Slack instance for getting more out of that.
When you started off, almost all of the organizations using Slack were startups. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, when we first started, we were Slack customer number one.
Right.
When we were a 10-person company, and we started getting our friends at other companies to try it in the Valley. But and those were from the beginning. Those were all startups.
I think that's a relatively common thing that happens in the Valley. Like
definitely.
You build something for enterprise, and you're a startup, and other startups use it, and you kind of know what startups look like, but you don't necessarily know what PepsiCo looks like, or or big businesses like that. How have you had to evolve Slack as you've gone into more traditional enterprises, more traditional large-scale businesses, universities, hospitals?
Gotcha. Yeah, that's it's an interesting question. Today, so Slack is used by a lot of very large companies today. So like 80% of the Fortune 100 use Slack. But Slack was designed as a product for teams, and like 10 people are a team, 100 people are a team, 1,000 people are a team. But once you start to think about tens or hundreds of thousands of people, then the product design becomes a little bit different. You start to need different things like better administrative controls and like security controls, access controls that you don't necessarily think about in a smaller company. So as we focus on larger and larger deployments of Slack, those are things that we need to focus on this year with what we're calling our enterprise product.
Are you going to include threading in that? Everybody's like demanding. One of the guys I work with, just like every day, is like, when is Slack going to do threading? When is Slack going to do threading?
We've been working on threading for a little while. Like with everything we build, we're taking a lot of time over getting it just right so that it feels right. A lot of intention goes into everything we design on the product, and we've had some version of threading on our internal Slack for some time, and it's changed completely many times. Hopefully it'll come out soon, but we're really like narrowing down on what it should feel like within Slack.
And that's like just one aspect of how conversations change as they grow to many thousands of people. What else have you had to change from a technology standpoint to support those larger teams, larger groups?
Yeah, as I said before, a lot of the things that larger teams need is more administrative control, or if you're in regulated industries, you might need like FINRA or HIPAA compliance or FedRAMP or things like that, and that's the kind of the unsexy end of business software. That larger customers need these things.
Do you offer all that right now, or what do you?
We offer a variety of those things, and they're all things we're working on with individual customers.
Right.
Like at the enterprise scale, each individual customer has a lot of very specific needs.
How much do you change Slack based on what you hear from customer feedback? Like are you studying what the customers do when you make changes to the products? Are you using data to make those decisions, or are you just like what your friends tell you on Twitter, you then go and write a few lines?
I think what our friends tell us on Twitter is the same thing as customer feedback. We get tens of thousands of tweets a month, and that's a large part of what feeds into the feedback cycle in the product. So it's a mix of support cases, us talking to our largest customers, and people talking to us on Twitter. Twitter's such a great channel for for customer feedback because people are unafraid to be critical in public, and it's a really rich channel of feedback. So we take all of those channels and build them into the product design and the roadmap.
How automated is that? Like when someone tweets at Slack HQ, it is at Slack HQ?
At Slack HQ, yeah.
If someone tweets at Slack HQ a feature request, are you able to process that in like an efficient way where or does it, like a person have to go and say, oh, I saw this and I'm going to drop it into Cal's channel?
Every tweet is looked at and responded to by a real life human. There's no bots there yet.
And so that would indicate to me that you have a lot of people working at Slack now, right? You said you start off with 10?
It's a little bit bigger than 10 now, yeah.
How big is it now?
I think it's 450-ish.
It's really hard to hire in Silicon Valley right now.
That is
how have you done
true.
that? Like, how have you scaled up hiring?
Hiring definitely in Silicon Valley is very difficult, and it was a lot more difficult for us in the past, like a year ago, 2 years ago, when you're a company that isn't widely known, when not everybody is already using your software. It's a lot more difficult to hire people, because you're convincing them to believe in your dream as well as, like when they take the plunge. That's a little bit different to now. We're in a position where when we talk to people, they've already heard of Slack and they're probably excited about the product and excited to work on it. But yeah, that wasn't the case in the past, but it's definitely getting easier for us over time. On the other hand, we're competing with every big company that's in the Valley for talent.
Yeah. And how much of that staff is engineering?
Engineering is about a quarter of the company now. Yeah.
One of the things that Slack gets relatively good marks for on that front is diversity. It's a big problem in the Valley. I mean, we're like two white guys with beards sitting on stage right now, and I think that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
And Slack gets relatively good marks for that. How have you guys thought about diversity? When did you start thinking about it? How has that affected the way that you hire?
Yeah. I mean, so there are four co-founders of Slack, and we're all white dudes with beards. Yeah, we all have beards. And so, like, we started from the same bad point that a lot of companies start from. But we focused on diversity very early on, when the company was sub 50 people. And I think that was a key win for us because if you're the first person from any underrepresented minority to join a company and it's a company of 100 people and none of them are like you, then that's a lot more difficult. That's a difficult leap to take. Because we focused on diversity early on, that's really like a self-perpetuating thing. It makes it much easier to hire a diverse workforce as we grow.
And I mean, aside from like it being a feel-good sort of thing, is there any concrete benefit to doing that?
We feel that there's a social responsibility to the world, that we want to be good employers as well, but also like a wide variety of views and experiences is super useful for building a very human-centered product. Like, not everybody who uses Slack is a white dude.
Right, yeah. One of the things that's interesting to me about Slack is it's this piece of business software, but a lot of people seem to have like almost an emotional connection with it, the same way they had an emotional connection with Flickr. Can you talk a little bit about you alluded to this earlier, but can you talk a little bit about building some of those emotional connections, those things that people find delightful in a business product? Why would you do that?
I think initially we just did that for fun because that's the kind of product that we would want to use and we would want to see from other people. It's with this particular category of software, we see people, a typical user is in the app for 10 hours a day. We don't want that to be a numbing, sad experience.
But as someone who's making someone at a company who's making an enterprise purchasing decision often isn't thinking about, oh, this software is going to be delightful for my people to use.
Yeah. I mean, the way that Slack has typically seen adoption is not because the CIO goes out and decides, I'm going to buy Slack and force everybody to use it, but instead through a more bottoms-up approach where a team adopts Slack because they actually find it useful, because they find that they get more work done, because they find that their communication is more transparent. And so the team starts using Slack, and then we see it spreads to other teams in the company, and it grows that way. So what's been more important for us for growth is to have a product that people love using to the extent that they convince their friends to use it, rather than selling it to the...
You have evangelists inside companies who force the product on their business. Is that more or less?
I wouldn't use the word force, but I see what you're saying.
And then how do you turn those people into paying customers?
Just by the virtue of the product being useful. It's like if it makes If it makes their life more useful, then they're willing to pay for it.
And can you talk a little about what the difference is between a free version? One of the things that has made Slack so hot, I think, in the Valley is that it does have this recurring revenue. Can you talk a little about how the free tiers versus the paid tiers work?
Yeah, it's a fairly classic freemium model where there are limitations on the free tier. So it's like if you're running a very small team, you can go out and use the free tier and it will probably be enough for you. And there are limitations around the platform use and how many integrations, how many bots you can install on the free tier. It's mostly around that. And then there's further security and administration controls at the paid tiers that are more useful for companies.
One of the things that we were talking about this last night, that I find interesting about Slack is it's got these very thoughtful interactions in it. For example, the do not disturb mode. Slack is a product that could make you be on 24 hours a day. Like it can kind of contribute to the always-on nature of smartphones. But you built this do not disturb product into it, which lets you kind of go offline. Can you tell me how that works and like how that shows your thinking at Slack?
Yeah, I think do not disturb mode. So we launched that, I think, earlier this year, and allows you to set a schedule for when you don't want to receive push notifications to your phone. But it goes a little bit further than that. For if I IM you at night, it will say, Matt's in do not disturb mode. Would you like to disturb him anyway? And then have a link to go disturb him. And the first thought you'd have about it is that that feature is built for you as the person who doesn't want to be disturbed. But it's also a useful feature for me because if I'm awake at midnight and think, I have this great message to send Matt, but I don't really want to wake him up because it's not actually very important. Then do not disturb is powerful for that because it lets you say, it's okay to send me messages right now. I won't deal with them until the morning. And so, thinking about that exchange from both ends.
At which point you forget in the morning to send it if you make that wait like that.
It's still, it's still marked as white in your client.
Well, Cal, I think we're out of time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you very much.
Thanks a million, guys. PJ Morton is a versatile musician, songwriter, producer who's been involved in contemporary gospel, rock, and R&B recordings since the early 2000s. Please welcome to the stage PJ Morton of Maroon 5 and PJ Morton and the Crusade in the company of Chris Caskey of Pitchfork.
Hey there. So you got that? We're good? All right, cool.
Come closer.
All right, do it.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
You doing?
Again, my name's Chris Caskey. I'm from Pitchfork. Here we have PJ Morton.
Yes.
We're going to kind of skip the introductions, and really what we want to do, since we have about 15 minutes to talk, is start with basically your last 14 years or so. I think we're in New Orleans. This is a technology-centric conference, but ultimately, I think we're going to hit on some of that stuff. You're a New Orleans native. You're someone that has left and has come home. And ultimately, that story is fascinating. And it would be good for both myself and I'm sure everyone to hear kind of the genesis of where things started and how you've made your way home.
Sure. Like you said, 14 years ago, about 14 years now, I left New Orleans. I graduated high school and left New Orleans. And the reason I left was because there was so much talent here in New Orleans. No lack of creativity here. The culture is so unique. But there was a lack of infrastructure here for me to, if I wasn't a jazz musician or even a rapper at the time, because you had no limit and cash money gearing up, I was neither of those. So I felt like I had to leave. I went to school in Atlanta initially, then went to New York for a second, and then ended up in LA after I joined Maroon 5. But, I'm back now for the same reason that I left. And that is to try to bring some infrastructure. I just started a label called Morton Records, and I want to bring the infrastructure that forced me to leave. I want to, be able to shine the light on this unique city that has all this talent and has all this culture. I think it was my duty to come and do that. When I started to look around and there's some success now with the band I'm in and the songwriting and things I've done in the past, now I felt like it was just important if there was going to be some type of legacy and something that I want to leave in this earth for people to remember me by,
it wouldn't just be hit records. It's like, okay, what's continuing this legacy? So I felt like I should just bring it all back home, and I feel like this isn't a huge techie conversation, but I think technology is what has allowed me to even come home and set up shop in this way. It used to be where you had to be. Well, when I moved to Atlanta, it was right when Outkast was blowing up and that whole system, and LaFace was coming, was in Atlanta. So there was some infrastructure starting there. But before that, even you had to be in New York or LA because that was before social media, where you had eyes on you.
Right.
So you had to actually physically be there to play at a club in New York or play at a club in LA for people to discover you. But now you do a good enough performance and post it somewhere online, people can find you from all around the world. So that technology has allowed me to come here and focus on this talent and shine a light. Really, I think it's the new age version of Chess Records being in Chicago, Stax being in Memphis. All these labels having strong independent labels in their cultures, and really just shining a light on how they live and how they work and how they play music. So that's why I'm here, and technology has allowed me to do that.
Yeah, and so, I mean, starting a label nowadays, I'm actually speaking later today about some of the kind of dynamics of what it means to be a label, but how technology plays into that is important. But it would be interesting, considering your career with Maroon 5, your career as, a solo musician and a band leader and whatnot. How do you think about a label? Like, what does a label mean now? I'm hearing a lot of, bringing out what it means to be in New Orleans and finding ways to kind of shine a proper light on what's happening here and all the different things that are emerging.
Right.
That's obviously part of the reason why we're here now is because, this city, I haven't been here in ages personally, and I come in here and it's like, not only is it changed, but it's been maintained and changing for the better, and you can feel the energy. But what does it mean, like, as now someone that is, obviously found success as a musician, but is kind of transitioning into a label mode? What is your vision and goals for that?
Right. Well, I admit it's a little insane to want to start a label in this day and age right now. But I do feel that the same thing that's hurt the industry over a period of time are some of the values that I want to instill in my label. We, inside of my label, kind of call it, we want to make it the New Orleans Motown, in the sense, I think a lost art is artist development.
Yep.
I think, I go to these labels now with an artist. Before I was starting Morton Records, or, they want you to have, 1 million followers already. They want you to have your music done. And, you used to have demos, right, where it's like an A&R at a label. The music guys were supposed to be able to hear where I can take this. But there's no creativity at these labels anymore. So they hear it, and it's got to be like fully done, ready to go to the radio right there. So there's no development, and I think that has worked for a few, and it has allowed you to get quick hits here and there. But in the long run, I think it's what's hurt the music industry. So I want to go back to the basics and get back to the artist development, of it. And I mean, that's outside of the music. That's teaching them how to perform live.
Yep.
That's teaching them how to hold interviews. That's teaching them how they should dress at certain things. So I do believe, while it's risky, I believe that putting the time into those things won't just give me success right now and get a hit on an artist right now, but some longevity. We were talking in one of the other panels I was on about, because, we got on the subject of Prince, right? And how he was able to be so effective, and how he's so missed now because he was a part of our lives, but also how we didn't really know him. He was very mysterious in that way. And the day and age that we live in with the social media and stuff, you're not able to get away with being so mysterious. You kind of suffer from that. If you try to be mysterious, they're like, okay, well, we'll just go and follow this other person. So with that, I think we've lost some of that, and I think that's where the development comes in. I think our modern day, one of the people who've who's been able to do that is Adele, right? She's found success. We don't see what she's doing every day. She's not posting online all the time. So I do think it's possible when the focus gets back to the music and the development of this real person, this real artist that's bringing some real art to the world.
Yeah.
So I'm going to focus on that, and I think that's, for me, that's what the label is about. So I know I'm
No, you're
rambling,
fine. Keep going.
but
Far more interesting than anything I have to
it's
say.
doing the real work, and then using this social media and all these things we have to put steroids on the real work, as opposed to this is our focus, and then the real work doesn't matter.
Figure it out later. I mean, that's the thing that. So the thing to me that's inspiring, and I actually don't think it's a backwards idea that you're starting a label now.
Yeah.
Because especially hearing you describe it, I mean, so much of what's happening now, there's so much noise, there's so many things happening, whether it's music or any news, whatever.
Sure.
But there's a lack of perspective, right? There's a lack of like a point of view or something that you mean. And for a long time, major labels are one thing, I think. I mean, there's a lot of problems that you suggest exist that I think I agree with. But more broadly, like, when you get down to the nitty-gritty and you think about what it really is, it's having an identity and having that perspective that's going to shine through. And that's when you look at any label, whatever like ones you mentioned, or you look at Sub Pop or Matador, you kind of know what these things mean, and then the communities that they're cultivating. So like, as someone that lives on the other side of the music industry, where I'm not releasing anything, but we're talking about it and viewing it, it's really inspiring, right? Because it's like, we do the glut of social media and the over-importance of how big something is. It really clouds the idea of quality. I mean, you've seen both sides, but like, what do you think the struggles will be in getting there? I mean, what are you finding with artists you're working with at your label, or even yourself, just in terms of finding that balance where, I mean, obviously Adele's huge, so it's easy for her to maybe remain obscure because everything's turnkey.
Now, yeah.
So as you're building your artists, or you're building, what your point of view might be, what are the kind of hurdles that you're encountering, if it's the social media or otherwise?
Right. I think it's the grassroots. I look at it now. You kind of have to approach it like a political campaign. We have politicians who are virtually unknowns to the world, right? And they do work in their communities and use these things, use social media to start a movement there. I mean, I feel like it's just going back to the basics. Grassroots, getting my artists, for instance, the first girl group that I have, they're from Memphis, Tennessee. And so we have to get them, get people excited in Memphis, and then move that energy to the next city. It's a way more painstaking process, but that's what I mean. I'm trying to think of longevity in that way, because they're not able to really be obscure, not at this point. Like, it's unfortunate, because when that is genuinely your personality, and you just want to do the music, and you don't want to be on there. Thank goodness they are actually like want to be out.
They want to talk.
Yeah, they want to talk. That helps. But I think it sucks for people who don't want to be that. So at this point, it's just kind of a part of you got to look at that. I mean, that's as much a part of being an artist now as anything. So you've got to factor that in. Not that I wouldn't sign somebody because they weren't outgoing, but I definitely think about it, So I think that is one of the pitfalls. It's like, not how your numbers, because I don't agree with that. I feel like if you're big where you are and you got 1,000 people where you are, I can get 1,000 people in this other city to believe that same way. But they do have to have the ability to, because I think now the music is just a part of what you're selling.
Yep.
People want to buy into you as a personality. They want to buy into you as a brand. So the focus is trying to get people to understand you as a personality, as an artist, and then the music is kind of like, it comes along with it. A great example is I joined Maroon 5 before The Voice, right before The Voice. And Maroon 5 had been around for 10 years before The Voice, and people were there for the music, right? But when he joined The Voice, and this is a good thing, nobody's complaining about this, but the fact that they were able to, and thank goodness he was likable on TV,
right?
Because it can go the other way. But because people liked Adam as a person, as a personality, we started to get fans I mean, the music was good. So once they came aboard, they were like, oh, okay, I can get down with this. But they weren't coming on board because of the music. Whereas that's the way it used to be. But they were coming on board because it's like, I like this guy, so let me see what he does,
yeah.
you know? And then we're able to keep them because the music is good. But that is kind of a downfall. I mean, it's a gift and a curse because it's like you got to be out there and people got to buy into you in order for them to even pay attention to the music.
Yeah, it's got to be intense. I mean, it's to try to compete with the noise has got to be very, very intense as an artist. And I mean, that's why I applaud you for the label side of that because, you know, it's, again, quality is what's the most important thing. Regardless of how big you can get, it's a matter of how much you can stand behind your art, I would assume. That's what we think about, regardless of whether or not how we're defining the word art anyway. But, you know, it's not only admirable, but it's exciting because it's, you know, you're reinventing what labels are now, right?
Yeah.
So you're using technology, you're using different ways of kind of like grassroots movements, and then you're just using old school, you know, music industry tactics, which are still important, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, so I guess, you know, to bring it all home, like what, now that we're in New Orleans and, you know, this is happening here and you're seeing things just as a, you know, having your family come home and basically being back home full circle, like, what do you feel like is next here, you know, as for the city and as a part of the city?
Well, I was actually one of the guys who didn't want to, I felt like I never was going to move home. It wasn't my plan to ever move home. And I came here and I just felt a different energy. I felt like people were more open, more ready for change. I think, you know, with all the bad that Katrina did, one of the good things was pushing people out of their comfort zones. And, you know, God bless the people who came back after the storm, because when they came back with different perspectives. I have friends who had never, before Katrina, had never left New Orleans.
Right.
Some had never left their neighborhoods, you know, like within a small radius. And it forced them to look at different perspectives and how different people live. And it's now they've brought that energy back. And now New Orleans, all of a sudden, with its charm and its unique culture, has now expanded to be able to even allow me to come and talk about these things and for them to process it in another way.
Right.
Because people used to look at me crazy when I said I wanted to be like a pop musician. They're like, what, you don't want to play in the French Quarter every week? I'm like, no, I want to be on the radio, you know. But now it's like, not only do they support that, but I have artists who come up to me all the time who want more, and there's growth. So, you know, for all the bad that it did, I think that we're in a better place. And now 10 years after, I think all the, you know, because we're shell-shocked as well. And I think it's taken 10 years for us to snap, you know, back into it and really understand what we have. Because that's, for me, it clicked for me how unique and how special this place is. And so I'm just happy to be back and happy to export all this uniqueness to the world.
That's great, man. I'm sure that, and I imagine everyone's happy to have you. And it's been great talking to you. So
a lot of love.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thanks,
Appreciate
everybody. All right. Thank you, man.
So this is the really fun part of the last 3 days. We started over the last few months. About 16,000 startups applied to be part of Alpha. We selected about 600 of those companies. About 400 of those companies applied for the pitching competition. We had some external judges who selected it down to 108 startups. Those 108 startups then pitched over starting on Tuesday and Wednesday. We had a semi-final late on Wednesday with the top 20, and we're about to have the best 3 out of that entire process up on stage in a moment. So
what you're basically saying is these are the slackers.
Yeah. I don't know how they got through. But I'd just love to turn to Tim, Haley, and Chris. I'd love to just ask you to just introduce yourselves very, very kind of briefly and tell me a little bit about yourselves.
Let's introduce each other.
Go for
I'm
it.
just kidding. In this order?
Sure.
You go first, please.
Oh, okay. Is it thundering out? Is
It's
that what
thundering.
I'm hearing?
It's a sign.
Wow.
There you
Wow.
The drama.
We don't have weather in California, so I'm very unaccustomed to this.
So my name is Haley Varna, and I'm a venture partner at First Round Capital. But I've only been on the dark side as an investor for 3 months. Before this, I was a founder. Co-founded a company called Birchbox, which is a beauty retail e-commerce site.
A kick-ass, successful one.
Why, thank you.
I'm Tim Chang, Managing Director of the Mayfield Fund. We're an early-stage venture capital firm in Silicon Valley, focused on Series A and B investments. I do quite a bit in marketplaces, quantified self, next-gen wellness, financial services, and all things body hacking and expanded consciousness.
So are you going to eat beignets while you're here?
This is like nutritional cheat day heaven, or hell, depending which
So
program
cheats
you're
are
on.
allowed.
Totally.
I'm Chris Sacca, frequent target of internet harassment through Twitter mentions. I founded my own firm, Lowercase Capital, and a couple years ago I gave it to my partner, Matt Mazzio. He is the guy you want to be pitching while you're here. I'm no longer in charge. He's Mazzeo. And
delegation skills.
Yeah, when I'm not investing through our fund, I am moonlighting on Shark Tank only for the opportunity to bust Mark Cuban's balls in front of millions of Americans.
Fantastic.
By the way, Patty, would it be possible to get a couple beers up here?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Can we get some? May we have some beers, please?
Maybe like Coronas with a lime, quick twist. No, I mean not like I'm.
Okay, we'll get some beers in a few moments. So I'd really love you for some of the startups coming up on stage. It's the very first time they've ever pitched in front of an audience of this size and in front of judges, in front of investors like this. So I'd love you to give all of them a huge round of applause when they come up on stage and also when they come off stage as well. So I'd like to welcome the very first startup on stage from Waterloo, Canada. Please welcome Beagle.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Cian O'Sullivan. I'm the top dog and founder of Beagle. Now, after I qualified as a lawyer, I decided to focus on business, and that was contract negotiations. I did about $1 billion worth of contract negotiations myself, all sizes and shapes, and with that came expectations, particularly from friends and family who would always ask me to have a quick look at something, usually at a family reunion. Now, a buddy of mine on a Friday said, "Hey, Cian, can you have a quick look at a contract for me? We're going after a big construction job. Just have a quick look for me." I said, "Sure, George, no problem." Well, there I am, Saturday afternoon, page 40, beer number 4, and I realized that this is bullshit. There has to be a better way to comb through this, to give George that quick look. I mean, what was he looking for? He just wants to know, are there anything in there that is going to impact how he's going to price it, or whether he should even go after the job in the first place? So then I thought, if you took 10 lawyers and you put them in a room, and while your first assumption would be to lock them away forever, if you gave them the contract and a highlighter and said, "Can you have a quick look?" what would the outcome be? It'd be surprisingly similar. Who's responsible for what? How do you get out of it? Who's on the hook for what if things go south? So I said, let's automate it. And we did. Introducing Beagle. It uses artificial intelligence to perform that quick look for you. It's an instant analysis so that you understand exactly what you're doing in that particular contract. Now, any contract decision maker in any size business, small or large, has to understand fact. And 30 million of those businesses in North America don't even use a lawyer to analyze their contracts. So for Beagle, if we have one person in 1% of those companies, that ends up being a $4 billion potential revenue stream. And let's not forget, that English is the international language of commerce. So Beagle is truly a global solution. Now let's look at it in action. This is the exact contract George asked me to look at. We identify who's responsible for what, and George can now dive into that and see the clauses in context. And using a secure, social media-inspired collaboration tool, he can engage with all the stakeholders that he wants to get instantaneous and secure feedback. So now George is able to make decisions based on fact and not feeling. Now, from a competitive perspective, we have a huge advantage because we're the only ones that combine the real-time collaboration and the artificial intelligence to provide a truly unified solution. It's kind of like chocolate and peanut butter, it just works better together. And another unfair advantage is we have a fantastic team. We have 3 data scientists who have masters and PhDs in artificial intelligence, specifically natural language processing and machine learning. We have the business experts and the legal experts, and we're able to combine that experience and expertise to deliver a world-class product. And because of our strategy and our team, we've been able to double our users and double our revenue and strategic partners over the last couple months. And our focus is that contract decision maker. We're kind of like approaching the market like Salesforce. We're an individual productivity tool, but as more people in the organization start to use it, it becomes bigger and grown throughout that company. Now, I want you to be able to not be like George. Don't ruin your friend's weekend. You guys have contracts or NDAs in your inbox right now. All you have to do is forward that to rufus@beagle.ai. You're going to get an instantaneous analysis right in your inbox, and you're going to understand what's in that contract. And while I don't hold a grudge, George did ruin my weekend. So now you guys can actually go off and enjoy yours. Oh, and there's actually one more thing. My mom reads Twitter, so if you guys could go to @Beagle Inc. and send out a tweet, I'd appreciate that.
Nice.
Thank you.
Right off the bat, I want to compliment you. Every time you mention the word lawyers, thunder would come. See, it just happened again. I don't know how you arranged that, but I'm super impressed.
I got a special relationship.
Okay, I mean, if nobody else has a question, I have a question. So, just from a risk perspective, those 10 lawyers locked in the room, have you let them out yet?
Yeah, they are. They're out.
Okay. Do you run into any regulatory issues around faking, like kind of imposing that you're, on the legal profession? That's a heavily regulated, licensed profession. You're doing, I saw in the document, you're redlining, so you're actually suggesting other changes. Has anyone pushed back on you and said, you know what, you guys are kind of pretending to be lawyers?
So we're not providing legal advice. The red lines that you saw there, they're actually from the users. It's a platform for them to be able to understand the contract better.
Do you suggest changes?
We don't suggest changes either, because what's important to you in a contract is actually going to be what's maybe very different than you. You might like perpetual licenses, you might not. So we don't know that. But what's really good is we've got built-in machine learning so that as you use the system, it understands your personalities, what you like and don't like, and then it will start to suggest things only based on your previous usage.
Okay. So let's talk about business model then, because that sounds like a really good initial lead gen tool. You're doing quick look as analysis. What does that lead to? Is it then an ongoing repeat business? Are you then doing outsourced legal help? Lead gen, marketplace, what sort of goes from there after the quick look?
So it's a great question, and it applies mostly to enterprise, because what happens here is you now have a breadcrumb trail in how contracts are gone through and how you negotiate or how you deal with a contract. So the analytics that we can give you in determining the probability of one clause changing versus another is something that we'd be able to learn over time, and that's of real high value to big enterprise. There's also corporate compliance and compliance control. So now what often happens in a big enterprise is that a person will say, or it'll be a $50,000 budget provided that the contract doesn't have this provision, and then you have to send it to lawyer.
Tell us, how are you charging?
It's a monthly SaaS.
Per seat?
The person who uploads the contract is the one who pays. Everyone that they collaborate with gets to collaborate for free, and NDAs are free for everybody all of the time.
Great. Thank you, Cian, and thank you to Beagle.
Yeah, right on. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you,
Get
Chris.
the lime in there.
Sláinte.
So Cian actually spent a year at UCC as well.
Yeah.
Which is small world. Okay, so could you please put your hands together? Huge round of applause for Rorus from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Just gonna put this down real quick.
Props.
Yeah, we got props. All right, how's it going, everybody? My name's Kyle Henson from Rorus, and we make very simple, easy-to-use water filters. So 8,000 people die every single day from drinking contaminated water. And usually in the developed world, we think that that's because people in the developing world can't afford clean water tech. And while that's part of the story, it's not the whole picture. If you take a plastic water bottle filled with water and you leave it in the sun for 6 hours, you actually end up with water that's biologically safe to drink. But people don't do this, and people still die because it's super inconvenient. And when we deploy technology like chlorine tablets to alleviate this inconvenience, they're misused because they're not designed to work across language and culture barriers. Chlorine tablets actually have a 50% recontamination rate. Technology that works in the lab often fails in the field. And our solution to that problem is to make water filters that are simple enough for everybody to use every day. And that's a picture of a 5-year-old kid who we met on our pilots in India, and he's been using our filters ever since from the days we went there in February till now. Usability is safety when it comes to water filters. You don't deploy a water tech that doesn't work. People just misuse water tech that does work because it's too complicated. The way that we alleviate this problem is we have filters that work differently from other filters. Most filters work by taking dirty water, forcing it through a membrane with really, really, really tiny holes, and hopefully the pathogens and other things you're trying to remove from the water are caught on one side of the membrane. Our filter has holes that are about 100 times the size of those competitors, and the filter media itself is ionically charged. So as water passes through, it's attracted to the filter and removed from the water. This gives us a really fast flow rate. It works kind of like a drinking fountain in the US, and to demonstrate how confident I am in the technology, I had 25 people spit in here before I came on stage. Got a glass of water, and a drink in front of you. Cheers.
No, don't do it.
I've used this drink from a toilet, it's cool. So,
Patty, what happens if he collapses over the next 2 minutes?
I have no idea. I don't know what to do.
Well, looks like we've got some technical issues. But, see, can that come up soon? Hard maybe.
Oh.
Uh-oh. All right, well, anyway, I'm just gonna ad-lib for you guys.
The filter's better. The holes are bigger. It's ionically charged.
Yeah.
Drank the spit. This is pretty awesome.
Yes, I did just drink some spit. We're doing good. So basically, anyway, I forget exactly what was next, so I'm just going to go a little out of order.
No one knows.
Essentially, a couple highlights. Some of our team members. I was a prior startup co-founder, and I was the CFO of a nonprofit before joining Rorus. Our CEO, Corinne Clinch, couldn't be here because she has laryngitis, unfortunately. But she spent the last 5 years in and out of the developing world watching those problems that I just talked to you about, where filter tech fails in the field but works in the lab. She watched that happen, and she herself got Giardia, thought there had to be a better way. Our chief microbiologist spent 34 years as the city of Pittsburgh's chief microbiologist, so if you ever visited Pittsburgh and drank clean water, he's the reason why. We're commercializing in the $5.5 billion Indian household water filtration market, and that market's expected to double over the next 15 years. Our newest team member, Dr. Rao, has spent 25 years, he's based in Bangalore, working for companies like Eureka Forbes and other great A-listers to take water tech from the lab to the field. I know there was other stuff. Oh, all right. So our cost of goods picture, we're able to sell this product at a 60% margin, 6-0, and still deliver clean drinking water to the Indian people at about half the cost per liter that they're used to paying right now. And one of the coolest things I think that I can tell you is that we're launching a crowd equity funding campaign. So anyone starting May 16th can invest as little as $100 in Rorus and get common stock just like the rest of us have. Super cool. If you want to learn more, check us out at wefunder.com/Rorus. And I remembered one more thing that was supposed to be a little earlier in the slides. What we're selling is a cartridge. There's a great picture of it in the deck, but that's the cartridge that's behind the tap right here. And that can turn anything that can carry water into a really simple, really comprehensive water filter, whether it's our backpack that we make and sell or locally available buckets like you saw with that 5-year-old kid. That's most of what I had to say, a little out of order. Thanks for bearing with me.
Woo! Woo!
Appreciate it.
You killed it without the slides.
Yeah, well done.
I tried. It was a little out of order, but...
Can I just ask
Life.
one question?
Please.
Your sick CTO, she didn't get sick from drinking the water, right?
No, laryngitis actually isn't waterborne as far as I know. Don't quote me on that.
I
but I'm pretty
appreciate your
sure.
candor.
No, I think her boyfriend's to blame. But.
You described a pretty diverse team. You know, as diversity is a common topic in our industry right now, both on the investing side and the founding side, do you think this is a product that benefits specifically from having diverse team members with diverse backgrounds and diverse experience in the field?
Yes, absolutely. So the three of us, except for Dr. J, went to Carnegie Mellon. That's where we all met. I studied business. I do have experience founding another company. Corinne really brings the field experience, the field work that kind of leads to this design. And Uriel is like the coolest dude that words can't do justice. His room is there's 3 industrial sewing machines along one wall, a whole bunch of like soft goods crafting materials along another wall, and a workbench on the third wall. And I went in, I was like, wait, where do you sleep? And he pulls a curtain out from under the workbench, and his mattress is down there. He's built 2 suits of armor, I think like 8 boats, 2 cars, and that's in high school. So, I mean, he's like the coolest prototyper.
Well, those could be ancillary product opportunities for you guys.
Yeah, he designed the first prototype for this. Seriously, we got feedback from an NGO, and he designed this first prototype within 6 hours.
So you're selling, your first market is international, global, in the field to NGOs. Can you talk a little bit about the size of that market and also the sales process? Is it,
Sure.
Is it quick?
Yeah, so we are selling to NGOs and also direct to consumer in India, and that's what that consultant I mentioned is really helping us with. The NGO market is huge. I mentioned $5.5 billion in India alone, and that's just what the Indian people spend. I think it's another billion when you factor in NGOs, and again, that's all just in India. The total size of this water market is $14 billion, and our technology, I mean, water's everywhere, right? So when you factor in military, government, outdoor recreation in the first world, when you factor in those markets, we're talking at least $18 billion of addressable market with this technology. And sales process? Basically, the consultants are helping us get channel partners. We're going to be working with distributors in India. We have relationships with a lot of NGOs. We actually did that pilot that you saw some pictures from before the tech failed me. We did that with a group called the Emmanuel Hospital Association, and they're really well connected in India as well on the NGO side. So they're really both helping us get to market.
How's your patent portfolio? Have you filed for IP?
Yeah, so we're keeping the technology trade secret because we're really internationally focused. So if you publish this as a patent in the US, you're saying, hey world, that isn't the US, copy this. And other than that, though, everything you can see about this bag is patentable. So we've got 2 utility patents filed, and I think we're working on 4 more.
Great. Do you feel proud of your work?
Very, yeah. I mean, like I said, that kid is drinking from our filters every day, and along with 50 other people in a village where we did our pilots.
Right on. I think that matters more than anything.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Well
Well done.
Thanks for bearing with me throughout the technical difficulties.
I think Kyle did incredible despite that mishap. For that to happen on stage he really did incredible. So next up,
was that Microsoft's fault or Adobe? Who fucked that up?
I don't know.
Let's assign some blame.
Yeah. So please welcome to the stage from San Diego, California, Portfolium.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Adam Markowitz. I'm the founder and CEO at Portfolium, and we're changing the way college students enter the workforce. Roughly 2 million students in the US will graduate from college next month and attempt to enter the workforce. But 60% of employers say they can't find the skills they're looking for in these graduates. And this entry-level skills gap results in more than half of all recent graduates being unemployed or underemployed. And that is a massive problem. But I don't think there's a skills gap at all. And I'll repeat it. I don't think there's an entry-level skills gap in this country. This is the highest educated generation in history that's grown up in the digital age with access to unlimited information literally at their fingertips. So if it's not a skills gap, what is it? It's a data gap. 60% of employers can't find the skills they're looking for because there's nowhere for them to go and actually see all of the skills that students are acquiring. You might think LinkedIn, but less than 13% of millennials actively use LinkedIn. And the average age of a LinkedIn user is still over 46 years old. Now, the number one reason students don't use it is because they don't have any professional experience. But what do students have? That's the most ironic part. They have work samples, projects, papers, presentations. 85 years of research says that work samples are the number one indicator of job performance, above GPA, above what school you went to, even above professional references. So this is the data gap. We still hire students today based on their major and their GPA, when we could be and we should be hiring students based on what they've done and what they can do, the items on the left. Together, these items represent the talent currency of the modern era, and they represent the core of the Portfolium network. On Portfolium, students demonstrate directly to employers all of the work that they've done and the skills they've acquired throughout their academic journey in these portable, permanent learning profiles of record, allowing us to match millions of students with tens of thousands of employers on a level that was never possible before. This is the new talent currency for students. Here's how it works. Portfolium partners with the university and provides every single student with a free verified e-portfolio. The students upload their work, their skills are proven, indexed, and then made searchable by employers at scale. It's that simple. Stand by. Over the last 2 years, Portfolium has partnered with over 150 universities to provide these verified e-portfolios to more than 3 million students, almost 15% of all college students in the country. Now, why do employers care? Despite the fact that $4 billion a year is spent by corporations recruiting 19 million students in the US, campus recruiting itself has severely lagged behind the recruitment technology revolution. But not anymore. Today, for the first time ever, employers could search for students with specific skill sets that match the competency profiles of their open positions. We just launched this product earlier this year, and we are strategically serving key early customers in a number of verticals. In fact, today I'm excited to announce that Oracle will be replacing their LinkedIn licenses with Portfolium licenses for their campus recruiters beginning in June. And over the next few months, Portfolium's partner career centers will be providing 15,000 employers with trial access to their campus's network to begin recruiting their students on Portfolium. All of this traction is due to the tireless efforts of our amazing team at Portfolium. Our investors, advisors, and management team have experience in higher education, recruitment software technology, and includes some of the earliest employees at Facebook, LinkedIn, and theladders.com. Now, Portfolium is not a job board. It's not just an e-portfolio network. It's a powerful tool that's changing the way millions of students market themselves to employers and changing the way tens of thousands of employers recruit entry-level talent. Now, I know it's the most overused word in the book, but I really do define that as disruption, and I really think that's the only way to address this entry-level skills gap. Thank you.
Right on.
Is that Gary Vee on the slide?
Did you just throw a Gary Vee slide in?
I might have.
He's not even on the panel. That's pandering.
Last year, apparently, he was.
Hey, does your platform give an opportunity to feature crappy jobs that you've had along the way? I mean, there was a guy on the internet, on Twitter a couple days ago who was saying, like, look, college students, this restaurant experience is not impressing me. And yet, when we hire, I won't hire you unless you've had a tipping or a service or some other shitty job along the way. Is there an opportunity to feature that kind of stuff in your platform?
Of course. So it's not just what you do in the classroom, literally outside the classroom as well, from extracurriculars to part-time jobs to athletics. All these things tell a story about a person, match the culture of my company. I still put my restaurant experience on my resume, even recently, because it says a lot about what I've done and the skills I acquired and what I want to do.
Right.
How do you charge? What's your business model?
Sure. So we actually charge universities to gain access to dashboards and analytics about what their students are doing, the skills they're showcasing. On the other side, what employers are searching for and really identifying that skills gap. But the real bread and butter, we charge, just like LinkedIn, employers to use it as a recruiting platform.
What's the run rate today?
The run rate? We're at 30K MRR right now.
30K MRR,
yeah.
Okay.
And 90% of that is from the university partnerships, which again is not the bulk of our revenue long term.
Was this born of a personal experience of yours?
Yeah. So I started at UCSD in the dorms in 2004 when Facebook had launched, and that's a really interesting time to be a freshman in the dorms, seeing everyone get really comfortable sharing all their social activity online. That's kind of the first light bulb moment. But I actually, 4 years later, landed a job working on the space shuttle program by bringing a paper portfolio into my job interviews. I just stapled photographs of the different engineering projects I worked on to the back of my resume. That was the first Portfolium profile.
I love it because when I was hiring at Birchbox, you could ask someone, tell me a story when you did this. If someone took out their iPad or some actual examples of work, like that was the best. So can you see this extending beyond just post-college first job, but also to later career?
Definitely. So even when we first launched to our first campus, UC San Diego, we had students who were previously denied opportunities due to average GPAs, but then they were able to show how passionate they were in everything they did, and then they started landing these jobs, and that helped us secure a lot more university partnerships really quickly. But now companies are coming to us and saying, after we hire a student, we want to bring their portfolio with them and use a private version for talent management within our own company and see all the skills that our employees are acquiring.
Right on, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So in a moment, I'm going to ask the judges to go backstage and they're going to begin their deliberations. And later this afternoon, we'll come back on stage and we'll announce the winner. But I'd just like to ask you finally to put your hands together for all three of our judges and all of the startups that have participated. So thank you so much.
This was a lot of work, by the way. I mean, come on, give it up. Very hard.
Adding numbers.
All right, we're back. Our next guest is quite simply one of the greatest ever quarterbacks. On the cusp of being inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame, Brett Favre joins us now to discuss Score Sports and why he believes in narrowing the gap between fan, player, and franchise. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Brian Graham of The Guardian, Bill Wilhite of Score Sports, and of course, Brett Favre.
Bill.
You can call me Bill.
You've been called worse.
I think we're on.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's no secret sports fans have an unquenchable appetite for reading and talking about their favorite teams. And Brian and Brett are leveraging these tribal passions with Score Sports. And Score Sports is the first and only social media platform that's created exclusively for the sports fan. And, you know, for starters, Brian, how is Score different from the other social channels that fans have been using sort of to discuss and just talk about their teams?
Yeah, I think part of the answer to that question lies in the specificity that we are just sports. And we cater to the fans, we cater to the sports enterprise, whether it's a Brett Favre or a Bayern Munich. We've really built, at a core in who we are and our DNA is really solving the problems and bringing balance back to what really is an unbalanced environment for the rights holders, for the athletes, for the sports franchises. And then in doing that, because of the partnership in nature, it creates an environment that is more interactive for the fan.
And I know one of sort of the core things that you guys are doing are this sort of direct engagement. And to bring it to Brett, you know, what value does that have to the athlete, the more direct engagement with the fans, not having to go through the middleman of traditional media?
You want to answer that?
No, it's yours.
You know, I think we were just talking about this backstage. We were talking about a lot of things, but social media, advertising has obviously gotten astronomical. And through social media, I think at some point in the near future, that's where it's all going to be. And for a player, obviously playing and playing well is your best bet as far as long-term monopolizing things. If you're not around, you can't advertise. And so there are agents, and there's agents to agents, and so on and so forth. And I think social media will be the avenue in which you can bypass a lot of that. You know, just from a merchandise standpoint, just say a goalie makes a great stop, and he wants to sell his gloves afterwards. There's a big market for that. He can do that through Score. The clothes that you wear to the game, that's kind of your pregame ritual. You know, you post that on Score. Maybe you for a charity of your choice, or your deal with Nike or Adidas or Audi or whoever. You work out a deal through Score where you monetize that part of your brand. And I just think that I'm retired now, so I'm kind of it's
over
not
the hill?
I'm over the hill. Correct. But I think that's the trend that we're going to see more and more of, and I think it's a good one.
Well, I know specific to Score Sports, you know, Brian and I were talking about, I think two core words are transparency and partnership. Can you talk about the partnerships that you have with teams and players and sort of how they're sort of being built within the Score network?
Yeah, and those are the key themes I think that we're really centered on is the genuine partnership approach that we take to things, and then the transparency, because the world is so out of balance for these folks and for teams and for in sports. And it's not just sports; it's every one that's out there that has a brand that they can that's got value. And so our commitment to that is at the core of what we do, and we work on developing tools and across our platform and features that really feed that. And partnership being the economic piece, the business side of it, and then the transparency is in the business model itself, and then the data. the other platforms that exist give you this much of a look into a thin line look into, who your fans are, where they are around the world, etc. And with the partnerships that we strike, we give a really deep access point that they aren't getting elsewhere.
So, from the fans' point of view, for people that haven't checked it out yet, can you talk about some of the stuff that you're doing specifically, like on the site? What can fans expect from it? I know there's been some one-on-one chats with athletes and stuff like that. What would a fan get when they come onto Score?
Yeah, it has all of the social hooks, I call them, that you would expect: like, post, follow, share, repost, comment, those things, which are fine. But then we're really from a product viewpoint, vantage point, we're really trying to find how can we make it more interactive, and what can we do that gives people an experience that is more engaging and better than they can get anywhere else. One of the things we did last fall was we dropped a fully integrated chat platform on top of the social network, and then we added a in-game live update feed. Internationally, a lot of people use WhatsApp. Why? I don't, because you can do groups and you can do that, but it doesn't have any scores in it. It doesn't have any updates. So we thought that would be a good idea to make it so that you can, have your friend in your group and chat and do that interactive stuff, post the videos and do all that, but then also at the same time get a notification and an alert when there's a yellow card or a score or a goal or something like that. And we're constantly challenging ourselves and our product team, and we get a lot of feedback from users, as you can imagine, both fans and then our partners, to give us other ideas. We recently added a feature that allows a team to do a fan-featured post, for instance. So if you have a bunch of fans and you are Bayern Munich, for instance, and you want to feature a particular fan who did something cool, you do so, the fan gets recognized, gets noticed, and it's kind of cool. So constantly looking for those more interactive and engaging hooks that we can add into it. And then we're also really a marketplace, so there are a lot of, as Brett alluded to, there's a lot of commerce activity there, one-of-a-kind, unique autographed items, so memorabilia, licensing, merchandising, unique items that we can deliver to a fan they can't get elsewhere is another aspect of that.
And Brett, what's sort of led you to sort of devote your time and resources into a tech company and into the tech space in general?
Yeah, well, Brian came to me 5 years ago when he and his wife were really this was sort of an idea or brainchild, if you will, and the company was called VFN at the time, and a lot has happened over the years or since then, but it was more or less kind of virtual trading cards was kind of the initial concept, and boy, has it really branched out then. I just thought it was kind of a neat, well, first of all, he asked me if I wanted to be a part of it. He didn't ask me to develop any software, thank goodness. But he asked me if I wanted to be a part of it. Brian's background, he's from Oregon, but he actually played baseball at LSU. And so we sort of had something in common with sports and
small towns.
Small towns, right. And I like Brian, and I thought, like we were talking backstage, I couldn't tell you if the concept would take off or not take off. I thought it was a neat concept. I thought there was some potential, and I was retired. I didn't have a whole lot else to do.
I mean, going back to the start of it, Brian, what sort of inspired this idea, sort of other than the fact that there was just an opening for it?
Yeah, I think my athletic background, I am a sports fan, and I just thought that the general social networks would run their course. No doubt social media, social networks would be around forever. And I just believed that the specificity, interest-based networks would pop up. So if you're into cooking or whatever, now those networks have. And I just thought sports was a natural place for that to occur. And then I knew that guys like Brett had a huge problem, and they weren't monetizing digital and didn't know how to do it. And the existing sports infrastructure ecosystem that's there didn't know how to do it, and certainly weren't going to build what I wanted to build. And my wife and I, we did start the company together. We have 4 kids, and I remember when she was pregnant with our third, I said, well, I can go get a job, or we can do this. And she said, I think we should do this. It's going to be big. That's why I went and got him.
Well, I know we spoke, Brett, backstage a little bit about it, but, in what ways does a platform like this, like Score Sports, sort of empower the athlete in ways that maybe weren't available during your playing career?
Well, a lot has changed since I played, and it hasn't been that long, 5 years actually. But I think, first back up, I think Score is able to coexist with Facebook and with Twitters and Instagram. It's by no means do we think that we're, out with them and in with Score. I think it very easily can coexist, and it has. Facebook is so big, they don't, they're not worried about paying you for posts or selling product or anything like that. But there is a market for that, and for that athlete, Derek Jeter, for example, he may say, there's no benefit for me, and it may not be necessarily, but there's not a lot of Derek Jeters out there who can kind of just pick their own whatever. I'll do this.
And then Derek Jeters are not born every day, but athletes do amazing things, and the spontaneity that, Odell Beckham is Odell Beckham, a household name because of that. I mean, it happened in a flash, right? Now, how does he capitalize on that? He may not have the career that Brett had. Was it 12 years?
Who, me?
Yeah, NFL, 12?
That was something like that, 12.
An athlete may not have that extended, time to become a household name, but he or she might do something that's phenomenal, that forever changes the way a house discusses. At least in my house with 4 boys, a lot of sports talk at dinner time. So the ability to capitalize instantly on things like that, I think, are unique.
Well, capitalize on an individual moment.
Yeah.
Capitalize on a career. I think we all kind of can relate to capitalizing on a career, but that individual moment is kind of like a home run you remember, or a slam dunk you remember, or Jim Valvano, going crazy after. Being able to. It's a great memory, but did anybody make any money off of it? Capitalize on it? I think that's kind of where we are today.
And you bring up Derek Jeter. I think we're seeing this growing trend in the sports space and sports media that sort of allows fans more direct access, to their athletes. Chance for athletes to get their message out without it being sort of just completely unfiltered. I mean, Derek Jeter started the Players Tribune. LeBron James has Uninterrupted. In what ways is Score sort of building on this idea, sort of existing within it?
So those particular platform things that you mentioned are more long form. I mean, they're tapping into the athlete being the source, or being the creator of the content, the communicator of the content. Sort of this directly from them, cutting out the middleman, if you will, and they can do it quickly on their own terms from their tractor if they want to, and get the message to their fans. They don't have to knock on the door at ESPN or some broadcast network to say, "Hey, give me some mic time," or "Put me on the camera." They can really truly be in charge of the message, what it said, when's it go out, and what's it look and feel like, and then ultimately, if they do want to try and capitalize on it, they're in charge.
And Brett, I know you talked about sort of just the tech space in general, sort of how competitive this sort of field is in trying to break through. What are the main challenges, I guess, you guys have both encountered sort of in just building this from the ground up?
Well, as we said backstage, I think the challenge is Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, the ones that you just mentioned from various athletes. It's let's strike while the iron's hot type of scenario. But again, I think you can coexist. I think what Score, and it has grown tremendously in a short amount of time. Will it continue? Well, we sure hope so. And I think that there definitely is a great upside to what we're doing and how we're doing it. But time will tell. But I think we're kind of the first to do what we're doing. And then everyone else, Facebook and the Twitters and stuff, they don't see the need necessarily to compete with what we're doing. They'll just buy us. That's how big.
I think the key word there is compete, and it makes you better. It makes you sharper. Mm-hmm. We are fortunate. We have a very, very clear North Star as a company. Our focus is him. make him smarter, make him better, make him more efficient, and then deliver these opportunities that he wouldn't see without us, and no one else is focused on it. And then keeping knowing who your customer is and solving their problems. And from a fan's perspective, I mean, we've gone to a few signing shows together, and literally, and Brad, and it's any athlete that's got a fan base, fans love to get close to their athlete. They want to get closer to it. They want the access, and even teams, they want the behind-the-scenes stuff. They want to know what the trainer has to say about Steph Curry's injury. They want to know about the guy that didn't draft Brett Favre, and why didn't he draft Brett Favre, and who was the guy that bet on Brett. All that stuff is just this unquenchable thirst, and keeping the focus on, I think because we're just sports, we're able just to have a very precise focus that gives us a competitive advantage.
Well, just spinning it forward, where do you see it going, in the next year, the next 5 years? I mean, what's next as you sort of take the next step as a company?
Never losing sight of who our customer is first and foremost, and giving fans a great value. But then I think the most exciting thing that gets me up very early every day and keeps me up late is the Internet of Things. I think that how that impacts and comes together inside of a sports environment, an ecosystem like we're building, it's incredible to think what can happen. Now there's chips inside the soccer ball and the foot hits it. How hard did it hit? What's it feel like? What's the haptic, feeling around that? It's, put something on him and have it feed data to the platform, right? That felt pretty good. But getting surfacing that stuff, that data and that content into a way that can be treated as content, man, that's exciting stuff. It really is.
And I know one other thing we spoke about was the idea of balance, and you alluded to it earlier, but in what ways does Score Sports sort of value the balance between user and platform that maybe other similar platforms just aren't really engaging with?
Well, I think the balanced nature is we truly value the rights holder and the owner and the creators of the content, whether it's a fan or an athlete. We truly value that, and we put a high priority on that. We also put a high priority on making it safe, a good environment. The haters and the trolls are just ruining places, and we are aggressively making it a place for him and everybody else to not have to deal with that as best we can.
Okay. Well, I think we're starting to run out of time, but are there any other sort of closing thoughts you have on just where it is now and where we're going?
Well, we have active users in over 200 countries around the world. We do see ourselves as a global business, a global platform, and we're going to continue to scale that with teams and leagues and players unions and athletes, of course, and just continue to become what we hope to be is the biggest platform in sports in the world.
And Brett, I think we'll give you the last word. Any closing remarks?
He never lets me get the last word. No, I second what he said. It's exciting, and most recently we've kind of branched out to involve soccer, and I'll say this. I heard soccer was big, but it is huge, and I'm just it's funny, my daughter, our oldest daughter, is married to a guy from Manchester. So I don't want to sound like an expert, but he has taught me a lot about soccer, and it's big. And to be involved with the soccer side of it has been kind of neat to see. It's hard to believe that something's bigger than National Football League, but this actually dwarfs National Football League. So it's pretty amazing.
Well, guys, thank you very much for your time. It was very helpful.
Thanks for having me.
A round of applause.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks very much, guys. So as offices become more distributed and remote working more common, how necessary is it for a CEO to stay at the headquarters all the time? Please welcome, in conversation with Dominic Rush of The Guardian, CEO of MongoDB, Dev Ittycheria, and CEO of Cornerstone On Demand, Adam Miller.
Give me 1 second. We got time.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right.
Gotta have the priority. So it's great to be here. Thanks, everyone. I have to actually cool Dev out here who just managed to grab an unbelievably well-timed selfie with Brett as he was leaving. So congratulations. Thanks so much for doing this, guys. I was just hoping that you could kind of tell us more about what you do before we kind of move on to the main topic. So, Dev, if you want to start with
Sure.
an outline.
I'm the CEO of a company called MongoDB. MongoDB is essentially a next-generation database, and many of you may know what a database is, but we basically believe that every layer of the software stack has been disrupted except for the database layer. And with today's rich, modern applications, a new platform is required, designed to essentially do three things. One, support all the rich data types that people use today. Not everything is now in text form. Two, be able to scale massively. And three, be always on. And so we're a modern database, and our users and customers tend to be developers.
And Adam.
So Cornerstone today is the world's largest cloud talent management company. We help organizations around the world recruit, train, and manage their people, effectively helping with the entire employee life cycle, from recruiting and hiring somebody to onboarding them, managing their training and development, dealing with their performance reviews, their goal setting, tracking their performance over time, paying them based on how they're performing, using that same data to further train them to the extent there are performance gaps, and use all of that to manage mobility in the organization, which I'm sure we're going to talk about.
Yeah, great. I mean, and the topic today was about where, home is where the CEO is, but as you guys both know, it's like increasingly that's where the workforce is as well. If they're not at home, they're mobile, or combinations of the two. And we've got WeWork here, people working from renting an office for a while. It's like the way that we work is diversifying so rapidly, and you guys obviously see a lot of this. I mean, where do you see the friction points now with this trend? I mean, what are the kind of difficulties companies face?
Well, it's hard to drive engagement when you have people working in disparate locations, especially if they're not working with anybody else in their region. So this could be the same city, the same state, or the same country. You might be alone in a country. And that can be difficult and difficult to manage. So companies in a tight labor market are always concerned about retaining their employees. One of the best ways to retain an employee is to keep them engaged. And so the challenge is, how do you engage people that are working from home or working remotely?
Right.
Well, I have the unique perspective. The second company I started, actually, I was the remote employee. I essentially tried to start the company in the New York area and ultimately moved the business to Boston. And we had just had a young baby, so we were in no position to relocate. And so I essentially became the remote employee. And it taught me a lot of lessons about how disconnected a remote employee can feel. They're not at every meeting. They're not around the water cooler. And so it really emphasized the need for really, really strong communications between the company and those remote employees, and also really, really strong interaction between that employee and their immediate team.
Right.
And so we invested a lot in communications and collaborative technologies to really bridge that gap. And the experience of that really taught me that there's immense value in building a business where you can go out and essentially go to where the talent is, versus forcing all the talent to come to you. And in today's really demanding labor force, it's incredibly important to go find that talent. So actually today at MongoDB, we may be the only company that actually has a clearly distributed dual headquartered environment. We have a headquarters in New York City as well as headquarters in Palo Alto, California. My own direct reports, my management team is split between those two locations. So we clearly understand and have to deal with the challenges of remote employees.
So do you think that it's possible to do the same kinds of work remotely as you can do face-to-face? I mean, can technology replace face-to-face communication, or do you think there's still some things that have to be done in person?
So I definitely think the collaborative technologies today are incredible. We had the co-founder of Slack here a few hours earlier. Obviously, we're big users of Slack. We use tools like Google Hangouts and even tools like Google Docs to share and collaborate between teams. But we also do recognize that nothing beats the intimate, personal, one-on-one meeting, inside a meeting, or that one-on-one session where you can speak to someone face-to-face. And so we as a management team force ourselves to get together at least once a month, just so we have the chance to kind of really reconnect on a very, very personal level. But that being said, there's no way I could attract the team I attracted if I forced everyone to live either in Palo Alto or New York, and it's really served the business well.
Right. Do you feel the same? Because in a way, you're replacing a lot of HR functions and a lot that traditionally have been done by a manager in-house, and and those were often, you get called into a meeting, and this is going well, this is not going well, or whatever. It's very much a kind of person-to-person communication. A lot of the stuff you're dealing with is very personal. I mean, do you think you can kind of do that remotely?
Well, look, a lot of jobs clearly can be done remotely. Sales jobs, service jobs, or support functions. Almost every job today with technology can be done remotely. The challenge is, how do you manage people who are remote? You can't just manage by walking around if you can't walk near those people. So you have to use communication tools. You have to over-communicate, have more company meetings, have more times where you're communicating out to the field. And one of the things we do that we think is really important for any new employee, the very first thing they do is come to the headquarters. So they meet the people, they see what the culture's like, they get immersed in the company before they're off alone in the field, and then bring them periodically to events and other meetings.
Right. So you think in the end you have to have some kind of human connection, like actually face to face. You don't think that we could all just have like kind of a teleconference when it gets good enough to do it or something?
We operate today in 28 countries.
Yeah.
So it's impossible to be face to face with everybody. And there are certain circumstances where maybe I don't visit an office for years. And the communication is via Skype or BlueJeans or webcams or WebEx, and that is the primary way of interacting with those people.
Right, it seems to me that there's kind of generational change as well as a technological change. And I know you guys both offer unlimited holiday, for example. I mean, do you see that as like the new workforce? Are they happier to work with a kind of remote CEO? Are they more comfortable with that? Do you see a generational divide in the workforce about how they're adapting to this, frankly, massive change in the way we all work in our lives?
I mean, what we've seen is that people are used to being able to work from anywhere. So the game has shifted to one of I'm the manager and you're the employee, to one of we're coworkers and we mutually respect each other. So one form of mutual respect is unlimited vacation. Another form of mutual respect is flex time, right? People work when they need to, they get their jobs done, and when they don't need to work, they can take time off. Or if they have something personal that's urgent, they can deal with that and work at a different time of day. So that respect becomes really important, and it moves into a world of real-time feedback, continuous communication, being able to interact via mobile communication services anytime, all the time.
Yeah, I would say one of the things I hear a lot of companies, they all give lip service, we value all our employees, we value remote employees, but I see many companies who do not walk the talk. I'll give you one example. We had an all-hands meeting last week, and the management team actually ran it twice. We actually ran it one session for our North American and our European employees, and then we ran the same all-hands meeting again, later that day for our employees in Asia. And for them, they had a real, I think the people in Asia, who are many, many time zones away, really appreciate the fact that I and our CFO were online in real time, could answer questions in real time. And so that's one example, one small example of the fact that where you have to walk the talk. So I agree with Adam. If you do not build into your kind of culture and your operating framework a way to really keep these employees engaged and feel really valued, people will see through that very, very quickly.
Right.
We spend a lot of time also recognizing, rewarding employees in remote offices for the work they're doing and how they're living the values. So we've invested a lot in terms of defining core values that are universal, irrespective if you're in New York, Palo Alto, Berlin, Madrid, or Hong Kong. And we really go out of our way to recognize employees who live that value. So that helps institutionalize those values. And then the last thing we spend, I shouldn't say the last thing, but one of the other things we spend a lot of time on is really leadership training. Because at the end of the day, employees don't leave companies, they leave their boss, who in their minds represents the company.
Right.
And so the way you can develop your leaders to be better leaders by coaching them and developing their skills around how do you give a one-on-one meeting, right? And in many cases, and we talked about this, offline, in a startup world, many times you have first-time managers who are very inexperienced. And so you add the double complexity of being a first-time manager and then dealing with remote employees. And how do you give them, how do you coach them on setting expectations? How do you coach them on giving feedback? How do you have that one-on-one session? How do you deal with an employee who thinks they're ready for a promotion? You think they're a good employee but not ready. And how do you do that in a way that doesn't demotivate them? Those are all tricky things, and it's magnified and compounded by the fact that you may not see that employee,
right,
every day. And so that becomes really critical enabler to make this happen.
I mean, and I guess, like, as you say, you're going to be, and especially with people here say you're going to be starting with a young team and a diversified team, and you may not have much management skill. So I mean, what kind of tips would you give people who are here today, to kind of remotely manage a smaller group of people?
So one is over-communicate. You want to communicate a lot and often, and don't be afraid to repeat yourself. You'd be surprised how often you have to give the same message before people truly remember what you're talking about. So
sorry, what did you say again?
Repeat, repeat, and repeat again. I also fully agree about the leadership development. At startups, you have a lot of people that are first-time managers, and give them coaching and advice on how to manage those remote teams. Also, keep in mind that some people prefer to be remote. So early on, we had most of our employees at headquarters, but a few that were outside the office. And I remember there was somebody that actually moved to LA, so they moved really close to the office, but they still didn't want to come into the office. They were so used to working from home, they had established a way of doing their job effectively that being in the office for them was not a benefit, it was a distraction.
I would agree with everything. I would say there's one more critical factor. If you're building a remote office, the real success factor in my mind is the local leadership. Because if you don't have the right leader in that remote office, and we, for example, at Mongo, have a globally distributed kind of follow the sun kind of support model. So we have people in North America, we have people in Europe, Israel, as well as like in Sydney, Australia, just for supporting our users and customers. If you don't have the right leadership in those remote offices, you see that showing up in terms of attrition and engagement rates and so forth. So the degree of success is highly correlated to having a strong leader in that office. Ideally, we want someone you can kind of cross-pollinate, either relocate from an environment where they already know the culture, or they've just grown up in an environment and showed a tremendous potential in the remote office and they've earned the right, or you bring in someone from the outside. If you bring in someone from the outside, it's really, really important to inculcate them into the culture and the values that are important for the company.
So
because that's a huge correlating factor to success.
Right. So
I completely agree.
At the top then.
Because even in that case, even if you have centralized hierarchies, so the support function all rolls up to somebody at headquarters, make sure that there's a matrix manager in the local office that also has control of that employee. Because they need to have local leadership or it's not going to be effective.
Great. Well, thanks so much, guys. It's a fascinating talk. I could talk to you for hours, but that's all we
Thank
have time for. Thanks.
Thanks very much, guys. So technology in many ways allows us to be less reliant on what went before and instead create the kind of world we want to live in. Please welcome in conversation with Leah Hunter, Cara Sprague, Eamon Storr, Maria Kleve, and Haley Barna.
Hello, everyone. Hi. This panel is called Waking from the Dream, the Realities that the World Needs to Face Now. But more accurately, because we're talking about gender, I'd like to focus it on creating the dream. You know, everyone knows right now, particularly, you know, these panelists have some really amazing, interesting perspectives, but we know there are inequalities in pay, in hiring, in practices which we were just talking about in the back, Maria. But we have the opportunity to create whatever we want. So it's my intention in this conversation that you hear what they have to say, and that everyone gets to walk away with things that we can be doing right now to help solve the problems that exist right now in the world. I'd like to actually start this conversation with Maria. And just so everyone knows, Maria's background in computer science and in championing women in technology is tremendous. As president of Harvey Mudd College, which is a science and engineering school, that is somewhere that you play deeply. And so my question for you is, how do we get more women in tech, and how do we keep them there?
So, in my experience, it's very simple to recruit more women in tech and also to keep them. It's just that you have to create a supportive culture for everyone. You need to build confidence and community among the women that you've got, and then you've got to demystify success. And if you're a woman or a person of color and not a member of the dominant group, chances are you're not getting nearly as much information about how to get promoted. And we know that half of the women who enter tech careers leave within the first 7 to 10 years, and it's usually because they don't think they have equal access to promotion opportunities. So let me tell just a very quick story. This is a story about Accenture. I gave a talk at HR 50 a year ago in the Bronx. Ellen Shook was there as the chief HR officer for Accenture. And she came up to me afterwards and said, you gave me some good ideas about how I could increase the percentage of women that we recruit.
And Maria, can you make sure that everybody gets this all the way in the back?
I am talking to the far back. Thank you. And so I saw her 4 months later, and she had told me when I saw her in April that they were hiring 30% of their engineers in India were female, and they were proud of that, but they wanted it to be more. So I saw her 4 months later, and she came up to me and she said, Maria, you won't believe it. We came in at 42% female this year among our engineers. And I said, so what did you do different? And she said, number one, we changed our job descriptions. We emphasized areas, in addition to all the technical skills, we mentioned creativity and communications and teamwork. We changed our interview process. A lot of ways that tech companies interview these days are really brutal, very adversarial, and not the kind of thing that most women are going to excel in. And then finally, we started recruiting at women's-only engineering colleges in India, also as well as at co-ed ones. 42%, up from 30%, was not hard, didn't cost a cent. So, if you'd like to recruit more women, that's what you do. You make sure your job descriptions, your interview process, and that you're also interviewing at places where there are lots of women. Of course, Harvey Mudd, we're about 50% female in engineering and in computer science, would be one of those places.
Yeah, and there are lots of, right? And she is definitely the woman to listen to, as a Microsoft board member. You weighed in on the Satya Nadella conversation pretty strongly. So thank you for that. And you touched on confidence, and that is something, Haley, that I want to talk with you about. Just so everyone knows, Haley's one of the founders of Birchbox, and you led it to raising $72 million before becoming a VC now. You are no slouch in business, but I read this article the other day where she was talking about one of the biggest barriers that she has faced was confidence, which is an issue that women in boardrooms across the U.S. and across the world face all the time. So can you give us a brief story about how that has really played out for you and give people an awareness of the issue that confidence is for women?
Of course. I feel like I should be on the couch since I'm being the vulnerable one talking about confidence. So first, let's clarify what I mean by that. I've always been a type A high achiever, and on a rational level, you would ask me, was I qualified to get into Harvard University, Harvard Business School, qualified to start a company, and I would tell you yes. But that does not mean that in every situation I go into it feeling ready to go. Sometimes the night before you could say, am I the right one to do this? Am I going to be qualified? How is it going to go? How did it go? And in fact, there's been research done that this is more of a female trait, that there's a gap by gender in confidence levels. So it's not about competence, it's more about I'm less likely to self-promote, to raise my hand and sort of like brazenly say I'm the best at something. And I think where that really, in a specific instance, came into play was when we were raising our first round of funding for Birchbox. We had a very solid business plan. In fact, we'd already run a proof of concept. We had paying customers. We had beauty brands that were signed up. And we put together a really nice slide deck explaining exactly what we had done and what we would do next. But I think we were frankly a little too realistic and pragmatic about the business model. When venture capitalists, now that I am one, I know, are used to hearing pitches that are, I'm going to be the next Facebook, I'm going to change the world. And we were two women going into the room, competent and confident, but not, our business plan didn't have $1 billion as the 5-year revenue target. In fact, we hit our official 5-year revenue target in year 1. We were so conservative about what we thought we would do. So that was a big lesson for us. And we adjusted the message. We're able to raise that first round of capital and then went on to grow the business and raise $71 million more.
And you raised a really great point in that, women don't have a lock on lack of self-confidence. Everyone has confidence issues, but there are gender differences in that, and there are also cultural differences. I was talking to a French entrepreneur recently, and she was like, we don't do that. We don't run around saying how great we are. Like, that's something I've had to train myself into. So just the recognition.
It's almost an adjustment. Ask yourself, okay, what if I was incredibly confident, how would I say this? And being aware and asking yourself that question.
And for the VCs and the people listening to those women, be aware that they might actually be under-promising and
over-delivering.
Prepared to over-deliver massively. Awesome. Thank you. And Eamon, I've got, hi. So Eamon is here as, wow, are you the president of The Guardian?
I'm the CEO of North
You're
America.
the CEO of North America for The Guardian, which I deeply respect as a writer and as a human. And there was an article in The Guardian recently about San Francisco being the first state to fully require parental leave. We were talking about that backstage, and can you just speak to that?
Yeah, I think when you look at San Francisco as an example on the face of it, it's kind of like you'd have to say that's progress, right? For a country, when you think about what's going to happen in the next election, like parental leave will be there at the front end of domestic policy. Hillary Clinton's always put a case forward on that. So you look at that and say that you have to look at that and think of it as progress. But then you kind of put it into context. And you go, well, progress against what? Progress against federal regulation. So how does it work in the rest of the world? How can we, when you think about the US, how does the US sit relative to the rest of the world? And it's pretty much at the bottom. In fact, it's the only developed country or developed market in the world that doesn't have paid parental leave. And I'm a father of 3, so I talk about it having lived in other countries as well as to how that works. We sit, as a nation, the policy we have on this sits at the same level as Papua New Guinea, as Tonga, as countries that are still very much in the development phase. You look at Europe, and in many instances, most countries, it varies slightly, but you're talking about anywhere between 18 weeks to over a year of paid leave, depending whether UK, I think, is 33 weeks. Australia, where we have our offices, also is like 18 weeks. So when you put it in the context of the rest of the world, we still have a long way to go, and 6 weeks as a standard for the US is still wholly inadequate. But even when you look within the US, you go, well, how does that determine how companies behave? And I think the encouraging thing when you look at that as research is to say, just because the federal law might be this, when you actually look, particularly in California, and you look at Netflix or Facebook and Google and J&J and a whole bunch of companies, you see great hope that there is private enterprise that are setting a very different standard of what that can be. So I think it's interesting when you look at even in the corporate sector, there's these two extremes of those who set their policies because what they believe is right and what believe is a healthy workplace. And there are those who set their policies as to what the minimum amount you can get by with under legislation. And I think that gap is huge.
Well, and I love that you raised some very specific examples of companies who are getting this right. And this is a question really for everyone, like who's doing this really well now? Who is paying attention to gender in a way that is solid? You said J&J and Netflix and Facebook are making some progress, right?
Absolutely.
Right, okay, so we can review their policies. But who else is doing it well?
Yeah, maybe I could speak to that.
And this is, by the way, this is Kara. She leads McKinsey's IT business technology and tech, media, and telecom practices. Is that right?
Yes.
She does a lot.
I also lead a lot of our work in gender research, specifically for women in tech on the West Coast. And I would say over the past several years, we have seen a huge increase in the amount of interest and activity focused on solving for the gender parity question. The good news is that we're a lot better informed. There's a lot of research out there. For example, McKinsey just released a report last year that said if the world sought gender parity at the level of regions, we could increase world GDP by as much as $12 trillion. Or if you just look in the United States and you look at the different states by region and we got to gender parity within those, that's $2 trillion. So there's a lot of money at stake here for gender parity, and certainly some companies are increasingly focusing quite a bit on how they achieve it. So they're rolling out things like unconscious bias training. We talked a lot about the benefits. Parental leave is a huge one. They're talking also about fertility programs for women who want to wait for a longer time before they have children so that they have more flexibility around how they plan their life and their family, as well as in programs in the education space. So wonderful programs, for example, from Girls Who Code that are reaching out and trying to get more women into engineering programs early, all the way through to college, where we've seen some great success, for example, at Harvey Mudd. So there's huge progress being made on multiple dimensions. That's the great news. The bad news, when we looked at this research, and there's another report I'll reference called Women in the Workplace, what we found that it's going to take...
And are these downloadable?
Yes, these are all available. Happy to point anybody to them, or you can find them on McKinsey.com. Our Women in the Workplace research said that it's going to take 100 years at this pace for us to achieve gender parity in the CEO suite. So we still have quite a long road to travel.
One thing that I love that you mentioned, it was beautiful. Like, I interviewed Dave McClure on stage at South by Southwest B2B this year, and he was talking about like why you should pay attention to diversity and women in particular. He's like, because they represent 80% of the spending power. Like, they're the ones buying the things, so you should probably have them on your team and designing things from the beginning. And I had this great conversation about someone who said, look, I've built my team up to 6 people. I have a startup. I had to run as fast as I could to get this thing to market, and now I've got this team. When should I be thinking about women on my team? And it was a really innocent question, like not a problematic question, but what would be your answer to that?
So my answer to that would be, if you're going to do a startup, so it's a ton of work, and it's not a short-term commitment. So it'd be a really good idea to start thinking about what your values are before you hire the first person. And I would really hope that one of your values would be that you're going to have a team that works well together and brings diversity of experience and perspective. Because there's lots of research that shows you get better solutions to problems if you have people with different experiences. And so I'd say if you got to 6 and you hadn't thought about that, what were you doing?
Other people weigh in on this.
I totally agree. Diverse groups make better decisions. It's been proven, and you're moving fast in the first few weeks and months of a startup, but it is something that you can think about. Even if you don't end up hiring from underrepresented groups, you should be seeing those candidates. You should be looking at your pipeline, and you should be talking to the people, and whether it's you doing the hiring or the hiring managers, be talking about that it's a goal, that it's important for the culture of your business. And there's even decisions you make before hiring. Like, who are your investors? Do you have angel investors? Are any of them women? Because having those advisors, even on like the board or investor level, can also help you have that diverse perspective that could make the difference.
There was an HBR article that I just happened to see on Twitter. It's like a gift from the gods this week that said, if you only have one woman in your candidate pool, you are statistically 0% likely to hire a woman. So to your point about making sure that that's part of the hiring criteria, you need to have plenty.
Just to build on that, it's also something where if you don't think about it early and you let it go and you say, okay, maybe when we become 20 people or 50 people, that makes it really, really hard. And so the problem of solving for diversity only gets more difficult the less diverse you are, right? Which is why it's something that you just want to solve for at the very beginning.
And it matters more and more to candidates. That 16th person that you're hiring that looks, even if it's a man seeing lots of other men, he might think that this isn't a workplace that values the same things I do.
And one of the things I've heard from the white male students at Harvey Mudd is that when they choose who they're going to work for or go to PhD programs, because they've had the opportunity of being a part of a learning community that is gender diverse and racially diverse, one of the first questions is, what is this company's commitment to diversity? And so if they look at a startup and it's all white guys, they're probably not going to go there.
And that's something that I love about the way the business community in our world is shifting. Like, there are more and more men. I was at an event at Harvard last week, and there was a man who stood up and said, this world won't work until 50% of the CEOs are female. And there are more men standing up and saying, like, that is necessary, that it, like,
we needed to have one man on this panel. Right.
Listen, speak to us.
I'm a minority.
Speak to us, Eamon.
As the minority speaker here today, I mean, the Guardian's a different business. If we're 50-50 split male-female audience, we're the only news company in the world, I think, that has 3 female editor-in-chiefs. Our newsroom is 59% female, so I think as a company in the US, so that's the US newsroom, in the US alone, we're 56% female. So for us, I have a sort of I guess part of the reason I'm sitting on this panel is in the last 10 years, I've always had a female boss, and I've prospered under that. I think the balance of having a company, we're actually biased female, so the balance of that kind of leadership and how we think about things, right from the topics we cover, knowing that we have a very strong opinion on female leadership and equality, but it also comes through to this overall diversity thing. Like, if you're going to write about immigration, you care about it, then you should employ people who come from diverse backgrounds, and you don't want to be just a newsroom of grey-haired white men, writing about immigration, or writing about racism, or writing about all of those subjects. So for us, we don't think about the balance of male-female because we're dominant female already. We do challenge ourselves to say, do we recruit in other areas and the way we write? And I don't think we've got there yet, but I think we're certainly the progress we're making is significant.
Yeah. I love that you brought that up. Like, I feel like this conversation is all about gender and helping the rise of the female, but there's a way in which I also see the millennial generation playing in a way in which gender is becoming increasingly irrelevant. Once we get to parity in business, which clearly, according to those numbers, won't be for a while, I think gender lines are becoming kind of blurry.
Well, I'm going to push back a little bit on that, and not that, I mean, it's certainly true that gender lines are becoming more blurry, and so, for example, if I'd been born 40 years later, I'd be transgender male for sure, because I grew up as a boy, and everything I liked were boy things, and my life would have been a lot easier if I were a male. But on the other hand, I think this idea that gender is no longer relevant, my experience is, so I'm going to be 65 this year, and if I talk to women, say 5 years ago, who were 40 or so, most of them had grown up believing the gender issues were over. And as they rose, into positions of vice president, it became clearer and clearer to them that it's not over, that it is really, really difficult to be female in many careers today. So I don't think that's going to change. I mean, it's not that the women who are 20 years old or 30 years old or 40 years old or 50 years old today are any less talented than the women, or more talented than women who are 60 or 70 years old. But it's amazing how difficult it is to change the stereotypes.
I love that you made that comment, and you reminded me of, that is one of the reasons I was in the corporate world for doing corporate innovation for like 15 years, and it got increasingly hard to rise, and that's one of the reasons I transitioned. So, what else do you have to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to say it's interesting you raised the generational point, because and I'll use McKinsey as one sub-example, but I've seen this in other areas from the clients that I serve, which is there was a generation of women, most of them are now in their 50s, 60s, and their approach was, we're going to break through the glass ceiling. And the way that they did that was oftentimes by taking on some of the more male qualities, doing it in a way that was very much like the group that they were trying to fit in. And what I'd say is different about what we're seeing these days is there's more and more women from the millennial generation, some Generation X, who are saying, no, we're not going to do it that way. We want to make it to the top on our own and doing it our way. And they're trying to redefine what it looks like to be a woman leader. And so there's definitely some changes going on generationally. At the same time, there's also research to show, I think, from the HBR, which showed millennial perceptions as they start facing career challenges and more stresses, two-income families, they start conforming more and more into traditional gender roles within relationships. And so that was some disappointing news that's been found, but it's getting better.
Because we only have a bit of time left, I want to close this out. And first of all, thank you for all of that. I want to make sure that everyone here walks away with one thing that they can do or think about and go home and do today to start to shift culture where they work or in the businesses that they're creating. So can you just offer some advice?
I have one that you all can do right now, because you literally already have your phones out. Only 10% of seed funding goes to women. Only 15% of founders are female. I would like each of you to find a woman in your phone and text her and say, I think you would be a fantastic founder. And extra credit if you tell her exactly why. But more women need to hear that they can be starting businesses.
Yay.
Yeah.
Text them right now.
So if you're female, I'd just like to advise you to take a risk. Be willing to reach up for something that seems out of reach and go for it. If you're male, find a female in your community and encourage her to do that.
Amazing. I would say for everybody in the room, and particularly the women, celebrate grit and don't let anybody say no to you.
I would say, I think it's really important we keep a balance and say this is not about a them and us thing. Yeah, it's just about equal representation. And when I think about, from a business perspective, I think about if you're going to join a company or work for a company, don't just look at the values that they talk about, but speak to people in the company and talk to them and feel if their behaviors match those values. And I think any company that's true to what they do in any aspect of diversity, I don't think there's any female that works in our company that wouldn't take a call from someone who was coming for a job at any level and tell them how it really is. I think there's too much chat, and in our business there's too much good talk, but you have to see if people really walk that talk as a business and live it.
Very good. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for being so attentive and listening. Very good.
Thank you very much. So staying with the idea of technology changing the world, our next guest founded his organization in 2006, and since then has helped fund almost 20,000 projects in 24 countries. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Jack Smith of Mike, the founder of Charity Water, Scott Harrison.
Hello everyone. Hope you guys are having an awesome conference. So I'm here with Scott Harrison, and everybody tells me, when I said I was going to be on stage with him, everybody says the same thing. Dude, his story's like amazing. He's notorious for being a very effective storyteller. And to give you an idea of Scott's efficacy, he's the founder and CEO of Charity Water. over the past 10 years brought, the numbers are astounding, clean water to 6 million people, 24 countries. That's 1 million donors with an average donation of $200. It's one of the most notoriously effective, transparent charities. So naturally, and this is going to seem like a weird pivot, and I know there's a lot of this at Collision, but we're actually going to start by talking about virtual reality. You have been experimenting recently as as Mr. Storyteller with virtual reality as the next frontier, maybe, of how you get people to give. Give us at least a little taste of what that means, and then we'll take it from there.
Sure. I mean, I think one of the hardest things for us is to get people to care about this issue at all. I mean, we are trying to serve 660 million people that are living without access to clean water. Almost every single person we talk to here has never faced this problem before. You don't know anyone that's drinking dirty water. You don't know anyone who's walking 5 hours. And the stuff that we see, it's just so hard to bring back. So I saw virtual reality for the first time. I saw a very crude humanitarian film made in a refugee camp a year ago. And the lights came on, and I said, change all of the creative priorities, scrap everything else we're doing. Let's send a team to Ethiopia, and let's try to document a water project being put in a village and the lives that are changed through that. And I also realized, I guess there was a limited amount of time where people are going to allow us to strap a television to their face and actually put away their phones. So you would get full attention for this limited amount of time. So we wound up getting a bunch of GoPros donated. We sent our team to a rural village in Ethiopia. We found this 13-year-old girl who had been walking for dirty water. Amazing story. Her mom had actually died of mental illness. Her mom had thrown herself off of a cliff on the road where she had to go to school every single day. She was taking care of her father and her 2 young kids, and she was only in school 3 days a week. It was just too much for her. The walking for water, taking care of the kids. So we find this beautiful girl, and we tell her story over 6 days, where her entire life is changed from a $10,000 donation. And you put on the headset, and the first day you're there at this nasty swamp. You're watching Salam, which is her name, drink water with cows and with goats, and you wouldn't let your dog drink this water. So there's this kind of shock. And then the next day you're in her house, and you see how tender she is with her siblings, and she winds up actually falling asleep, and you just get a sense of how tired she is. The next day you're standing up on this ridge, and you see $1 million of drilling rigs and compressors and trucks roll by, and this kind of thundering machinery. The next day you're in the middle of the drilling scene. The entire community is gathered around, waiting to see what's going to happen. And then, of course, water shoots out. People go freaking nuts. Her father, Salam's father, picks her up and starts spinning around, dancing, clapping. And then on the 6th day, you watch her walk up to this completed project and drink clean water for the first time in her life. And it's a really powerful film. It's 8 minutes long. We shot it on no budget, really. And, just to speak to the power of this medium, we had a man come in the New York office in December of last year, and he'd given a little bit to the organization before, so he was actually just coming in to be thanked. And he walks in. I spent a half hour with him. Some of his money had gone to Ethiopia, and I said, on your way out, why don't you just watch this film? So he puts on the headset. 8 minutes later, he takes it down, tears streaming down his eyes. He throws his wallet on the conference table and says, I'm not doing enough. And he writes a $400,000 check for 40 villages. So the one village, transformed 40. So, this film has already raised over $2 million. We're taking it to the streets. We've used it at our gala. So I'm so excited about the power of this medium to command attention, to get people to think differently, to actually feel something.
And you have a distinctly more challenging task in getting somebody to write a check. I mean, plenty of people in this room are looking for an activation of an app, or just sometimes, if you're media, anybody in the room, just getting to click an article. You have
a paywall.
You're trying to create a payment directly from a piece of media. Here's the problem I see there. There's a great VR company here that was doing something. Shout it out if you forget the name. I'm egregiously forgetting it, but they do like college visits, and they have a film they're doing. You visit. Yeah. And they're doing they have a film where it's like there's a modern dance and there's a lot of eye contact, and it's delightful and intimate and uncomfortable. It was very moving and interesting to see. it doesn't scale well. There was a line. You were talking backstage earlier. You said a magnificent thing about how a crowd like this, right, that you're speaking to directly, is much more powerful to you than, you said, a video that might go viral online. So for you, you have to get an activation, but you also want to reach as many people as possible. VR has a scale problem. How do you deal with that?
It does. I mean, we put it up on Facebook. It was seen in 360 by a couple million people there. We've been using it at conferences. We're now taking over public spaces, and there is a line. People are really excited. I think one of the ways we're trying to innovate on this experience is, if the old way was the charity stopping you on the street with a clipboard, whether it's a Greenpeace or a Planned Parenthood or a Red Cross or these traditional charities, and they say, hey, please, can you give me your time and then give me your money? The VR is so interesting because we can stop people on the street and say, you've probably heard of this thing. Do you want to try it? So everybody wants to try this new technology.
As opposed to, dodging you.
Exactly. I mean, they'll line up. Well, can I see it next? Can I see it next? And then what we've been doing is we've been trying to go and get donors behind this initiative and have those views unlock dollars. So the value proposition to this room would be, hey, come and watch this film. And if you're willing to give me 8 minutes of your time, a $30 donation will be made in your name. Someone will get clean water in your name. So we think we can show it to hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions of people. But you're right. It's still, is that true scale?
And there's the problem of, right now everything online is the form number. I don't know what percentage of your donations come from online. I know the donor amount is smaller, and also online. If there's anything we know from the past 10 years of trying to market media, get people to get their attention graph on media in the past 10 years, it's that what is successful is entertainment, and then almost more so, with feeds prioritizing video, entertainment media. I mean, I'm a journalist. I struggle enough. You are trying to show people and activate people's wallets from material that maybe...
And their hearts. I mean, we're after hearts and minds. So the one thing I've learned in 10 years of we've raised about $210 million, like you said, from 1 million people. You have to inspire people first. People are not waking up in the morning saying, oh, I need to go give money away today. Let me Google good charities to give to. We give when we hear about an issue, when we hear about a need, and then we're given a chance, or we're invited to go and meet that need. So it's our job to go and find these inspiring stories, go and tell them in authentic ways, commanding as much attention as possible. That's why it's hard with a 2-minute YouTube video. I can send a team out to the desert of West Africa and make a beautiful 2 or 3 minute film, but a kid is watching that, CNN's on the background, Donald Trump's yelling, Snapchat notifications are popping up. It's so hard to make a lasting impact in a couple minute video. So that's why this is just these powerful 8 minutes. We've seen when people weeping. I mean, it is a really visceral experience. I think the same thing with a speech. If you're able to talk to an audience for 45 minutes or an hour, and you can show them images and you can show them videos, and you can take them through these story arcs and take them through the issue, people will they'll give when their hearts are unlocked, and it's getting harder and harder.
Well, then isn't some of the problem moving forward for people maybe in the audience? You've got first mover advantage, right? You've got the luck of VR is new, therefore people are drawn to whatever VR experience they can. There's an opportunity for you 5 years down the line. Maybe VR is in every home. People are using it for gaming, entertainment. Yeah. The digital media companies.
The novelty's worn off.
The push notifications are coming in. Are you concerned that then you'll have to chase? You have to continue staying on the front edge on sort of non-scalable solutions that are exciting, or is that not a problem?
For sure, but I mean that's what the org has tried to do for 10 years is innovate along every step in the way. I mean, when we first started, just from a business model approach, I was 30, I was a nightclub promoter, so I didn't have any of the trappings of growing up under institutional philanthropy. And I looked at my friends and I realized none of them were giving because they didn't trust charities. And nobody trusted where the money went. And we would hear charities are black holes. I don't know how much will actually reach the people in need. So we said, well, this is a solvable problem. Let's just find a way to give away 100% of the public's money and literally open up 2 bank accounts, one for overhead, we'll figure that out somehow, and then this bank account where every public dollar, whether it's literally $1 or $1 million, would go straight to the projects. And then we said, well, how do we connect people? And Google Earth had just started the same year, and we said, well, Google has given us a free place where we could put up every single water project and make that data set publicly transparent. And then we started crowdfunding drilling rigs, and we mounted GPS units to our drilling rigs and gave them Twitter accounts. So every time they drilled a well, they would tweet their location. So I think it's just, whenever something new came out, we said, how can we adopt that technology to serve people in need, to fulfill our mission, which is getting people access to clean water. So VR, I think, is one exciting tool right now to get people who would just not care about people living 3,000 miles away that are walking 8 hours a day for water. Like, that's not our problem. It doesn't. I remember speaking at a conference once with the CEO of Livestrong, and he stood up on stage and he looked out at the audience and he said, okay, how many people here have had cancer? A bunch of hands go up. And he said, how many have had a friend or a family member with cancer? And the entire audience. And then he begins his talk. I get out there and say, how many people know someone that's died with dirty water or has walked 8 hours a day? There might actually be a couple people, that'll come up afterwards and say, that was my childhood. I grew up in Liberia. I grew up in, rural India. But it's so much more difficult, I think, getting people to care. So you're right. We'll have to probably find that next medium of storytelling. I think it's less online. I think people are starved for these human interactions. So what I love about the VR stuff is it's tactile. You have a volunteer who's putting it on you and kind of talking you through. And we did an activation in Nashville last week. And, the volunteers are saying, so how did you feel? And you have these really powerful interpersonal moments where someone who just watched this 13-year-old girl get clean water is kind of pouring their heart out and saying, this is how it made me feel. So I love that, the connection that people can have around empathy, around generosity, around compassion, and these conversations.
So one of the last things I want to get to, we have like another minute left, is one of the things you said to me is striking, was surprising to me, maybe surprising to people in the audience, is Charity Water is now coming up on its 10th year. You have faced, I want to hear about the challenges you face getting into the latter years, because especially with something like charity, maybe as you get longer in tail, you get to a point where maybe if you've given to charity, if you made a lump sum 5 years back, I feel like I've done my part.
Yeah.
Regardless of what kind of business you're in, how do you continue activating people as a company grays and matures and becomes older after people have already felt like they've had their experience?
That's the challenge, and we think about that a lot. The average donor, if you look at the charitable sector, only about 15% of donors will return to the charity the second year. So think about that. That means you got to go and get 85%. If you just want to repeat last year's donation revenue, you got to go find 85% new people every single year. So we think we have a big advantage because we can tell donors what we did with their money. Most times you just give to a charity, maybe you get a tax receipt, they send you a nice thank you, but you don't actually get to see that well. The photo, the GPS, the picture, sometimes even a video. So I think we have an advantage there because people say, wow, I see the result of that, I'll give again. We're exploring a subscription model right now. The sponsor a child model had worked for so many charities. That was never right for us because there's not one cute kid that can write you over 8 years. We're funding a myriad of water projects in 24 different countries that have different costs and different technological solutions. But that is a key. What program could we build where people could give every single month and feel connected to a community? As I said, we've solved 1% of the global problem. So it is doable. I mean, we really believe there's a day on this planet where no one is going to drink dirty water. And we've seen a lot of progress over the last 10 years. The numbers are coming down. The problem is getting better. Charity Water is helping an average of 2,700 people a day get clean water. I want to add a 0 to that. I'd like to add 2 zeros to that. So I think that's the challenge, and we need to figure out how do we bring people with us where it's not just one and done. Hey, I heard about this. That's great. I'll go on the website, give $100. but how do we develop a relationship with our supporter over the next 10 years? They feel connected. It becomes something they even pass down to their kids or their grandkids. I don't have the answer yet.
No, sure. Scott, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Absolutely. So everybody, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it, and have a great rest of the conference.
Thanks very much, guys. Should we be worried? Now, exploring the concept of intelligence and how developing AI, robotics, and automation can lead to unexpected results. Please welcome Stephen Levy and Stephen Wolfram.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. So, we're here to talk about artificial intelligence, specifically to address some of the hype, hopes, and concern about its recent renaissance. You know, back in the 1950s, when people started thinking about artificial intelligence, including Marvin Minsky, who recently died. I'm wearing a little button to honor him here. People thought we would have machines being humanly intelligent, match human intelligence within a few years. And that didn't happen, and they tried a lot of things, and we went through what was called an AI winter. And now it seems we're in AI hot tropical rainforest. It's everywhere. And people are a little alarmed at it in some cases, as well as excited about the prospects here. So I'm really happy, and we're all lucky to hear from Stephen Wolfram here, who's really one of our top scientists, a great thinker, a great writer. He just published something amazing on backchannel.com yesterday about a mathematician, and also somewhat of an entrepreneur. Some of you, I'm sure, are familiar with Mathematica. So hi, Stephen, and welcome. Hi there. So I would assume that you're pretty optimistic about what AI can do. Following your work, it seems the spine of it is that the universe is made of computation. So I would assume that you would think we're going to get a lot of traction in making machines intelligent.
You know, I think AI as it is right now is just it comes from a long tradition. You know, technology has been about automating things. You know, we take things which we as humans have been able to do, and then we automate them. We get machines to do them for us. And, you know, what's happening with AI is just a thing on that progression. What ends up happening is, you know, we have to define the goals. What is it we want to achieve? Then the role of people who build technology, like me, is to make it as automatic as possible to achieve those goals. It's not something where there is an intrinsic goal. There's something where, you know, we build the smartest possible AI. It will know what it's supposed to do. There's no sense in which the AI itself has an intrinsic goal. You know, I happen to have spent a lot of time studying kind of the science of computation and kind of its relationship not only to things we build in technology, but also to the natural world. And I'm really very certain that we can think well about the natural world in terms of computation. So, you know, the little aphorism is, you know, the weather has a mind of its own. Okay, that seems like, you know, return to animism or something like this. But actually, it's an interesting scientific statement. Because what's basically saying is that the weather is doing a computation just like our computers are doing computations or our brains are doing computations. It's all the same kind of thing that's happening. So I think it's in that sense, what we're doing is we're taking in technology, we're trying to harness this thing that is computation and make it achieve the goals that we as humans define.
It's interesting. I guess we're burning a lot of cycles today with the thunderstorm.
Yes, yes, right, exactly.
But wait a minute. But if even the weather has a mind of its own, and computation is natural, so to speak, not built by organisms, but just out there as part of the universe's complexity. Why can't we have artificially intelligent things that we build that do have purposes, that do have goals?
What does it mean for something to have a goal?
You tell me.
So, I mean, it's interesting because almost anything that happens in the world you can think of in terms of its mechanism, or you can think of it in terms of its purpose. I mean, so now we're about to go into real-time philosophy, but let me say a few things about that because I think it's kind of interesting. You know, if you say, I'm going to throw a ball. Okay, the ball follows some parabolic trajectory. You can say the reason it does that is because it has some mechanism. It follows some differential equation that at every moment says the ball should move in this way. You can also say, that the ball is going to follow a trajectory that minimizes the action quantity in mechanics. Okay, so in a sense, the ball is achieving a purpose of minimizing that action quantity. Those are two different ways of talking about what the ball is doing. One is by mechanism, the other is by purpose. And this dichotomy between mechanism and purpose, I mean, you go back, look at, Aristotle was talking about the same things. We've been talking about the same stuff for thousands of years. But so it's not really knowing if a thing has a purpose. There's no intrinsic sense in which a thing will have a purpose. You can say, how do we explain what it does? We can explain what a person does by virtue of their achieving this purpose. We can also explain it in terms of they are, something happens in their brain chemistry that causes this to happen, that causes that to happen. It's a mechanism. So purpose is a very slippery thing. And when you, if you look at a thing, like you look at Stonehenge, for example, you say, was it built for a purpose? Hard to know. Actually, my favorite of this type is we think about extraterrestrial intelligence, and we think about, let's say we had an extraterrestrial intelligence that could, move stars around in the sky, okay? What would it choose to do? What would be a way of moving stars around in the sky where we could know that those stars had been put there for a purpose? It wasn't just some natural thing that caused them to be that way. They were put there for a purpose. It's a complicated issue. I mean, basically, purpose ends up being defined as something that comes out of some long kind of cultural history. It's not a thing where you can say, this thing has a purpose, that doesn't have a purpose. There's a bit more to say about this, and the philosophers have been writing about this for thousands of years. But
to ground it to artificial intelligence, so basically there's two big concerns about AI. And the first is that it's going to kill us.
Yes.
And the second is it's going to take all our jobs, right? So the first one is if you're optimistic, say, about what AI can do, then it will be whether it has this theological sense of purpose or not that we're talking about. At some point in some singularity kind of voodoo, it's going to say, well, so much for humans, we're taking it from here, and they're not really necessary for us. Do you buy that?
I think it's complicated. I think that, one could certainly make mistakes with AI. One of the things that's interesting is, okay, you say, let's make ethical AI. What on earth does that mean? How do we define what ethics, I was thinking, let's curate the ethics systems of the world. In Morton Alpha, we curate all kinds of things. I was thinking, let's just collect all the ethical codes that people have developed over the course of history.
Is this something you've done?
Not yet, no, but I've been thinking about doing it. But then you realize, okay, so here's a simple issue. Let's say that the AI is able to create a certain happiness distribution for people. So it can say, there's a certain, maybe a total happiness.
And this would be a goal that a human told it to do.
Yes, but I mean, I'm just saying, even if we say, let's build in, an ethics box in all our AIs, what does it do? Right, so we say, let's build in what the sculpted happiness distribution of the world's population should be if the AIs were in control. So do you decide you make some people very happy, some people very unhappy, everybody of average happiness? What do? There's no right answer. This is a thing that's been debated in different sort of systems and cultures forever. And, I realize that I don't think there's you could also say, well, let's use machine learning. Let's have, the ethics learnt by the AIs watching movies or watching what people do.
Right.
It's probably a pretty bad idea, too.
They're probably doing it at Google, I'm sure.
I think... you shouldn't get me started on that.
Well, that's it now.
I think this is an interesting problem of kind of how do we imbue, we are trying to build technology that can achieve our purposes, and how do we define, for example, our ethical purposes for purposes of an AI? I think in terms of will they eat us? Will they take our jobs? Certainly in the next few years, a lot of sort of white-collar jobs that have been based on human judgment will be better done by machines.
Right. Well, we hear this one prediction that came out of your home country somewhere, that 2/3 of the jobs that people have over, I guess, a 20-year period, some period, could and will be replaced by automation. Does that seem reasonable to you?
I don't know. I've looked at actually, I did a bit of a study of trying to look at the trends over the last 100 years or so. The job categories have changed, so you have to kind of merge things together. But it's interesting to see what's happened over the last 100 years. Agriculture went way down. Manufacturing actually didn't go down as much as you would think. Everything to do with government went up. things to do with healthcare went up, at least in the nursing sector and so on. So, there are trends like that. These things tend to be, I think the really interesting thing is, what will we be doing in the future? That is, some of the jobs that we have now, some of the things that we do now, in the past, there were things people were doing which don't make any sense to do anymore. I think one of the things...
Like what? What do you mean?
Well, a lot of agricultural kinds of things, it's like you just have a machine that does that, or you just have more efficient crops and so on. I think the interesting question for me is, if you look at what we do today, a lot of what we do today would seem absolutely pointless to somebody from 1,000 years ago. I mean, we walk on a treadmill. Why on earth would somebody walk on a treadmill? What a crazy thing to do.
Because that really brilliant weather with a purpose is raining on us.
Right. But it's like in the past, one of the concerns is, okay, well, when everything is automated, humans don't have to do very much.
Well, how are you going to automate exercise? Where do you pick?
Well, that's a different issue. I mean, it's the kind of the biology. At what point? I mean, one of the big drivers of human purpose today is human mortality, finite lifespan. And one thing we will see, which will surely be sort of the biggest discontinuity in history ever, is when people effectively achieve immortality.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Absolutely, it will happen.
Really?
Whether it will happen in time for somebody like me is unclear, but will it happen? Of course it will happen. I mean, whether it will happen in a digital form or a biological form or a merger of those forms is not clear. And what it will mean when it happens is also not clear. I mean, my kind of vision, my slightly pessimistic vision to my mind of the future is, the kind of the box of 1 trillion souls. You've kind of got you've got sort of the human condition, it's virtualized. You've got all sort of human consciousness represented digitally. It's nice, it's easy to back up. It's all, all good. And you've got this box of 1 trillion souls. And then the question is, you're looking at this box, and the box has all these atomic processes going on and all these electrons moving around and so on. And then next to the box, there's a rock. And the rock also has all kinds of atomic processes and electrons and so on going around. And you ask yourself, what's the difference between the box of 1 trillion souls and the rock? And the answer is, the box of 1 trillion souls came out of this whole long history of human civilization and has kind of the details of our history encoded in it. The rock, well, it has the details of geological history encoded in it, but it seems a lot less interesting to us. But it's also, there's the question of, is that a very pessimistic view of kind of the end of history?
It doesn't thrill me to think I'm going to be one of 1 trillion souls in a box.
Yeah, well, right. But you get to do, you get to explore our actual, a virtualized version of our actual universe. You get to explore the universe of all possible universes. You get to do whatever you want, which to many people, it's like doing whatever you want seems like a good thing. So I became less pessimistic about this. I was kind of really pessimistic about this a little while ago. And then I was thinking about, what would, if you go back 1,000 years and you say, so in a sense, the sort of the 1 trillion souls in a box, it's like everybody's just playing video games all the time.
Well, like the Matrix, where people are sitting there, in fetal position in some sort of solution, while, in virtual reality somewhere, their consciousness is doing all this fun stuff and dodging bullets.
Right. But I mean, so in a sense, it's like everybody's just playing a video game. And then you say, well, that seems kind of pointless. But then if you think back 1,000 years and you say, what would a person 1,000 years ago think of what we do today? The slightly depressing thing to realize, a lot of what we do today would seem like kind of playing video games. Because it's like, 1,000 years ago, people were worrying about, almost everybody was worrying about whether they get their next meal, how do they survive, all these kinds of things, which for a lot of people is not an immediate issue. But I felt a little bit less pessimistic because in today's world, it seems like we're doing things that are purposeful, even though from looking from 1,000 years ago, it might seem like what we're doing today is not purposeful. And so it kind of makes one feel more optimistic that it will at least feel okay in the future.
Well, let me take what you do and maybe circle back to artificial intelligence.
I'm sorry, I'm just...
You've been blowing my mind, Stephen. But, so if these, basically what unnerves people about artificial intelligence, I think, is that we feel that we have a monopoly on consciousness.
Yes.
We're behaving like we're conscious. And, somehow we think of a human being as, like a mix of that consciousness and our physical presence. And what you're describing here is really no physical presence, right?
Yes.
And something which maintains the consciousness. To a lot of people, the big hurdle on all the singularity stuff is that they say computers can never have consciousness. That's just something that won't go. And to a lot of scientists, that rankles them because they feel that that's a form of vitalism, that, kind of belief in a soul, it doesn't bother them. So are you telling me that you are, believe that is the case? That, basically a machine process that we can create can be conscious and generate that?
Yeah, I mean, people have said, I've been involved in doing things which would now be called AI for, 40 years or so now. And people are always saying, computers will never be able to do X. And when computers can do X, then we'll know they've really achieved whatever. And, it used to be doing symbolic integrals. Then it was, composing interesting music. Then it was doing all kinds of other things. So, at a practical level, we keep on achieving these things. Now, if you ask, will we have consciousness in a box, so to speak? I think the answer is, well, first question is, what do you mean by consciousness? The second thing to realize is you start thinking about sort of a progression, and I see it as going from defining life to defining intelligence to defining consciousness. And life is an easier case to talk about because you say, okay, is something alive, is it not alive? On Earth, it's pretty easy to tell because you go look at it, you go see, it has RNA in it, it's got all kinds of detailed biological molecules and so on. That's alive and this is not alive. Now you go, when I was a kid, there was the first Mars landers were landing, and they had these experiments to try and figure out whether the Martian soil was full of life or not. And kind of one of the best experiments was you feed it sugar and you see whether it metabolizes. Now, is that really the abstract definition of life? Probably not. The Greeks said, if it moves itself, then it must be alive. Then there were steam engines and things. So what we realize in the end is there is no good abstract definition of life. There's a historical definition that's particular to our terrestrial situation, that life has biological molecules and so on. Similarly with intelligence. Is there a notion of intelligence that is divorced from our particular intelligence, with our particular history? That comes up importantly when you talk about extraterrestrial intelligence. Do we know whether that weird signal that we get from this, particular radio-emitting star, do we know if that's intelligence? Or is it just merely a physical process like the weather, which has a mind of its own, so to speak? And, it gets more and more slippery, and I think consciousness is an even more slippery version of this. And I think, when you say people are, throughout history, people have said, we're special. Our Earth is at the center of the universe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's really a good thing. I like to think we're special. I like to think that, but I just don't think it's true. I think that when you look at any of the sort of criteria of saying, well, this is what you mean by having this box of consciousness, I think what you realize is you're going to achieve that in some digital form. Now, when you look at a human brain or something and you say, well, there's magic things going on in the human brain, it won't be that long before we can see, our 100 trillion neurons up on some big dashboard where, whatever I'm thinking right now, you'll be able to see there's some wave of activation that's starting here and I'm trying to figure out what the next word is. And, it's very unmysterious in some sense because there'll be a giant kind of, this is what every neuron is doing. So you might say, okay, if that's the case, then what's the point? Well, the point is that this computation that's going on to figure out, what will be the next word I say or whatever else, it's an irreducible computation. In other words, you might think if we can see every step, then it's all trivial, and we might just be able to say, let's just jump ahead and get to the end, just get to the point, so to speak, without going through all the steps. But one of the sort of fundamental facts that's come out of a bunch of basic science, including a bunch of stuff I've spent many years doing, is that there's this notion of irreducible computation, that there's no shortcut.
Right. So we're out of time here, but I'm going to ask you one question to try to do a very short answer before they throw us off here. You've been talking very much like a scientist. To a lot of people, this debate is a very visceral one. I've known you for a lot of years, right? And I'm just kind of curious. Has having a family and having children affected your thinking about the subject at all?
It's funny because there are a lot of things that I've concluded scientifically where I hate the answers I'm getting. And it's a very frustrating thing because, I'm an optimistic guy, and I keep on coming up with kind of pessimistic conclusions. So that's been, I'm still trying to come to terms with that issue.
Okay. Well, thank you, Stephen. It has been amazing.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. So if people want seats, I know there's a tremendous amount of people standing down the back. There's definitely some more up front, so by all means, stream up. So 3 years ago, I spent an incredible week in Ethiopia with our next speaker. It was an amazing opportunity to get to learn firsthand from an investor that has crushed it more than almost any other investor over the last half a decade. So I'm really, really thrilled and excited to welcome to the stage in conversation with Laurie Siegel from CNN. Please put your hands together for Chris Sacca.
I love how you say trilled. Let's get a snap here.
Oh, we're going to Snapchat this. Also, notice that you don't know what beer that is. So
yeah, we don't want to get free marketing to sponsors.
He's not endorsing any beer, ladies and gentlemen.
Next year, I figure Patty's going to have an official beverage sponsor at some point. Hey, everybody.
So just let me know when you're done. We'll start. It's on Chris's time.
Boom. Hey, guys. Who's periscoping?
How many people here are using Periscope?
Who's Facebook Living? Who's
So
just
what do you
keeping
think
this
about
for their
the
own
future of
posterity
live
to show their
streaming?
grandmas or something like that? There's just a lot of cameras going. All right, I love it. Thanks.
So I was excited to interview you because I think your path is so interesting. And I know a lot of folks here know you now as who you are, as Chris Sacca, who wears these cool shirts. But before this, you were working at a law firm. You were at Google.
Seriously, wait, that's got to come with a trigger warning. You can't just bring up working at a law firm and not...
You worked at a law firm. You made your way to Google, and you became one of the most successful angel investors. So if you could kind of pinpoint, it almost seems like you always used a job you were at as kind of like a holding place for the job you wanted. What was it? How did you make that leap?
Yeah, I guess I didn't think about it as kind of leverage for the next job necessarily. I think that one of the things I look for in our best entrepreneurs, and that has connected our best entrepreneurs over time, whether it's Travis or Evan Williams or Kevin Systrom, is they just believe in the inevitability of their success. Like even when there's a setback, they don't wallow in it because they just know it's going to work out. And I don't mean they're there to sell you and convince you it's going to work out. They just know it. And strangely, in the back of my mind, I just always knew it was going to work out. I mean, I had a huge setback in the spring of 2000 where I went from $12 million net worth on paper to negative $4 million in a matter of days. And it sucked. I'm not going to say I didn't fucking punch the wall, but I just knew I would dig out of that, and I knew it would work out, and I knew that somehow I would get out of a debt hole bigger than like the money I originally as a kid thought I would ever make in the world, and then I would go on to make something else. And
when I asked a lot of the people who know you well, tell me about Chris. Like, what should I ask him on stage? And everyone.
Are you going to disclose their names? I want to know who's talking about.
No,
me.
I'm not. That's on background. But a lot of people talked about your attention to detail, and that you have so much attention to detail when it comes to entrepreneurs and how you look at investments. So what were the details that made you want to invest in, say, the founders of Instagram or Uber? Can you give us some specifics?
Yeah, I mean, I think my attention to detail comes up more when we start working together. I mean, my wife and I just finished building a house that took 4 years to build, and it's not a huge house. It's just we're absolutely obsessive about the way that wood meets that wood meets that wood in that corner. And so you might not get it from the shirts, but I really do care about aesthetics. I care about every pixel on the site. I care about simplicity. I think making things simple is one of the hardest things to do in the world. People underestimate simplicity because it doesn't look like it took that much effort, but taking stuff away from an app, taking stuff away from a site makes it work that much better, makes it easier for users, makes you make a lot more money, but it's the hardest thing to do. And so I do obsess over detail like that. But I think often that doesn't come up in the initial phase of getting into an Uber. I mean, Uber, Travis was an old buddy. I knew he had a lot of hustle. I knew he had a lot of drive and ambition. He has that inevitability of success. I mean, in the earliest days when he is pulling 8-hour sessions in our hot tub up in Truckee, we were talking about international expansion, and I think there were probably 3 cars in the network already. We were talking about moving food and packages around in 2009. And, you know, in parallel, I don't know if you know this story. Do you guys know the Nintendo Wii story? So it's New Year's Day, 2010, I believe. Travis, the CEO of Uber, and we are sitting around my house. We're a little hungover from the night before. And my dad challenges Travis to a game of Nintendo Wii tennis. And Travis is like, okay, Mr. Saka. And so my dad's up, like, taking swings and, you know, like, working up a sweat. And Travis is holding a remote and just doing this. And he's beating up on my dad. And my dad's like, what the hell is this? And, like, after a couple games losing, my dad's visibly frustrated. He's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Saka, but in, like, a Princess Bride moment, he's like, I'm not actually right-handed. And then, and my dad doesn't score another point again. He's like, what the? And Travis, bleary-eyed, is literally like, okay, Mr. Saka, here, bear with me for a second. And he pages over to the global leaderboard. And Travis, while being CEO of Uber, is ranked number 2 in the world at Wii Tennis.
So is there like a common trait? And are they all the kind of people that could kind of annihilate your dad and tennis?
Can I ask you, would you ever want to compete with Travis Kalanick after hearing that story?
I mean, in general, no, I would not want to compete
By the
with
way, he is,
Travis.
you know Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Yep, of course.
Travis was Dr. Sanjay Gupta's Angry Birds coach. So Travis mastered Angry Birds too. Like had 3 stars all the way through. And Sanjay had a couple of levels he couldn't get through. So Travis coached Sanjay. True story.
You meet these entrepreneurs before they become the big names, right? The founders of Instagram.
Hopefully.
Right,
Otherwise they get a lot more expensive.
What is the trait that you can kind of pull out that's the common thread with a lot of these people?
There's a confidence without needing to sell, right? So there's this really fine line between like a conceit and just exuding a confidence. So, you know, I find that my career really started to take off when I just got the attitude like, look, I'm not here to convince you anymore. Like, if you're not on board, that's fine. We'll talk about it later, and it'll be more expensive then. But as a result, I find like I had a conversation with Kevin Systrom, the Instagram founder, and we were talking about the future of the product, and he once said, so when we get to 50 million users, that'll be a good time to roll out this other thing. And I'm like, stop right there. We are sitting in a co-working space in San Francisco, and you are alone. There is nobody else on the team at this point. And you're talking about 50 million users someday? And he wasn't trying to convince me. He wasn't trying to sell me. There was no, there was no hand waving or anything like that. He just said it so calmly. He believed it. And it was magnetic. It was alluring. I had already made money in photos once. I know it sounds funny in retrospect, but everyone's like, Jesus, photos have been done. Who's ever going to make any money in photos again? But I was just like, I can't not be involved in that guy's company. I have this with a founder named Shivani Saroya who runs InVenture for us. Who every bias that you have, whether you're a man or a woman, would kind of immediately, it's just embedded, you would discount her. She's a small Indian woman with a high voice, and you'd just be like, come on, she can't be a Titan. But she's a fucking slayer. And the company she's building is not only going to be our next unicorn, but when she initially was talking to me, I was like, hey, who coded this? Which again, implicit in my voice was like, you're a woman, you didn't code this, right? I mean, not even realizing that bias. And she's like, I did. I'm like, wait, your resume doesn't say you're a computer scientist. She's like, what the fuck, Chris? It's not that hard. I taught myself, you know? I'm just like, oh my God. And so having done this for a bunch of years now and having a lot of data points, I've realized I can just tell, I can smell it on them now, whether they're going to go the distance or not.
Let's look at kind of your startups. Treat them as children, right? You've got Uber, Stripe, Instagram. I know you love them all. Is there any that right now you see a lot of potential, a little more potential? Any that's kind of disappointing you?
I mean, Instagram moved out of the house too early. I was really sad. It should have stuck around for a little while. Instagram could have bought Facebook someday. But Uber is the company I work on the least because they just continue to execute so well. You know, I hope they continue to work on the warm and fuzzies and some of the human issues they have there, but there isn't a company working on a bigger contiguous math problem ever in history. Nobody has more data. Nobody's smarter about what to do with it. And I'm just fascinated. I'm like a fan rather than working on it that much.
What could they do on the human front?
I mean, they just need to be better at telling their story. This is a company that is materially saving tens of thousands of lives every year. Like, that's not a selling or a pitch point. It's just their data on that, independent now. They move into a town and drunk driving fatalities go down. Like, I'm fucking proud of that, right? And so I hate every now and then when some executive there says something that could be interpreted as misogynist or insensitive, et cetera. That sucks. It's not really reflective of our brand and our values. But I will pound the table with pride that they save lives. And so I hope they can just get better at telling that story. The Stripe guys, have you met Patrick and John?
Yeah, of course.
They're the two smartest people on the planet.
And very understated too, right?
Well, they're Irish, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm sure there's a bunch of people, staff members here will appreciate that. Yeah, I hear one. Right on. Sláinte. But Patrick and John have these weird photographic memories. In fact, for the Wikipedia, like they don't forget a Wikipedia entry if they've read it. And I went into their offices once and I brought in an investor to invest in Stripe directly, and he had just been to Treasure Island. I was like, oh yeah, Treasure Island, I think that was a military base once. And John Collison walked into the room, the younger brother, and without even introducing himself to the other guy, was like, no. And in 1946, it was the site of the World Expo, and then it was deeded over to the blah, 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 blah. And I was like, what in the hell? This has nothing to do with Stripe whatsoever, but their minds are like a sieve for facts. And the ambition of that company, though, the Atlas product they just launched that enables anybody anywhere in the country to, with one push of a button for a couple $100, incorporate in the United States, establish a bank account, be able to receive payment in the United States, like that just requires people who are living in the future.
Right.
These guys aren't in the present right now. They are years ahead of us, reporting back.
When I found out I was interviewing, I put out on Twitter, and a lot of folks tweeted at me. They wanted to know your thoughts on Jack Dorsey as a CEO, because you've been such a big advocate for him and for Twitter, right? What are your thoughts on his progress about almost a year later?
I mean, Twitter is just a series of missed opportunities. That's just my kid who I keep walking in their room and finding like the big pile of drugs under the mattress and be like, come on, you could have been somebody, Like,
what's the biggest missed opportunity when you're screaming at your kid in the room with the drugs on the...
I mean, Twitter has all of the world's best information. No matter who you are in this room, it has cool shit that you want to know about it, And it has it faster than anybody else on the planet. And they do the worst job of getting you that. It's so much work as a user to see stuff. So I'm going to plug my own book, but we have a company called Nuzzle that it's scientifically not a hard company. It looks at your Twitter graph and pulls out the URLs that everybody's talking about and builds your own personalized Google News page that's based on what all of your friends and the people you follow are talking about. It's absolutely awesome. So if you've been away from Twitter, you've been busy at this conference today, you don't know what happened, go download NUZZEL, and you'll see this is the stuff that happened. Here's who got bought. This is what launched. Here's the latest controversy. It's absolutely amazing. And it's just shameful that it doesn't exist inside Twitter right now.
What do you think ultimately happens? Do you want to lay down?
Malaise. I know, seriously. I feel like I need to pay you for this session now.
We're getting into that part, Chris.
Yeah, it's years. I mean, when I posted 8,500 words on what Twitter should be, I wanted to make clear this wasn't like a vision statement for the future. What's so frustrating about it is that's what it should have been already. Like, I don't consider myself to have a lot of future vision. It's not my strong suit. In fact, I'm often, like Evan Williams sees into the future. There's no doubt about it. 3 years ago, he was pounding the table like, we got to do stuff in live video. He just knew it was coming. And often, like, when they launched the retweet button instead of doing manual retweets, he'd run something by me like, that's a fucking disaster. And he's like, good, we're onto something. Like, he just knows if I hate it, maybe it's right. But with that thing I wrote about Twitter, it was just like, look, these are ideas we've been talking about for years. It's weird that Twitter makes it so hard to follow the basketball game when everybody's there talking about the basketball game. It's so hard to follow the debate. It's so hard to find the best shit that just happened in the hour that you were here ostensibly paying attention. And so that just frustrates the hell out of me.
People follow you, and they always expect you to speak your mind. Especially in Silicon.
Sorry, I haven't done so today.
Yeah, especially in Silicon Valley, where everyone is killing it, crushing it, and it's hard sometimes to get people to really kind of open up. I mean, you are unforgivingly who you are. Have you always been like that?
No.
What happened?
Like when I was in college.
What were you like? Like, were you ever insecure?
I still am insecure. Like, I mean, there's probably people snickering backstage right now at that question. Like, when I was in college, I didn't want to come out as a progressive because I would eliminate like half of my future employers in Washington, D.C. I was like, look, I got to look neutral here so I can get a fucking job someday. I found progressively, and some of these lessons were foisted upon me. I mean, I mentioned earlier, so not to repeat a story, but it's at Google. I am working on this team and this wireless stuff. It was an incredible amount of responsibility. Larry Page had given me billions of dollars to go take on the wireless carriers. And I was in over my head. I didn't have a background on this stuff, and I was learning fast, and I was pretty good at it. But one day a decision came up, and I didn't know what to do. And my work partner wrote in the notes, Chris doesn't know what to do about this. And at Google, the notes are published to the whole company. So I see the notes get published, and I'm like, what'd you do? You just ruined my career. Everyone's going to know, I'm smoking mirrors. And I thought it was over for me. And then the next meeting, some new engineers who didn't report to me and Larry Page himself showed up with ideas on what to do to solve this problem. And I was like, oh my God, I just became more powerful. I now have influence. I have more bodies working for me who don't even report to me. And it was, I wish I could say it was an enlightened choice I'd made. It was totally foisted upon me and I was angry about it, but it worked. And so along the way, I realized that the candor, the authenticity, the vulnerability is what actually attracts the other people to you. It's the insecurity roots you in this place of showing you're impervious, that you've got all the answers. But what that does is it renders everyone around you helpless. They're just like, fuck, I'm not valued here, right? And so when you start to admit, I don't know what I'm doing, I need some help, then people start attracting you and working with you. I have a principle that I guide my life by, and I try and teach this to our entrepreneurs, called bold humility. There are all these business books that say, hey, be humble, be humble, be humble. But humility is not a natural state for a kick-ass human being, right? If you're here, you probably kick a lot of ass at something. You're probably the best at something. You have ambition. You're a risk taker. You have learned to hack. You're a good talker. You have, through the gift of gab, wound your way into an amazing situation. You hustle, hustle, hustle. And I feel like it's unnatural to apologize for that. But where we get into trouble is when we feel like we have to extend that to the shit we don't know. And we have to feel like we've got it all covered. And so I think I have had such a great, I don't know if I would have learned this authenticity if I didn't have Twitter and the replies being like, that means a lot to me. Go for it, And that's why I kind of live a lot of my life in public, as I feel I draw a lot of strength and reassurance from the public being like, look, that moment of fucking failure meant a lot to me, and I identify with it.
Because you live your life in public, and because you're on the therapy couch right there, do you feel this pressure to keep winning now that you have these big wins? In the news business, they say you're only as good as your last hit, your last segment, which is come on. But does that translate?
Yeah, it absolutely does. I gave my fund away to my partner, Matt Mazzeo, a couple years ago. So when you want to come pitch me, just pitch Mazzeo, Mazzeo. Mazzeo is an amazing talent. I realized I needed to give it away when I said no to Snapchat. Those guys came up to me after a talk I gave, and they're like, we really like the way you work. We love your values. We want to collaborate with you. Would you invest in our company? And I'm like, the dick pics? And that probably cost me $1 billion,
Snapchat was the one that got away?
Yeah. But I realized I was losing my edge. I've never swiped left and right. I didn't Vox and shit like that. I'm really bad at filters still.
Right.
But I also, there's only so much money you can make. Extra money doesn't buy you a closer relationship with your wife or more normal kids. In fact, it probably means you have to work harder on your kids being normal and not assholes. And no, I'm serious. How many rich kids do you know that aren't total fucking disasters? Right?
So we got to wrap it soon, but a couple more. What?
Never been one to play by rules.
That's so true. That was a reminder that I'm going to keep going.
Watch this. Should we keep it going a little bit?
Should keep it going. I know I don't play by the rules.
Stage manager.
Sorry, Patty.
Yeah.
Just don't make eye contact. What problems should technology be solving? Because I've seen a lot of apps to help you with your dry cleaning and all that kind of stuff. But every time I say that I don't think an app's going to do well, it turns into Uber, and that's why I'm not an investor and I'm sitting here talking to you.
No. What's funny? So Uber, Travis always knew that Uber was going to start for rich white people, and then replace everything else in the stack.
So
because that's where the big market is, right?
So other problems tech should be solving. What are the most pressing problems that you want entrepreneurs to go out and solve?
Yeah. Well, there's some amazing books like Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid that talk about the combined spending power of everybody on the lower end of the traditional economic pyramid, the spectrum, that there are these incredibly ignored constituencies. There's one, I don't know if you've heard of them, called women. So, like, women have all this purchasing power, all this decision-making influence, all these things that they're passionate about, et cetera, and it turns out people spend a fuck ton of money on kids and all this stuff, and nobody is really building companies with them because white dudes build companies right now, right? So there's like 18 Ubers for yachts, and I'm super glad that all those blue blood prep school guys have that service available to them. But people ignore Atlanta and Houston and Chicago and New Orleans and all these cities where real Americans live. And so I think this is, I have a greed case for diversity. I actually think, like, diversity is great. We have a moral obligation. We should do it for the right reasons. Our country owes people of color a couple hundred years of making up for how we treated them. Our country is decades and decades behind on women. But even if you didn't believe any of that shit, if you're the coldest, like, most steely venture capitalist, or as Boehner called Cruz today, Lucifer in the flesh, like, there is a greed case for diversity. Because diverse perspectives bring us into markets we didn't know existed. They bring us into beauty. They bring us into travel. They bring us into content. Like, Twitter is Black Twitter. Like, that is a brand that Black Twitter has given itself. And that's where the creative shit happens. That's where the hashtags happen. Like, that's where the excitement is. And yet, there's no Black member on Twitter's board. There's no Black executive at Twitter. It's fucked up.
Their head of diversity is not.
Their head of diversity is not Black.
Right.
Or a woman. And so, how do you even make that call, right? You're like, are we being punked? Where's Ashton? Come on out, Ashton. Like, but I just feel like there are these incredibly underserved markets. There are markets who here knows that Kenya's banking system is about 10 years ahead of ours? Like, everything you can do in Kenya on your phone, you can borrow money on your phone, you can pay money on your phone, you can purchase everything using your phone and text messages there. Like, it's embarrassing how far ahead they are. Like, we have a company there called InVenture run by Shivani, who's the slayer, but Americans don't know that. We don't travel outside our country. We don't hang out with people who don't look like us. We don't hang out with people from, we don't bring these diverse voices into our companies, and as a result, we're losing money.
Last question, because I think they might actually physically remove me from the stage. You're looking out at an audience full of entrepreneurs.
Well, the lights are kind of bright, so I
think that how many people here are entrepreneurs, building companies? Okay, so a lot of folks. What's your advice to these folks who are kind of at maybe beginning, middle stages, building these companies, in the weeds?
In 17 seconds?
And about probably like 13 now.
Let's put every podcast that I've ever Okay, we might have to have one more question because this isn't going to be the most uplifting thing
all right,
I've ever
Patty,
heard.
you heard it from him, not me.
Some of you aren't founders, and you should fucking admit that to yourselves. So it's become very fashionable to start something. It's amazing, when Justin Timberlake plays somebody in a movie about a startup. That's awesome. There are lots of people making a ton of money and on magazine covers, but this is a very special, different journey that is not actually suited to everybody. You have to be a little fucked up. You have to be a little weird, a little crazy, a little obsessive. You probably have some personal issues that make you different. Like, you have some demons a little bit. You may have trouble relating to other human beings from time to time. Like, you don't accept failure very well. Maybe you go off a little bit. Maybe you struggle a little bit with manic depression, etc. Like, if none of those things sound familiar to you, you should probably quit right now. So, sorry if that's a little bit of a downer, but some of you should be employees. Some of you should be partners. Some of you should be employee number one at a startup. And I think right now, that's amazing. They actually showed us a hurry up, please sign.
Yeah, I know. But that's good. But finish your thought, because I think that's powerful and people should hear that.
No, there are founders and then there are team members. And in an era where it's been so easy to get capital, I just think the posers should step aside.
And make way. Okay, well, thank you so much.
That's such a fucking downer, though, right?
Well, yeah.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
That was absolutely fantastic and hugely enjoyable. I know there's lots of people down the back. If you want to keep moving forward, it will allow more people get into the stage as we come to our final speaker. Over the last 3 years, Web Summit started just over 5 years ago with 400 people who attended the first Web Summit. They were all from Ireland. We took a slightly different approach. I'd been in startups. I'd gone to conferences. I had my views on how you might build a technology conference that people might like. And over the last number of years, the Web Summit's got a lot bigger. One of the things that started to happen, aside from Americans beginning to fly into Europe, was startups started popping up from all over Asia and getting on planes and flying all the way to Europe to come to Web Summit. And there came a point when we thought we really should do something in Asia. And last year we started our first conference in Asia, in Hong Kong, and it was absolutely fantastic, and we're going back there this year. So I'd just like to ask you to put your hands together for my co-host, Casey Lau, who's going to tell us a tiny bit more. Casey, come on up.
How's it going, Patty?
Good, Casey.
Great. So, hey, everybody, you're all welcome to the next party in 5 weeks as Rise kicks off its second year in Hong Kong. It will be in English, so you're all welcome and you'll understand all the content there. It's about the same size as Collision, and it's going to include everybody from Japan, China, Europe, America, all into Hong Kong, where I will be buying dim sum for everybody, I think.
Fantastic.
Yeah?
Great.
Is that a good idea for everybody?
Yeah, thank you so much, Casey. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Patty. Thank you.
Right.
See ya.
So over the years, we've had a great number of startups that have really started their journey at some of our conferences around the world. Smart Things is one that I really remember. The first time we really did a proper pitching competition in 2012. This great startup from the United States, Smart Things, won the competition. They met their first investor, Josh Ellman from Greylock, and 2 years later, Samsung, one of our partners, purchased them for just over $200 million. And there are lots of other great stories. It's a really integral part of what we do. Just over 16,000 startups started the process of applying for Alpha. In the end, there were 600 out there. Of those, 400 applied for the startup competition. We had some external judges that whittled it down to 108 that spent... Okay? I don't know what that... Oh, it's a baby. I thought somebody was whistling. It was kind of strange. Okay. Anyway, and so those 108 startups that battled it out over the last 2 days on Tuesday and Wednesday, and all the judges that participated and gave of their time and the whole team behind it, I'd just love you to put your hands together for each and every one of them. So most importantly, I'd like to welcome the head of our overall judging of the whole competition onto stage to present the winner. Please put your hands together for Haley Barna of First Round Capital.
Thanks for promoting me. I didn't know I was in charge until right now.
Yeah? Haley, over to you. Tell us what's
okay,
happened.
so we had 3 great finalists. It was a very tough decision to make. Is it time to announce?
You can go for it.
Oh, this is so exciting. And the winner is, drum roll, Roris and Kyle.
Woo!
Congratulations. Well deserved.
Go here for a sec.
All right.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. I think the product is absolutely fantastic. The team are so passionate, and they're going to make a huge impact on the world. And they're just a fantastic young company. I wish them absolutely all the best. Before we bring our final speaker up here, a year ago I came to New Orleans for the very first time, and I'd been encouraged to go here and think of this as a city to host what we were building, which is Collision. And when I came here, I met somebody that really made that decision so easy. And that's the co-host of Collision that has been tireless behind the scenes over the last number of months, and without whom all of this would not be possible. So could you please welcome my co-host of Collision to the stage, Chris Schultz. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's been so wonderful having Collision here in New Orleans this week, and I'm so happy personally that Roris, the pitch winner, is a Launchpad pitch company. So it's been a pleasure, an absolute pleasure, having Collision in New Orleans.
Thanks so much. Thanks to, I'm not going to thank people at the very end, but this is our very first year being here as a city. It's very, it's only a 300,000 person city. And the cultural impact that this city has in the world is, there's hardly a city in the world so small that actually has a cultural footprint so large when you think about it. And you feel that when you land in this city and you take, during the day it's fantastic here, don't get me wrong, but at night I just think this is such a magical place, and it's a magical place to spend time with other entrepreneurs, people that are trying to build things, people that are trying to change things. I've had an absolutely incredible time here. I hope you've all had an incredible time, and hopefully we'll be back here in 2017. So just finally, thanks to my entire team who've worked. There were 65 of them who flew over from Ireland who've been here for the last 2 weeks. I'd just like to thank all of them and all of you for kind of putting your faith in us and showing up over the last 3 days. So thank you very much. And thank you, Chris. Thank you. So now I'd like you to give an unbelievably warm welcome to our last speaker, who is building a quite remarkable company. WeWork has enabled communities of creators across the world and continues to expand with bright optimism. Looking at the future with a $16 billion valuation, here to discuss what's next for the co-location business, please welcome in conversation with Laurie Siegel of CNN, WeWork founder, Mikel McKelvey.
I feel like we're looking up just like her. Wonderful. So we're closing it out and we're standing up to switch it up for you guys. I was also excited to interview you because I was doing some research and I saw that your first company, you went to, I think it was Tokyo, and you were broke. You had $1,500 in the bank account. Not completely broke, but that's very close to broke. And you were trying to explain the song No Scrubs. So everything about that made me be like, and that's how you got the inspiration for your first company. Right. Everything about that was wow, this dude's really, really weird. He's going to do something. So tell me a little bit how your experience, like building that first startup, kind of prepped you for WeWork and all it's kind of become.
Well, I think I was lucky enough to sort of graduate from school at a time that's similar to now, where sort of possibility seemed endless, and sort of like anybody with a small brain could start a company. But at the same time, the world was different in terms of how hard it was. You know, you couldn't create an app really in a few days. Like, to program a website was much more difficult. And so it really took a certain lack of reality, like just sort of being disconnected from what seemed, what the limitations would be. Being in a little apartment in Tokyo by ourselves sort of disconnected us from any limitation. And so we had sort of a big idea to help connect people who were learning English as a second language, but really the ones who wanted to know like what the lyrics to No Scrubs meant. And that, having that like weird vision and being isolated sort of allowed us to have, you know, a really grand idea.
So community has always been big for you, and how many of you guys have been inside a WeWork? A lot of folks, right?
Nice.
So this is the guy that is kind of responsible like for the look and the feel and the design. And I read something very interesting about how you one day were trying to figure out why people in the community room weren't actually hanging out in the community room. And I read that you just like stood there for like 8 hours or something like absurd but interesting and obsessive. So is that how you kind of figure out how to design these places? What goes into that?
I mean, I think a lot of the thing of what many of us experience in physical space is like a lack of true understanding of what's going on, like how a physical space should serve us. And it's interesting because so much of productivity and like your mindset and like, you know, maybe you drink 6 cups of coffee or like 5 Red Bulls or whatever, but you wouldn't necessarily be considering the way that the immediate surroundings are really affecting you and your sort of feeling of energy and sort of inspiration. So we had a space that to me felt like it wasn't performing. Like there was a lot of, you know, like it looked cool, but for some reason people weren't really engaging in the way that I thought they should. And so there was no other way to figure it out than to just watch. And so I literally, spent an entire day just watching people walk into the room, see the paths that they took, sort of see the conversations that started just by chance. And there was actually like really small indicators that were not sort of performing, that weren't allowing people to sort of flow into places that serve them. So like a table like this, which seems like really simple, the fact that we can both use it as an anchor is something that makes us feel comfortable standing here. If we took this away, we'd kind of be like, you know, lost at sea.
By the way, this is his suggestion, you guys. Like, we're standing here because you like designed the stage like last minute. It was kind of cool.
I mean, I think that there's something to that. And again, body language is a big thing. And like, so the way that people are sitting, even the incline of a chair can impact the way that they're interacting. And so that's a lot of the stuff that we think about is like, literally like how far away are your faces when you're having a conversation? Our conversation is much different at this distance than it would be from here, you know? And so it's down to those level of detail that, and we don't get it right every time, but we really try. Like we really think about it down to the sort of smallest degree.
So fast forward years later, past like No Scrubs is no longer the popular song, and you're not explaining that in Tokyo, unfortunately. Now WeWork has a $16 billion valuation. Like, oh my goodness, that is a huge valuation, right? And especially when you look at some of the other tech companies who that haven't quite lived up to their own valuations. How does WeWork live up to this valuation? So like, what is the secret sauce? What is the trade secret that makes WeWork a $16 billion company?
Well, I think there's 2 things. The first is that we really don't care about it at all. So we literally, when we're sort of having our executive meetings or, you know, whatever level of meeting we're having, we're always talking about the member experience. Like all that stuff that happens at a higher level or a sideline level or whatever, it really doesn't enter our day-to-day. And we've always been reluctant to have it be a part of our story. Unfortunately, it comes to a point where it has to be. But really, honestly, like what we think about is what's happening with the members every day and how do we support them. And we feel like as long as every day when members walk in, they are supported and their success continues, then it doesn't matter the valuation, we'll reach it someday. But at the same time, we also have a sophisticated business, like building out buildings, physical space with, you know, floors and ceilings and walls and light fixtures is super hard. And to do it at scale is like nearly impossible. Like no one has really ever done what we've done at the speed. And so we do have like incredibly sophisticated systems that empower that and have gotten us to a place where, you know, we'll be opening this year anywhere between 8 and 10 locations a month, where like 2 years ago, if we could open 1 per month, that would have been a really big achievement. So it does take, you know, highly developed, highly considered, complex tool sets to, you know, empower that growth.
This is kind of a basic question, and I have a feeling I'm going to know the answer, but is WeWork, when you describe it to people, do you describe it as a real estate company or a tech company?
Well, I think if we had to describe it,
Like,
we
talk
would
to
hope
my
it
mom.
was
Talk
like
to my mom back in Atlanta and tell her, is WeWork a real? Because I think she would say, oh, it's a real estate company.
Right. I mean, we would like to be a company that's, you know, thought of as a company building communities. Because again, it's about the people. Like, the real estate is only a functional requirement for the connection to happen, right? Like, you got to have the place to stand. But at the same time, what really matters to us is the fact that people are connecting in that space and then realizing value from it. So, and again, the technology is the same. Like, the technology enables that, but it's all about the human interaction. So, you know, in the big picture, a lot of the logistics and the physical space and all that stuff sort of disappears, and it's really the chance and the opportunity amongst us to connect and to be like, you know, our value, our opportunities are increased by having meaningful connections. So if we're any kind of company, if we could describe it, it would be like a company that's empowering people to sort of follow their own life's plan and become really successful at it.
You guys just raised over $400 million, and you have plans to expand into Asia. So explain what a WeWork China looks like, or what are some of the challenges when expanding into these different cultures, different places?
Well, I mean, the first thing that's amazing is that when we first went to China, I think we thought it would be hugely different. And so we spent a lot of time trying to figure that out, like what would be the core differences. And there are certainly some, like, I don't know how many of you guys are from China or have been to a Chinese office, but a lot of times after lunch, you'll see like people taking a nap on their desk. And that one difference is something that like it's just not culturally acceptable in our normal office environment to see like hundreds of people all like asleep at the same time. You go to a construction site during lunch and almost all the workers are just taking a nap in the middle of the day. And those kind of things like seem like things that you have to change for or try to adapt towards or whatever. But the reality is that I think the people are really looking for the same things. Like, what they really want is to feel successful within themselves, to find a meaning in what they're doing every day, and then search that out and work really hard to achieve it. So in that regard, at the higher level, that's almost exactly the same. Like, it doesn't feel like we have to change that much. There are certainly like small, you know, maybe people in China don't drink much coffee in the morning, so we have to serve it in a different way in the afternoon. But those are really like small things in the big picture.
And now kind of your next big thing is We Live. So there's all these communities built around WeWork, and now you guys have one and almost two, right? We Live places. I think this one's in...
Two, actually. One in D.C. and one in New York, yeah.
So a lot of people have tried to do this kind of communal living, and it just hasn't worked. So what edge do you guys have in trying to kind of take this on?
Well, that's a great question in the sense of, you know, the success that we've achieved with WeWork, we think leads us to some conclusions that work in a living environment as well. But everybody is different. You know, they have a different persona at the office than they might have, you know, at home. So while someone is clearly not going to be walking around, well, maybe they do, but walk around the office in their sweats or in their pajamas, you know, in a co-living situation, you actually see that, where there are different levels of comfort in terms of how people are, you know, interact with each other. So like the first time I was hanging out in a We Live building, and there was like actually women that work in our office who are there, and they're in their pajamas. Like, I certainly had a, yeah, like I was like, well, I don't know, that's a strange position for me to be in, and I definitely am not sure how to reconcile that. I think obviously with more sort of horizontal relationships, that's probably more comfortable. But I just think it's interesting to see. I think that we are applying the same kind of proactive attitude towards solving the challenges as we are in WeWork. Like, it's totally an experiment. We don't think we have it figured out, but we're willing to like work super hard to figure out what the answers are. And it's a spectrum. Like, of course, like WeWork is 6 years old. We don't know exactly what everyone needs, but we're willing to like come to work every day and try to figure it out.
and so we're almost in this kind of like we generation that you guys seem to be cultivating. You have we work, we live. Are we going to see like we cities, we streets? Like, is the ultimate goal to have like we world? I feel like you're like Dr. Evil, like mom. But like,
Well,
I mean, is that like an ultimate goal?
I mean,
really?
it sounds, I mean, I think trying to say things like that will sound sort of, I don't know, potentially pretentious, but I do think there is sort of a reality that we're all considering, and, you know, it comes about in lots of discussions of technology and sort of where we're going, is that we seem to need more human connection. And so the ways that, again, us learning about how we can empower that and make it happen more often, hopefully there are other ways to encourage it. But I also think it's not just us. Like, it's a change that hopefully people see WeWork and they say, wow, we have to like catch up with that in some way. So in our own company, we need to develop solutions that will allow our employees to connect in more meaningful ways. So it's not just what we can do. Like, certainly that'll be great if we come up with ways to affect more places, spaces, whatever, but it's also the impact that hopefully it has on other people who will create it for themselves because we're some kind of model, you know?
What's the biggest challenge you guys face? And I mean, you already have this huge valuation. You have a lot at stake. I mean, to really take it to the next level, what's the biggest challenge for you?
Well, I think, you know, for anyone who's gone through a super fast-growing company, which, you know, there are only so many of them, like we were about, I don't know, about 300, 250 employees a year ago, January, and now we're close to, say, 1,400. And so that, just that sort of one-year transformation and growth, like, you know, as any founder who goes from, say, 2 to 4 to 6 employees, like, and understands those complexities, imagine it on a much larger scale. To continue to support the culture and to encourage people to be truly connected to like the mission of what we're trying to accomplish, like that becomes a whole part of the company that you don't have when you're smaller. It becomes an effort that you have to make every single day. And if it's not like simple, it's not like you just, as an entrepreneur, you grow up knowing how to do that. You might, you know, you might, like as Chris was saying earlier, you might be a crazy person or a weirdo who has the ability to work 20 hours a day at the beginning, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have it all figured out when you get to the other side, which is, you know, in some ways potentially more complicated.
As an entrepreneur who has now gone through this process, is in the process of it, is scaling a huge company, what do you wish you'd known, like starting out?
Well, I definitely think that looking back on it, it's what I say to our team members when I meet new team members all the time, is that you as an entrepreneur, it's easy to make a business plan that shows growth, and it's easy to be ambitious about sort of numbers or say like the number of customers you're going to get. But what I don't think typically you would think about is what does the human side of it look like? And actually in an earlier panel, they were talking about at what time should you be considering diversity, for example, in your workforce? And I think those are questions that are not typically considered. If I was thinking about it now, you know, and starting a new company, I would really sort of lay out all the challenges that I think might come up and really start to imagine how do we address them all. So like, you know, it's important to have just a much broader perspective rather than just, I need to raise money and I need to get the app launched or something. Like, that's such a small part of what it takes to start a company. And so, you know, if you really want to do it well, you should have a much broader analysis of yourself and all the things that are important to you.
So when you're an entrepreneur and you're starting out, it's kind of like standard procedure that everyone tells you no. And you have to be really scrappy and you have to fight really hard to make people believe in your idea and your vision. And then you get some funding and TechCrunch writes about you, or we put you on CNN and everyone starts taking you more seriously, right? And now you guys have this big valuation, all this funding, and I'm assuming not as many people are telling you no. I'm assuming a lot more doors have opened. Has this changed? Like, has this changed you at all?
Well, I definitely think, I don't know if it changed us, but it definitely changes people's, you know, expectation of you, or perhaps what they want from you in a way. So like when you're scrappy and you're first starting out and you're like, you're built to like convince people, like that's the way you exist every day, is to like almost have a chip on your shoulder. If you then have a chip on your shoulder when you're bigger and successful, that comes off in not a cool way, you know? So if you've like grown up trying to be that person and now you actually are successful, what do you do with that chip? You know, like you can't be an underdog anymore. And if you act like one, maybe it comes off as weird or I don't know, inauthentic or something. So I think that's a challenging adjustment. Like it's a difficult thing to say, like, who am I now in this new sort of context? And definitely we think about it a lot.
Liz, we don't have like the therapy couch anymore, unfortunately. But I do want to talk kind of failure, because no great entrepreneur that has incredible success doesn't generally have some like pretty horrific failure under their belt.
Except for me, I think.
Except for you, because so that was my
No,
next
I'm
question.
kidding.
Let's go to like your darkest moment. People are looking at you and they're thinking, yeah, you're doing pretty well for yourself.
Yeah.
Was there a moment that was just really, really terrible? Like, when did you fail? Make us all feel
Well, we had a time, when you build physical buildings, you literally have to like pay a bill to a contractor, or else he can, basically shut you down and take away everything from you. And we had a time very early on where we literally ran out of money in the middle of a construction project, and the stress level, like we had members in half the building, and they would pay, whatever, $400, and then I would literally take that money and carry it over to the contractor and pay. And when sometimes that didn't match up exactly, and so the stress level that created of having like, a physical space that people depend on, an internet service that people depend on, and then not being able to pay those bills, which are sort of become the livelihood of all those businesses that are members, like that level of stress, I think I carried for probably a 3 to 6 month period, where I think in my entire life, like the feeling, if you have someone in front of you who says, my business depends on you, and if you fail them in that moment, like you're really taking something away from their livelihood. Like there's nothing more terrible than that feeling. And so I think we had a time where I felt like I was doing that every day. Like I felt like I was on the risk of doing that every day, and it was incredibly hard and challenging and terrible, and hopefully never happens again.
You've talked a lot about the ethos of WeWork and kind of putting humanity back in kind of technology, which I hear is a theme, even for big tech companies. A lot of folks kind of realizing that maybe we've gone a little bit far and we need to kind of put some humanity back into technology. We need to help build empathy. That's a lot of folks are talking about that with VR. Is that something that's kind of in the ethos of your company?
Well, I think one of the cool things that we've seen is it's in our company, but it's also in our members. So, I mean, to build a group of anywhere from, say, 400 to 2,000 people who exist in a building with all glass walls, no sort of like official separation between people, you see pretty extraordinary things happen. And I think people who have no specific reason to be dependent on each other, when times are tough, they actually do really help each other out. And there's a lot of examples of people who faced, struggles from there was, one guy, for example, who he was working remotely for a company, and one day the company just went out of business and stopped paying the bill for his office space. And he, had a young child and a wife, and all of a sudden he was sort of, out of a job, and he was so disconnected from the headquarters that he had really no one to even help him. And the WeWork community just sort of spontaneously rose up and helped him get new job interviews, helped him get like short-term, freelance work in order to sort of carry through to the time. And they were all sort of looking out for him not because he was a friend, really just because he was a member, and they saw his face every day. They walked past him in his office, and that sort of informal support system is pretty extraordinary when it like all sort of coalesces and does something amazing.
And I know we got to wrap it soon, but even reading about you, I get the idea that you're very scrappy. Even kind of dating back to before WeWork. Kind of what role has being scrappy? It always seems like no job was below you.
Well, I think both, Adam and I, the other co-founder, I think, if you would have sort of seen the way that we were interested in living, it was always like putting the sort of challenge before anything else, like putting the work before anything else. And I think that especially from the beginning, we use that feeling of scrappiness to challenge every single convention. And I think that's really been, and many people who will start a company where they're doing something that challenges an established industry, like it takes an incredible amount of energy. Like it's always the road that's, harder to travel. When you want to say, like, someone says, the cost of this thing is $1,000 and you want to pay $100. How much are you going to fight to get to that, whatever the compromise is? And to do that consistently forever, it just means you have nonstop, energy that you have to commit to it. And I think that's a lesson that I think for many people, like if you're not willing to make that commitment, like that you're not going to say, I'm not going to stop until I get that result that I want, then you're probably failing in comparison to your neighbor who is doing that. And so you have to be scrappy.
And I got it. So last question, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Chris at the end. Because there's an audience full of entrepreneurs, what advice do you have for entrepreneurs who are going through the process?
Well, I think, one of the things that he said was tied to like determining whether or not you actually are a founder. I think a lot of times in many businesses are made up of not just a singular person, but of course a partnership or multiple founders. And I think a lot of things that I've seen is when people are not on solid ground from the very beginning with their partners and they really haven't worked out even simple decision-making processes. So my advice would really be from the very beginning, like sit down in a room and fight over all the issues. And I'll give one example that's happened to me multiple times in multiple companies, and probably like if you ask this question of yourself, it'll sound stupid, but it reveals a lot. And that's like, if you're starting a company, what email name format should you use? Should it be like first name at, or first name dot last name at, or first name last initial at, or first initial last name, whatever? Like, if you ask that question amongst a group of 4 founders, for example, almost guaranteed they'll have 4 different answers, and it'll start a fight between them. And how you reconcile that one, and it started a fight between me and other co-founders. Like, I have a name Miguel, which is unique. I've had a co-founder named John who was like, it can't just be John at, because of course we're going to hire lots of other Johns. But I'm like, well, there's probably, at least in the US, not that many Miguels. So little things like that, really reconciling them at the very beginning and knowing how do you make decisions will then lead towards much more efficiency down the line.
Communication. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for staying here so late. Appreciate it.
Great stuff.